said, I found this lady, doctor,
Just say his name.
Renato. R-E-N-A-T.
So everyone on Zoom can see you. Can you come and stand up here so you can see who Renato is? His wedding?
So it's like,
Oh, it's nice Hawaiian shirt.
So Renato came one day and said, oh, I found this doctor online and, she's talking about these things and, it's amazing and, so I'm like, wow, Renato, why don't you share it with the men's group? And there's a lot of the ladies, I passed on the information and it's just because I always say we teach at a kindergarten level. That's what we know. We share our experiences, what we've done. So it's amazing we can have the opportunity to bring the experts, like people that know more than us that we all can learn from. So I want to acknowledge, because this is Renato being proactive in his journey, in his healing, in bettering himself, in bringing the best out of him. And it takes courage, it takes work, it takes time, Renato, and you did not just settle with what we were giving you. It's like, Renato, you have an issue in this area. Go and find out more. And you did. And because of these brave men, which I think we all need to applaud. Yeah. Because of him, Dr. Trish is here today. Wow. He showed me the little YouTube, and he was like.
And after a few YouTubes, I have my mic. Giovanna says, "I think you should listen to Dr. Trish. It'll be very good for you." And I'm like, no, I'm healed. I already read The Best People in the World. Don't worry about it. And I watched it. It was really good. And it's funny because the one Giovanna shared with me was about the dopamine and. Whatever.
Let's clarify. When I said you should listen to her, like, so what am I doing wrong now?
That's what you heard. What? That's what you heard.
That was just a few months. That was just a few months ago, guys. It wasn't like a few years or a few centuries ago. It's like.
So, but Renato, the first time, and he was sharing, and he's like, "It'll be cool. Like, do you think one day we can bring her?" And this was like.
This was a year or two ago, yeah.
And I was like, I don't know. It's like those things that, okay, how will these people say yes to come here? Like I don't know. We can try. So Renato, this is for you today. And happy gift for you.
Oh. Okay. All right.
Your wedding gift.
Oh, God. Natalia's wondering, where's my wedding gift? Oh, this is it? Oh. Okay. I was thinking about some cash or something, at least a few $100s.
Dr. Trish, I think she's going to be the best person to introduce herself.
Yeah.
It amazes me that she looks so amazing. She has 6 kids. 6 kids. Wow. From the ages from 11 to 19 years old. So go figure, Six. And she looks amazing. And when you read everything, she's
I know, have you
done all
guys
the
read her
PhDs
resume?
and
The
everything.
PhDs after PhD
My
after
goodness,
master
when did you do
after
all this?
masters, and it's like, and this certification, and I'm like,
Buffalo.
long list.
Yeah,
Huh?
Anna from Buffalo.
And from Buffalo. Oh, there you go.
I don't know if I want that.
So, but let's open our hearts. Just bring yourself down. Let's take a deep breath. Let's ground ourselves. I know we're excited. I am very excited. Very excited. But let's ground ourselves and let's invite what she's gonna say into our hearts. And you might disagree with some things. You might not agree with some things. You might be shocked with some things. Don't let that shut you down. Whatever you don't agree, put it aside.
And in the break, go ask her.
Then you can Google
But then
it.
people come up to us and say, we didn't agree with her on this. Well, we don't know the answer. Ask her.
Ask.
You know, it's
She's
like,
here.
She's here, you know.
Ask. Just truly, we invite you to receive. We always have something to learn. And one of the things I learned by talking to her yesterday, which is super scary, but good, is that to create a new neural pathway in your brain, you have to do something at least 10,000 times. Go figure. So if we do something for 5 times, and we're like, it doesn't work, and we're giving up. So let me tell you, you multiply 5 times, figure it out, 10,000, okay? So without any further ado, welcome Dr. Trish.
Okay, how's that? No, I think I have, as long as everyone can hear me. Hey, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Hello to everyone on Zoom. I saw some of the people that are in my community. I saw their names on Zoom. So I'm very psyched to have you here, mostly to prove that I am in fact real. Because sometimes people don't believe that because they'll come on Zoom and then I'll start to talk and they'll say, you're real. Like, yes, I'm real. I'm absolutely real. I haven't been in the world lately because of COVID, but I'm real and I have a very important message for you today. So I'm really excited to spend I'm going to be here for the whole day. So I'll introduce myself in a second, but just to kind of frame what we're going to do is I put together what's hopefully an outline or kind of a blueprint of moving you all through understanding the process that I use when I help people. And so it's pretty comprehensive and it's a lot of information, and hopefully it's going to be new and kind of blow your mind and also give you action steps to walk away. Because I think it's one thing when you learn new things, it's another thing when you know how to go use it. So that is the goal. And when in the presentation that I've prepared, I've included natural breaks. Before we transition to the next idea or concept, we can stop and talk about it and discuss and have some discussion. If there's any questions, there'll be natural places for that. So I would love that. Okay, so, and then in the afternoon, I'm going to be here in the afternoon. A goal for the afternoon, if anybody's interested, is to do a deep dive into the concepts that we introduce in the morning. So if anybody's, I say something, you're like, I have no idea how to apply that to my own life, we can do that together in the afternoon. So if you're interested in that, keep that in the back of your mind. Okay, so just a little bit about me and how I landed here. Thanks to Renato, I do appreciate that. So I have 2 PhDs, and I earned them simultaneously while I also was on my own life journey. And I won't tell you too much, we'll be here all day. We'll never get to the crux of the information. But all of my traditional learning and my non-traditional self-actualization, which is what we're going to talk about mostly today, the journey of life, going from being stuck where you don't want to be to taking the journey, which does take time and learning and growth, and being able to get to the place where you know what you don't want to be, you have a sense of what you do want to be, and then you figure out how to make that happen. Well, that was happening to me personally while I was becoming educated on how brains work, how brain performance translates into the behaviors of our mind and our bodies, why we do the things we do, what our driving forces are, what the factors are. We're going to break all that down today. So I was learning all of that, and I have been a college professor for a very long time too, 25 years, I think. So I've been teaching for a long time. So what hopefully will happen is taking big, difficult concepts, making them easy to digest and for you to understand how that applies to you. So I've been teaching at the university. I was a full-time university professor for a long time. I did grow up in Buffalo, New York. I moved from Buffalo to Chapel Hill, North Carolina, which is heaven on earth. It is so amazing there. I love being there. We've been there 9 years now, almost 10. So when I moved to Chapel Hill, I left teaching and I opened my own practice using what's called neurofeedback therapy. It's brain training. It's I'm going to talk about it, not too much, but just a little. And I'm going to give you a way that if you want to use it at home, you can absolutely do it at home by yourself. And I will share that before our time is up. But I had a practice with my husband, who's a chiropractor, and we were working in the office together. If anybody works with their husband, right, Giovanna? You know how challenging that can be. So yeah, exactly. So if you work simultaneously with your partner in a business while raising 6 children, you know how much, cross-pollination there is there. And it was just time. So what happened was I found out about pornography and it landed in my lap. Someone that is dear to me came to me, begrudgingly, and told me that they struggle with porn use. And I'm like, porn, But I had been working with brains. I have primarily been focusing on ADHD and anxiety, lack of focus and anxiety. So I'm like, lack of focus, anxiety, porn. And of course, I have this major driving force of, I care about this person who has gone to many, many professionals, had gotten all the wrong advice, now I know that, had spent tens of thousands of dollars going back and forth, making things much worse before they got remotely better. So, I'm integrally involved in this whole thing. And we're going to talk about personality types today. If anybody knows anything about personality types, I teach people about the Enneagram personality type. And so I'm a type 5. In stress, type 5s learn absolutely everything they can about the thing that's stressing them out. So porn is stressing me out because I'm trying to help my friend. So I learned everything. And I was shocked to find out I already knew most of it. From 25 years of traditional education and this self-actualization journey. I knew what all the pieces were. I just didn't know that they completely applied to porn. So when I dove into that, I realized I'm perfect. Literally, this is what I was created for, to help people leave porn behind so they can become the best versions of themselves. They can focus, they can have clear brains, they can optimize their brain performance, they can decrease their anxiety, they can get on purpose in their lives, live the life that they want, and it has this massive ripple effect. And you know that. The ripple effect of the bad version of yourself, the less than optimal, or the better version, it affects everybody in your world, which then affects everybody in those people's worlds. It is a massive ripple effect. So that's how I stand here. It landed in my lap. And I became trained. I've trained under leading world professionals in porn and sex addiction. I don't take things lightly when I'm stressed out. When I'm stressed, I go hardcore on figuring it out. So I trained, I became certified as a sex addiction coach. I coached under the leading professionals. And then I made a YouTube video. It's 2 minutes and 49 seconds. It says nothing. It says nothing of real super value, but what is felt in it is my passion for helping people, my emotion. It's called How to Heal Your Brain from Pornography. And I put it on YouTube. And I always had a YouTube channel for a long time before that. I had a YouTube channel where I talk about brain performance and ADHD and anxiety. I put a video out on a new YouTube channel. And it was just me in front of the camera kind of like saying, you have to leave porn behind to be the best version of yourself. A couple months later, I get an email. Your video has been viewed 100,000 times. I'm like, what video? This is insane. I go to that channel, I'm looking through. No videos have been viewed. What is this? And then I'm like, oh my gosh, it's the video on how to heal your brain from porn. So, the best missions in life, even though they involve pain, they come to you, and then it's your decision. Like, what do I do with this? And I had to sit with that. I had this loungy area in my office. I sat there and I'm like, porn addiction. Nobody knew I put the video out. I didn't tell anybody about the videos for 6 months. I started making them consistently. I kept sitting in those lounge chairs like, is this it? This is what I'm going to do? And I told my husband, I'm doing something, not sure you're going to like it. Would you like me to tell you? He's like, no, because I'll probably shut you down. He's an 8. He's like, you'll find out about that in a few. He's like, I will probably shut you down, so don't tell me. So then the YouTube channel was gaining traction. And on New Year's Day, I said, I have to tell you. This was last year, a couple years ago. Like, I have to tell you because I can't go one more day without you knowing. So I told him, and he's like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, I'm here for it. And it's taking off. So the cool thing is today's Saturday, just Thursday, I received in the mail the YouTube Creator Award for having over 100,000 subscribers. Yes, I'm a not so famous YouTuber, right? My kids are all psyched. And so it is lit, and my channel gets over 1 million views a month. Wow. So, and that's, obviously I'm so glad to be able to bring the content to people who need it, but more so, it's the testament to how much this message is needed in the world. So I'm so psyched to be able to have the courage to show up for it and really feel like I've had the training for my whole life. So it's a miracle, it really is. And I'm so glad to be here to be able to kind of move you through the cliff notes. They don't call them cliff notes anymore. What do they call them now? Spark notes. The Spark Notes version of the process that's very scientific in nature. It's all proven by science, but at the same time, it is a transformational journey. So thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here. There's slides that go along with it. I can just talk, but okay. So what we're going to talk about is how to heal your brain. And I always use the term authentic life. And if you don't mind flipping the slides to the next one. And these are just bullet points to keep me organized, even though I probably could do it off the top of my head. What we are talking about is a transformational journey. And I know that sounds big and possibly scary, but that is the journey of life. I think that's what we're all here to do. And if we can be brave enough to be able to take the journey, we can go so far and help all the people we know to go that far. But the reason I'm here is there's tools and there's strategies and there's knowledge and there's techniques that can help you move through that journey much faster. And what the journey is, to go kind of towards that self-actualization piece before we get into the brain stuff, is it is a journey from your ego orientation to your true self. That's what authentic living is. And the reason I started here is because most people don't even know that that's what the journey is. Most people don't even understand that they're stuck in their false self. And the fact that they're not living authentically is actually the driving force behind everything we're going to talk about today. And there's reasons that happened, and we're going to break that down. But first and foremost, I want you to know and to understand that we have to move out of ego orientation into your true self. And if you can do that, all the pieces will fall into place for you. They're like pieces of the puzzle. And that's why I love this. The problem is not the problem at all. It is not the problem at all. The problem before you is a symptom of being stuck to some percentage, if not 100%, at least 50% stuck in your ego. Your ego is a mask. It's become a persona that you put on. It actually has two sides. It has the strong side that you go out into the world and you're the person who's got it together and you put as many pictures on Facebook and it's that version. And then when you get home, you flip that mask over and you do what you need to do to self-soothe the fact that you've been wearing the other side of the mask all day long. And it's exhausting. And it's not helping anybody to thrive. It's survival mode. And what the ego what the driving force of the ego is fear. And there's reasons we have that fear. We're going to break that down. And it's reactive. It's a defense mechanism. And the reason I say that it's survival mode is when we were young, especially if you have trauma or dysfunction, which dysfunction, we all have dysfunction. It's just a matter of flavor and magnitude, right? It really is. Flavor and magnitude. But trauma mixes that pot even more. And it creates the stronger need to be in the ego to survive because there's more fear. And so it's adaptive when we're young, but it becomes maladaptive as we grow older. It becomes a thing we keep doing because we feel like we need to survive. But if you stay stuck in survival mode, you can't get into thrive mode. And it goes back to your brain, which we're going to break down. But I want you to understand, have to come out of ego. And if you've been on this journey for any amount of time, you've probably felt it. You've probably felt like, oh, I'm so stuck in my ego here. I'm afraid, I'm scared, I'm reacting. And then there might be glimpses of, you feel like your true self, like you know what you want to do. You want to go write poetry for the whole rest of your life. But then you're like, I can't write poetry. Oh, I've got to go back and, watch pornography or have a drink or whatever acting out behavior. And then there might be another glimpse of your true self. And if you can have the courage to be your true self, then you can move through this journey. And we're going to dig in a lot to that. But so the ego also feels like it lacks. So when you lack, you have to take because you don't have. So when you're in your ego, you're in take mode, and that can just be pleasure. And you feel like you have to take pleasure to offset the pain and the fear. So you're looking, this world, we know this. I interviewed Dr. Anna Lemke, who wrote Dopamine Nation. If anybody read that book, really great book. I really recommend it if you haven't read it. She's a psychiatrist, and she breaks down Dopamine Nation, where we're at with our phones. Even when you scroll your phone, or if it pings and you grab it, that's a dopamine hit, which we will talk about a lot today. And we're stuck in this constant pleasure-seeking mode. That's why she calls us a dopamine nation. And that pleasure-seeking is to offset the pain. When there is no more pain, there's nothing to offset. And that's the beautiful thing of this journey. So what is your true self? Your true self is on purpose. So the cool thing about pornography addiction, for me at least, and cool might be the wrong way to characterize it, but the cool thing about it is that I never felt at home. And I told you, I could tell my story all day, and we'd be here for, we all have stories, be here for 2 weeks. But I never felt at home. We moved like 5 times with all those babies. And, I moved. I'm like, I had this constant feeling in me that I needed to move to a new house. And it wasn't explainable until I figured it out. And even in my jobs, I had great jobs. I was a college professor. I was tenured. I got promoted early, which they don't allow, but I'm a driver, so I made them do that. So I was making a lot of money, and I was about to get a huge raise, but I didn't feel good there. Like, this is wild. I should feel great about this. Everybody's like, you're nuts. I'm like, I know it might be, but I left. I quit before I received that. I moved to Chapel Hill, and I started my practice. And even my practice, it was thriving and jamming, and every day I'd say to my husband, he's like, we have a full waiting room. That should feel good to you. I'm like, that terrifies me. And as an 8, that made him feel great. 8s are challengers. That made him feel great. Like, I love to present. I love to teach. A full, where I don't have to talk to everybody individually. No, I can talk to them. But, this is where I thrive. And so I transitioned myself out of there. So when the porn thing landed in my lap, I'm like, this is pretty wild because I feel at home. The need to change houses left. Isn't that wild? I've never lived in a house longer.
Wow.
We've lived in our house for just about 9 years, which is, before that, we lived in a house for 3 years was the longest we'd stay. And I'd be moving the second we got there. So it's wild how you don't even know, but when you're on the journey, once you get partially there, you're on it. So you also feel better about it. But purpose is what's at it. And when you have purpose, you can stay in love. Even when scary things come at you, and we were talking about this last night, scary things come at me all the time. With that many kids, it's daily, it's hourly. I'm surprised I didn't get a text from somebody that they need help with something big. And I own multiple businesses. I started a nonprofit to be able, I call it porn brain prevention, to be able to go upstream and help kids not start. So, there's always things coming at me, but they come at me and I just go, I got this. Where, in the past when I was in ego, I'd be like, what am I gonna do? This is so bad. I'm gonna die. I'm freaking out. And so, of course, there's glimpses of that because I'm only at probably 95% self. I call 100% self a unicorn. It is. Like, if you get all the way there, God bless you, and please let me know how you did it, because for most of us, you can get like 90%. And the journey is going from 0% self, all ego, to 20% self, 80 ego, 50-50. It gets real weird when it's 50-50. And if anybody's been in recovery and you're like, I feel empty, I don't even know what I got going on right now. That's when you're about to cross the threshold. Hang on. I'm gonna give you the tools, hang on. And then when you cross that threshold, you're 60% yourself, and you can get to 95% where you're still scared and weirded out sometimes, but most of the time you're anchored because you're on purpose and because you can stay in peace and because you've connected with people. This is a journey about connection, coming out of isolation. The ego isolates. Coming out of isolation into connection, staying connected with people, being vulnerable, building true intimacy with other people, which is absolutely terrifying if you've never done it. And that's what we're going to break down. The self is responsive. It doesn't react. It doesn't yell. It doesn't get mad. So if you've yelled or gotten mad lately, there's some ego in there. If you're going, I'm not in my ego, I'm totally in my true self. If you've gotten annoyed at anything lately, there's part ego, because ego doesn't get mad. That's why I say it's a unicorn, because of course, I have to breathe through things sometimes, but then I'm able to do that. It's responsive. It responds. It walks away and it's able to come back and go, I'm sorry, I'm sorry you feel that way, or let's tackle this thing together. And it's abundant. It gives. You can only give what you have. You can only give what you have. So if you're in ego, you have fear, you have anger, you have attack. You can only give what you have. So when you move into your purpose and into yourself, you are willing to give all of it. And that's the cool thing about YouTube for me, is that is it still terrifies me to make the videos, honestly. So every time I make a video and I put it out there, it's me giving everything I have. So when I learn a new thing or I hear a new concept, I'll put it towards porn addiction and try to give it to anybody who will hear it. And that is letting all of that flow through me, which keeps me in myself. Because old me liked to be smarter than everybody. Look at all the stuff I know, and nobody else knows it. That's an ego defense mechanism of fives. But so when I go, I know all this stuff, but I want everybody else to know it, it keeps me in my true self. Do you mind flipping the slide? So I've already said it's a framework shift. So if you feel like you're surviving, it's because your brain is stuck in survival mode, which is leading you to behaviors. It's a feedback loop, which we will talk about, but your brain's stuck in survival mode for a reason, but maybe maladaptively an old reason. If it's a current reason, we're going to need to break that down and work on it. But you can't be in survive mode and thrive mode at the same time. They're opposites. So you have to come out of survival mode and do the work. And that's what recovery is. Recovery means recovering your true self. That's what recovery means. And that's why everybody in the whole world should be in recovery. Yes. Everyone. The people who aren't are missing out. And I think it was on World Recovery Day last year, I made a video saying, if you're not in recovery, you are missing out. And even for people who don't think they have a particular problem with a particular thing, there's groups for that too, There is.
Denial group.
Exactly. You go to the denial. Or you go to the ambiguous grief group, right? Go to one of those. Could you flip the slides, please? Okay, so what does this have to do with brains? I thought this lady was going to talk about brains. I am going to talk about brains. I'm going to show you some brain performance graphs also. But now the way that ego to self maps onto brains is that if you are stuck in your ego, your brain is stuck in a dysregulated neurological pattern. So what that means is it's using a less than optimal electrical energy pattern, which then changes the way that neurotransmitters cascade. We're going to break it down. But your brain is really stuck in a mode. So if it feels hard to come out of this, it's because it is hard. It's not like you're choosing to be there. Your brain is stuck in that mode for a reason. And we're going to talk about those reasons and break them down and move you from neurologically dysregulated, which we won't be able to do today in this room, by the way. We're going to get it started. I wish I could go, boom, everybody's neurologically regulated and in the optimal brain performance pattern, and we all leave by noon for a fabulous lunch. But what can happen is you can understand why your brain is stuck there, and then when you understand, you're also going to have the tools to day by day shift it. Shift that brain, keep shifting it in the right direction, and you'll shift to regulated, which is a healthier brain pattern. And again, if you want to become that unicorn, you can get as close as possible to the optimal brain performance pattern. And when that happens, you wake up every day feeling great, on purpose, rocking it out. But it is a journey, and journeys take time. And that's why programs are the biggest digital program. I offer digital programs, and then I have coaching that goes along with it. The largest one is 90 days. But honestly, and I don't want to discourage anybody. The 90 days is to get you rolling so that you want to stay in a recovery program. But you're not supposed to tell people that at the beginning of recovery. It's supposed to be like, yes, your problem will absolutely be fixed in 90 days. Join the program. But the reality is you will want to keep going after 90 days. And the way we talk about it is if you engage, you will evolve over those 90 days because of the journey I'm going to show you. If you stay engaged, you can't not evolve. And when you evolve, you become a new person. And you shift out of ego, and you're at that 50-50 ego self, hopefully at least by the 90 days, and then you keep going because you want to. But what you need is commitment, and we can break commitment down because I'm sure some of you out there have been fake 100% committed before. That fake 100%, that 99.9, that's a dangerous place to be because it will keep you stuck here forever. So part of the 90 days is to get you 100% committed, to tell somebody what you're struggling with, connect with other people, own what you have going on so you can start to put it behind you. The ego breeds in isolation. We already said that. So part of the journey is getting connected and getting 100% committed. No more lying to yourself. And we know this if you struggle with an addiction, and I don't even love the word addiction, but it'll end up coming out because it's easy. It's easier than to politically correct, right? Sometimes it's like exhausting having to find the 4-word statement that means addicted. But it's dependency, it's compulsion, it's the need to go back to a habit. If you struggle with that, that 100% commitment is necessary to be able to get out from underneath it. And you might lie to other people about that because you're lying to yourself. So your ego is lying to your true self. I characterize it as the hijacker. And it's a characterization that works for a lot of people. Because the way that I talk about it is you're in your car and you're driving down the street and, slowly this hijacker comes in and boots you out of the driver's seat of your own life and puts you into the passenger seat. And before you know it, he's driving the car and he's on the off ramp taking you not where you planned on going. And your true self is your young self, your little self. Little Trish. When I was young, my dad called me Little Wish. He hasn't called me that in a while, but he's 81. And honestly, part of my journey, I didn't tell my parents I was doing this till very recently. And my dad goes, mainly I didn't think he could handle it. And when I talked to my parents, I told my dad, I'm not doing it. I'm like, I'm not telling you this whole story and then telling mom the whole thing. You're going to have to tell her. Because that's the thing. Every time I talk to him, I talk to my dad for a half hour and then it's the exact same thing to my mom. So I said, hey, Dad, I just wanted to let you know that, this is my new work, yada, yada, yada. And he goes, okay, I'm going to go now and tell your mother you're a pornography star. I'm like, go do that, Dad. And then 5 minutes later, FaceTime comes up. I'm like, I just told you I'm not having, I did pull up the FaceTime. I'm like, Mom, I've got to go talk to Dad about it. But it's just so funny, right? So funny, so funny. But that's part of my journey. I didn't know if my parents could handle it, and my siblings. I come from a family of 6 kids, 3 boys, 3 girls. No shock there, right? Multi-generational transmission of junk, because I have 3 boys, 3 girls.
Wow.
Now check this out. My husband comes from a family of 3 boys, 3 girls.
Wow.
When I figured out that that is literally generational dysfunction, which I found that out like 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, it's like mind blown. I was sitting there like, I'm recreating my family's dysfunction. When I found that out, that I always say that where the problem is, the solution is. I'm like, I have put myself in a life where I am so overextended. I will only be tired and exhausted caring for other people my whole life, and I won't realize my dreams, which I actually was already on the road. But my mom has animosity because not that she would admit that, but she never got on purpose and became her real self because she was caring for all of us. So I doubled down on making sure the kids were loved, but also that I was on purpose all the time and keeping that balance. But that's pretty wild, right? It's like we're going to talk about multi-generational transmission too. So back to the journey. The journey, you have to commit. So I'm going to ask you action steps along the way. So think about, as we keep talking, one thing for you to think about is how committed are you to becoming your true self? Once I help you dig in and try to figure out who he or she is, where's your commitment at? And commitment, the way that you can know is, and I'll keep coming back to kind of pornography addiction to make the points, but you can do it with any self-soothing habit that you have. And the range of self-soothing habits is so wide, and I know if in being in this position that I'm in, I hear a lot of stories from a lot of people. And so there's nothing like, if you think the thing you do to self-soothe is strange or so out there, there really is no such thing that's so strange and so out there, because you learned to use that acting out behavior when you were young or when you were growing up. It was the thing that made you feel better because of the fear. So how committed are you to leaving that behind? Because if you keep using it, you will keep staying in ego. That's the negative feedback loop. It keeps feeding itself. So you have to leave the behavior behind to have your brain shift for you to be able to move through it. And so the first thing to think about is, what's your commitment level? If you have any doors open, and what I mean by that is, if you consume pornography and you have images on your computer that you haven't gotten rid of because they're near and dear to your heart, that's a back door. You need to close that back door, lock it, and strap yourself in for the journey, because those open doors lead you back. They're slippery slopes. And that means you're 99.9% committed. You're fake 100% committed. And when you admit to yourself, I thought I was 100% committed, but that's fake commitment because I've got back doors open. That you can start working on that right there. But you also have to extend yourself grace. This is a journey. So even if we just say 90 days, within 90 days, there's going to be ups and downs and backs and forths, and that's part of it. So when you extend yourself grace, but you learn from it, it's eagerness to learn and grow. That's where growth comes from. And it hurts. Growing pains. My husband and I say it all the time. We're like, here we grow again, because we've got something to deal with. Here I grow again. And then if sometimes it involves the ambiguous grieving process of going from denial to acceptance, but going, you know what? This is where I'm at right now. I'm dealing with this thing and I'm in it. I'm 100% committed to it so I can grow and come out the other end and extend grace to myself. So what you need for today, and I put some reading resources up there that I like to tell people about because they're good, is commitment. By the end of the day, try to figure out what you think your true purpose is, and you might not be able to. If you've been stuck hardcore in your ego for a really long time, and I work people through a grieving process when I work with them, because once they figure out who they're not, they don't know who they are. If you've been that version for so long, and there's strategies we can use, but that's okay too. Like just knowing who you're not is the beginning to knowing who you want to be and what you're going to create. And having confidence along the way. I know it's such a scary journey, and I know it's, unpleasant for at least the first 50%, probably 60 or 70. but staying in it. One of the books is Start With Why by Simon Sinek. Really good book. He has a TED Talk that's online if you want to watch the TED Talk. Discipline and willpower. Willpower will not get you across the journey, but at the same time, you do have to exercise it. So if you're white knuckling anything, you need to use the tools and strategies that are, at least some of them, and hopefully all of them that I'm going to present here today. And resilience and determination. And I tell people all the time, and I type it on the comments on YouTube, you are stronger than you know. You're stronger than you know. And especially as you come out of ego, you should feel that strength growing over this journey. You feel weak because you're in fear and you're being stuck. But minute by minute, you can feel the strength growing. And I like people to know, as we heal your brain changes over this journey. I'm going to show you how it changes. It will change. And as your brain changes, your body changes, your mind changes, and you become a new person. You become the one you want to be. So you don't have to default. So like if you are used to defaulting to and acting out behavior, you can stop yourself and say, I don't have to do that because I've been doing all this work. I'm a new version. And it might be a little tricky, and that's where the willpower comes in. But as your brain changes, it's less difficult. So when you can feel where you're at in your energy, it's less difficult. And you can do it, you can succeed. And that's what we're talking about. So for today, we're going to talk about an outline for the blueprint, and we're going to break down the blueprint in the afternoon if you want to, and personalize some of it. And we're going to move through some tools and strategies and the proper support getting connected. Okay, do you mind flipping the slides? Okay, so we're going to time travel. Hopefully everybody's ready to time travel here. We are going to take you into the past. And when it comes, yeah, exactly. I see the faces. No, I am not going back there. And people ask me this all the time. Do I have to go back to the past? Yes. You do. You do. I'm sorry to tell you. And what I was going to say is you only have to go back there for as long as you need to stay there to resolve it. Because what we're talking about here is resolution of the past, to process it, integrate it, and let it leave your brain and your nervous system. And you'll know when you've done it because, again, your self-awareness is increasing, you're coming out of ego, you're moving towards your true self. When you let this dissipate, and it's painful, it involves the grieving process. Because people are like, I do not want to have to go back there. You have to let it move through to move out, to be free from it. And then you can move on. So we're only going to go back there as long as we need to, because we have to unlock the brain pattern that you're stuck in. I call it neurorigidity. It's the opposite of neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity is what allows your brain to change. We have to tap into it. We have to use the massive power of your brain for this journey. But if you are stuck in a neurorigid pattern, trauma is the number one thing that does it. You will not be able to create the neuroplasticity for change. So we're going to dip into the past. We are also going to spend time in the present, looking at your routines, your habits, your patterns, your programming from the past, and making changes in the present so that we can then make goals that, now check this out, goals that serve your true self. So if you don't know who your true self is, how can you make goals that give you the feelings of peace and love that your true self wants so that you can stay on purpose and stay your true self? That's why this journey is a tricky one, and it's incremental. So as we move into the future and you set goals for yourself that really are for your true self, but you can set goals for your ego. And we'll have to likely learn how to do that a little bit, because when you set goals that are healthy for your ego, that helps your ego integrate towards your true self, you're still on the journey. But then you have goals for the future to keep you moving forward, and it takes a negative feedback loop and it makes a positive feedback loop that I'm going to share with you. Self-awareness is the number one thing. In a slide in here, we're going to talk about emotional intelligence. The 4 pillars of emotional intelligence, which is one of the biggest things you need to do on this journey, is to know what they are and start working on them. Number 1 is self-awareness. It's difficult to do when you're stuck down in ego, but we're going to try to create self-awareness today. And then action steps when I coach people, what I do is I try to increase their self-awareness, but then give them the action steps that they can't come up with themselves so that they can make the changes that they need. And then the goal is they can make their own action steps in the end. So we're gonna do a little bit of that. Okay, would you mind flipping the slide, please? Okay, so we are going to talk about brain functioning and how it falls out as your mind. So going back to the ego for a second, you've probably felt two minds in there, at least two, right? There's at least two of them in there for sure. And if you sometimes you get a bird's eye view on the two, and the bird's eye view is really yourself. So it is a tool. Your mind is a tool of your brain. That's why however your brain is performing, that's how the tool gets used. And the same thing for the body. So your mind is a mental tool and your body is your physical tool. And they are being driven by your brain performance, which is being driven at the core by yourself. So even when you're stuck in ego, it's because yourself is scared. So the ego is the mask. It's the defensive mechanism that you needed. So yourself, and it's your spirit, your soul, the innate thing that is you, that you did not create. You created the ego out of need. But the real you didn't create. That's the gifts and the purpose, the thing that only you are here to do. And so we're going to peel these layers down and get to that. Would you mind flipping the slide, please? Okay, so here's what we're going to talk about. We are going to talk about brain speeds. Our brains work at 5 speeds. It's actually much easier than you would think, in the way that I'm breaking it down. So hopefully you'll understand it. There's a slide I'm going to show you. Depending upon the way your brain is using these 5 speeds, that changes the neurotransmitter cascade. I'm going to talk about that. States and emotional correlates. So your brain's working in one way, which gives you the neurotransmitter release. We're going to talk about dopamine a lot. Pleasure-seeking neurotransmitter. It's always looking for more pleasure. Serotonin's for happiness and joy that we don't tap into enough. And oxytocin is for connection. That gives us different states. Then we're going to talk about neurological regulation, how to keep your brain in that mode so that you can self-regulate and make the choices that you want. And the goal is to keep you out of anxiety and overwhelm. So if you're out of anxiety and overwhelm, there's no need to self-soothe and to keep you in joy and peace. Okay, would you mind flipping the slides? Okay, here we go. No words in a picture. This is better, right? Okay, so I call this the green zone. This is what an optimal brain performance pattern looks like on EEG. EEG is what I use. It's called electroencephalogram. So if you've never had any experience with that, most people have had experience with an EKG, an electrocardiogram. I had to have one for my, talk about multi-generational transmission of stuff. I had to have an EKG a couple years ago for my life insurance policy. And of course mine was great, because I'm healthy, thankfully. And they gave me low marks because of my mother's health. So low marks means higher insurance premium. Like, what are you talking about? So I would not accept that. I went to the insurance guy. I'm like, this is not acceptable because I do not live my life the way my mom smoked, and she doesn't anymore. She doesn't exercise at all. She doesn't eat very healthy. I'm like, I'm not my mother. And I was able to get it so that they brought my insurance premium down, thankfully. Yeah. Right? It's not acceptable. But, and so a reason I share that is because I've taken the EEG for both of my parents. So I know how my parents' brains are running. All other 5 of my siblings are exactly like my parents. And they are part of my journey was making really tough decisions for myself because I was doing it. I was going towards it. I'm number 5 of 6. So my 4 older brothers and sisters started creating the exact same life as my parents. And so did I. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm on this road. And I had to make really hard decisions in my life. And I'm the black sheep. Shock me, right? So when I made those decisions, I learned to live a new life. But my parents' brains are like the brains I'm going to show you on the next slide. My brain is very close to this. And brains don't fall far from the tree. And this is a good example. So look at this. High beta. I'm going to break these speeds down for you right now. but you can conceptualize it. Green zone means you can stay in peace. And Thomas Edison has a really cool quote where his laboratory was on fire, and I forget how much money it was at the time. All of his inventions, Thomas Edison invented the light bulb and many, many, many other things. His whole lab was on fire and it was burning to the ground. And he told his son to go get his mother because she'll never see a fire like this ever again. And it's billions of dollars in today's. And then he just started the next day. I'm sure there was grief and loss, but he didn't lose himself there, like worrying about his lab. He could stay in peace and get back on purpose, inventing things that the world needed. And that's a really cool place to be. That's the green zone. Stuff comes at you and you're like, yeah, this is hard, but I can do this. You know, I'm not gonna fall apart. So let me tell you about the 5 speeds and then I'll show you what they do. So the first speed here on the end is called delta. Delta is extra slow speed. It's 1 to 3 hertz, cycles per second. And when I used to teach this, I'd have people do the wave. It didn't go over very well. It might go over in this crowd, but we will. What I've learned to do, because I'd be like, let's do the wave. And there'd be like 2 people in a huge crowd. I'm like, okay, I won't do that anymore. But what I've had people do since then is to think about delta. Delta is 1 to 3 hertz. So you can do it with your finger, right? For sensory motor learning. 1 to 3 hertz is very slow. Delta is what keeps you asleep. So you can feel how slow that is. So when you're asleep and you're knocked out, 1 to 3 hertz, that's delta. Theta is 5 to 7 hertz. It's a little faster. That's the speed of your brain when you feel groggy and you feel like you're falling asleep. So at nighttime, it should kick in the evening when you're winding down and it's time to go to bed. In the day, theta should not be used because if it's used, you feel tired, you feel overwhelmed, you feel fatigued, your brain feels like it's running at half mass. Alpha is one of the medium speeds. Alpha is around 10 hertz. That's when you feel really calm. So a way that I talk about it is, if you are asleep and you're knocked out in delta and you wake up and you're still feeling groggy, that's theta. And then theta starts coming down and your brain starts making more alpha, so you feel calm. And it's like, you're having coffee. Hopefully you're not thinking yet. Hopefully you're not stressing yet. And you're just chilling. And you're in 10 hertz, alpha, that's calm. The next one's called low beta. I call that focus. So it's around 12 to 15 hertz, a little bit faster. And that's when you're calm and focused. You're doing your work and you feel good. You're in the zone. It's flow state. If anybody knows, one of my favorite scientists, Csikszentmihalyi, he studied flow state. And flow state is you're in the zone, that medium speed of calm focus. And when you're in calm focus, there's another speed called gamma, which usually I don't even talk about, but I was talking about the other day with someone. Gamma is a non-starter for most people. But gamma is the speed that when you're really chill, you get that epiphany thought. Gamma is super fast, but it comes and goes. So when you're in the zone, you're in flow state. That's why peak performers have those experiences when they can do their best ever because they're in the zone. And then gamma engages itself and it gives you that epiphany thought. That's why if you're in the shower and you're in alpha and low beta and you're just chilling and then you get this great thought.
No wonder.
That's why. More showers. If you're feeling stressed out, more showers because that'll help you. And then you'll have that epiphany thought. Even though if you're in the shower and you feel your mind racing and serving you up a whole bunch of thoughts that are self-sabotaging and aren't helping you, that would be high beta. That's our next speed. It is extra fast speed. And it can go anywhere from 20 to just off the charts fast. It can go 50, 60, 70, 80. High beta is very fast speed. So it's anywhere from like this to like this. So if you felt that panic attack or you feel like you need to take the edge off, like nobody could ever understand, high beta is doing that to you. Extra, extra, extra fast. And it needs to be soothed. So if your brain is stuck making tons of high beta and you're caught in a loop of a behavior that takes that edge off, the solution isn't stopping the behavior. The solution is decreasing high beta. And you have to figure out how. And I'm going to help you do that. High beta is the driving force. So next time you feel an urge or a craving, you know that that is a call to decrease high beta. It has nothing to do with sex. It has nothing to do with alcohol. It has nothing to do with shopping or gambling or whatever else. It has everything to do with the uncomfortable feeling in your brain needing to bring it down. So then what happens is, when you're stuck in high beta, that's exhausting. High beta is so fast. That's like driving a car at 95 miles per hour. It's super long. What happens to the car? The engine gets trashed, you run out of gas, and at $4 a gallon, that's not a place you want to be, right? So what happens is theta increases. Remember theta, sleepy, fall asleep mode? Your brain is wired and it's tired. Tired is the theta. So now you feel bored. You feel lack of motivation. You're get up and go, got up and went. So you're feeling wired, but beat and unmotivated simultaneously. That is the brain mode that keeps you stuck in an addictive negative feedback loop. The solution right here, the solution is where the problem is. And this is truly where the problem is. And I call it the pendulum effect. So going back to the green zone's here in the middle, alpha and low beta. Or, you know, if they're all green, you're using your brain really well in the middle. Galileo discovered the pendulum effect. Forget when, I think it was 1602. But the pendulum effect means however far a pendulum swings out to one side, it must swing out to the other. So when you neurologically regulate your brain and you learn to keep it in the middle, it only swings like this. That's a beautiful thing. You get mad, you only get this mad. You get tired, you only get this tired and overwhelmed. But if you're stuck in this, your pendulum's going, woo, then it's going, woo. It's actually starting over here usually. So you're all strung out, you're stressed out, you're in ego, and you need to take the edge off. So when you do really anything that involves dopamine, I call it a dopamine deluge, the flood of dopamine into your system. So if you consume pornography or if you act out in any way, your brain gets this massive flood of dopamine. And you're exhausting it in the first place yourself, but especially when you give it the dopamine deluge increases theta. That's why you want the thing you want, because it's going to take the edge off. So then it swings you all the way over here. And it takes high beta down for a time, and we're going to talk about this more, but it's damaging your brain. We know from the science that when you flood your system with dopamine, it's knocking out the frontal lobe, which means it's increasing theta. You're walking around with sleepy brain all day long. That's why people get brain fog and they can't think and they're unmotivated. But what the problem is, I call this an AB effect, and I know I have a slide on it, so I probably shouldn't, but tell you it right now. But the AB effect is when you give yourself the dopamine deluge, that's good for the time that you're in it. But then it ends, and you're back into theta. And then what happens is it actually spikes high beta again. And the cycle continues, and that's the negative feedback loop. Would you mind flipping the slide, please? So think of that pendulum too. Next time you're feeling that way, I think the pendulum can really help you understand why you're feeling that way. Because if you're feeling like you need to take the edge off, your high beta is cranking. So the solution is where the problem is. There's healthy ways to bring high beta down, but your system's going to have to learn how to do it. And we're going to talk about that. Okay, so now we talked about neurological regulation, brain speeds, and what the brain is doing. There's the optimal mode, the green zone. There's the less than optimal mode of high beta and theta, which is the pendulum effect. So now moving on to the emotional correlates, or kind of how that makes you feel. We already told you, it makes you feel like you want to take the edge off and you're unmotivated because of theta. What that leads to is, for all of us, there's 3 ways that we can use our brain across our day and our life to be able to create the states that we want and to be able to get our brain in the green zone and keep it there. And they're easy, I made these up, but they're easy to think about. So first is brain draining state. So clearly, if you watch a lot of porn, you're literally draining your brain. Brain draining. So brain draining it's fear. You're doing something out of fear to feel better about the fear. I call it miscreation because you think the thing that you're doing is helping you, But in fact, it's not at all. It's the thing that's keeping you stuck in ego. And remember, you're using your mind, because this is really a shift of your mind that's being driven by your brain. So your mind will trick you into miscreating. That's what the ego is. It'll tell you this is what you need right now. And really, it creates an unreality for you. And especially when it comes to porn, people go into porn for fantasy. And that's a really easy way to think. My reality is a hard one. I'm going to go into an unreality. And it always involves a level of dissociation. So does drinking, so does gambling, so does anything, shopping, it's just unreality bringing you there, and it takes you off your purpose. But so what are some self-sabotaging, brain draining activities? Clearly consuming pornography, drinking, anything to excess, drugs, worry. Worry is like the biggest brain draining activity that we all do. I try not to worry. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but I truly try not to worry. And if I feel worry on me, I sit with that worry and I will write about it in my journal. I'll talk to anybody who listen to me about it to try to externalize that so that the worry goes away. Because worry, I don't know if anybody knows this song by Baz Luhrmann. It's something about sunscreen. It might just be called Sunscreen. It's an old, Baz Luhrmann's a director, a very cool song. Totally circa 2000, but it might even be before that. It might even be circa 1991 or something, but very cool song. But in the song, he says that, while you're busy worrying, the real worries of life come at you on a Tuesday afternoon, the stuff you never saw coming, because we worry about things that aren't real from the unreality. And then the real big things, you can't even see those things coming. Stress, conflict. I try not to have conflict in my life. There are people out in the world who have conflict with me right now, just so you know. It's not that there's no conflict in my world. I try not to have conflict with people. If people choose to have conflict with me, that is their journey. And I can't change other people's, onus of control. A thing you also, I would encourage you to wrap your mind around is you can only control what you can control, which is you. And so then when people are upset with me, I'll look inside and go, okay, what am I doing to upset them? And I will try to have a learning growth mindset. But at the same time, I won't worry about it and allow myself to be stressed out about it, procrastinating, sacrificing, taking. Taking doesn't feel good. If you take and don't give, these are all brain draining activities. Shaming, blaming. Blame's a good one to anchor in on. If you blame anybody else for anything that's going on with you, nobody can do anything to you. You're literally untouchable. You just don't know. And because egos don't know it. Selves know it. And so that's why I encourage people to think about becoming so vulnerable that you're an open book. Because when you're vulnerable like that, and there's nothing to hide and there's nothing that fears you and there is no shame inside of you, then you're literally invulnerable. And when you're invulnerable, nothing can hurt you because you know you're on purpose. So even if your journey is upsetting somebody else, that's their journey that's being upset by it. So blaming, justifying, objectification, fantasizing. If you need to go to fantasy, it means your reality's off, right? If you need to go there a lot of the people that I work with, they stop watching porn pretty quickly. Masturbating is difficult. That's even harder for them to get away from. And again, that's a physical mind-body connection. The brain's really dependent upon it. Then when they get a handle on that, fantasizing becomes really difficult. And fantasizing fires up those old neural pathways and it'll bring you back towards that slippery slope. So it is a brain draining activity. Isolating, escapism. Okay, so let's talk about brain boosting. Brain boosting is love. Like those are the activities that make you feel love, that make you give love, that make you feel connected. You're doing the things that you love. So the opposite of fear isn't hate, it's love, right? Love and hate aren't the opposite. Hate's charged. Where love is when you're on purpose. So what are those? It's when you're doing the thing that you love to do and you're creating, you're not miscreating. So if you want to do art and you haven't done art in 15 years, I ask people this all the time. What's your favorite hobby? They'll go, I love to play pool. I love to shoot darts. I love to play my guitar. I I play violin. I train for marathons. When's the last time you did it? 15 years ago. Like, that's not a recipe for success. You have to do the things that you love. And a lot of times we don't because of other people's brain draining stuff. And that's why I had fear of calling my dad, because I didn't know how he'd be able to handle the porn thing. Honestly, and that's my own fear. And I'm like, it literally doesn't matter. And this isn't the first time, because I've been pushing the envelope my entire life. That's how I started the conversation. Dad, you know how I pushed the envelope in my entire life? He's like, yes. Now what? I can hear it in his voice. Now what? Well, that's the porn thing going on. So, love-based activities are creating, sharing, collaborating, giving, laughing. Like, I literally make a point. I laugh all the time. And it's funny because people even say to me, my friend, I was coming around, we went to Charleston. It was my husband and my husband's 20th anniversary, which was really fun a few weeks ago. It was a well-earned anniversary, if you know what I mean. Well-earned. So it was really cute. My husband planned a wedding renewal ceremony with a harpist. And this is part of it. We had a harpist at our first wedding. It was on the roof of this hotel in Charleston. But this is part of his journey too. He never plans anything. So he did. Isn't that a beautiful thing? You should see him. He was so anxious, but he also was feeling so good. And he actually said something the other day. He's like, I haven't planned anything in a really long time. I'm like, yeah, I noticed. And so he's been planning more stuff, probably because, which is real, because it went over so well. So, and that's giving. When you plan something for somebody else, right? And we know this from neuroscience. We know when you do something for somebody else, you get a dopamine hit. And there's a giver's high. And even if you're around somebody else, when they're experiencing that, everybody wins. So, about giving, it is brain boosting, moving your body. We have never been so sedentary in history. And sitting is, just sitting still all the time is, there's a saying, sitting's the new smoking. Wow. And so our bodies are made of electromagnetic energy that comes from our brain. Energy isn't meant to sit still all day long. And so getting out for even just a walk in nature, here's a tip, a really good one. Nature resonates at 9.83 hertz, almost 10 hertz. Schumann's resonance is called. That's what grounding is. So when you go into nature, what does it do to your brain? Brings it back into the green zone. So if you remember nothing else from this entire discussion, is to take breaks and get out in nature, because it literally brings your brain back to the middle. And the times when you're feeling extra squirrely, extra high beta, those are the times you run outside into nature so that your brain gets it.
Yes.
Bring it back down.
All right.
Connecting healthy sex with a partner. We can break that down this afternoon if we want to. And then brain neutral activity, sleep, naps, doing nothing. How many of you do nothing?
Yeah. It's hard.
And it's really nothing. You cannot have your phone. No phone.
Yeah.
No phone. You just sit there and you do beautiful. You sit there and you do nothing. If you want to give your brain a gift, do nothing for 5 minutes a day. And when the first time you do nothing for 5 minutes, feel how painful it is.
Yeah.
And keep coming back for more of it, because before you know it, it won't be painful. It'll be your favorite thing to do. And if you do nothing in the morning, it's a really good start. If you do nothing as breaks, it's great. Doodling.
Yes.
Right? Just doodling, just making lines. It's really fun. And those are brain recovery activities. So you can't be in brain boosting mode all the time. You can't go. We were not designed to do that. If you are in brain boosting mode, even the healthy fun things that you like to do, you'll tip into high beta. So you have to create this circadian rhythm, the flow of how you use your brain based on you, not on what your mother thinks you should do, not what your partner thinks you should do. And it's really cool. This has been a really cool growth for my husband and I too in our journey, where, we're different people. So he needs different things than I need. And we're learning to ask for them and make them happen for ourselves. So my parents were really codependent. They still are, and they're not very in a good place at 80 because of that massive codependency where they can't. You know, the one way I realized I was codependent. This is so silly. This is true. Like every night we watch TV that neither of us like. If any of you knew that, you might want to explore codependency. Seriously. We sit down and we're both watching, and I know he doesn't want to watch it. And I'm thinking, I don't want to watch this either. And sometimes, you know, sometimes we will watch more shared TV together. I don't really watch a lot of TV, but that was like our habit. We'd sit down and be like, so now, like, you know, he'll watch what he wants or he'll do what he wants, and then I'll watch something. And of course, there's still times, but we've broken that habit of every single night sitting next to each other, doing things neither of us want to. And it's a weird feeling because we still have to stop ourselves. That's the weird thing about your patterning and your programming from the past and from the generations before. You have to go, this is weird. That's part of the ego to the self. Like, I don't know what to do. It feels so weird when I watch TV by myself. And the TV is a really strange thing for me because I never watched TV, but then I think I like prided myself too much on not watching TV because I was too cerebral for TV. But that's like not letting me relax. Then I realized that's a self-sabotaging behavior. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm like, I can watch TV. Everybody else is doing it. They're doing it like all day, every day. I can watch a half-hour TV. Right? So that is brain recovery. So when I watch a half-hour show about nothing, my brain comes down and it's brain recovery. But figuring out, so this will be a takeaway for this slide, figuring out the rhythm and the schedule of brain boosting and brain recovery for yourself and minimizing the brain draining. And brain draining, like even if you go on YouTube or if you watch TV, if you do that too long, it's brain draining. So you have to watch those recovery activities can really become brain draining when they're being done too much. But brain boosting and brain neutral, when you do those activities and you're in yourself, you don't get exhausted. Because, you know, I know you're thinking, I need some brain draining activities. I'm exhausted. Right? I just need to do something to chill out. But remember, you're exhausted from the high beta and the theta. And as you create this routine in this life, you no longer are exhausted, especially as you give your brain the break and it's in the green zone. The green zone doesn't get exhausted unless you tip yourself again. And so this is really important to know because I think half of the battle of creating the life that you want is knowing what it is and scheduling it so that it actually happens. And that's what this circadian rhythm is, giving yourself enough downtime to stay in thrive mode and not go back into survival mode. If you grind, you'll just end up in survive mode again because you can't grind all the time. You can grind for a time, but then you need a break. And I work with people, when I coach people, I help them figure out what that rhythm is. And then when they figure out that rhythm, they stay in flow. That's the best part. That's the coolest part. Could you shift the slide? You can just let me know when you want to take a break or want me to stop talking at you all. Okay, so what I wanted to share here is up at the top, this is the brain pattern of ADHD. So if you truly have ADHD, that is a neurodevelopmental disorder. It means you were born with it. But a lot of what we have going on in terms of this journey from ego to self, that will give you a brain pattern because you look at it, it's theta. This is theta in the frontal lobe. It gives you the brain pattern that's the same as ADHD. So it will give you ADHD symptoms. I work with a ton of people who are being diagnosed with adult ADHD, which, by the way, is not a thing. Yes. That is not a thing. It's not a thing. It's really not. So when people tell me I just got diagnosed with adult ADHD, think I'm going to go on medication, I say to them, that is not a thing. It's a neurodevelopmental disorder, which you can't develop it at 40. You would have had it 0 to 39. But you can definitely have the brain pattern of it if you're stuck in this negative feedback loop. And so here, there's a brain pattern of depression. It's all blue. Depression knocks the system low. Low power. Trauma knocks the system low also. So if you just feel like you can't get out of bed at all, you are so dragging, your theta is high and your power is low. And we need to juice up the system and get that theta down so you feel better. Anxieties in the frontal lobe, migraines, pain, physical pain comes from these patterns. But I have those up there to show you the emotional correlates that are correlated to those ugly dysregulated patterns. When we raise our brain's energy and we're in the green zone, this is from a book by Dr. David Hawkins, Power versus Force. It's a challenging read, I will tell you, but the lowest, and he is an MD PhD, and he studied the electromagnetic fields, the resonance that comes off of our brains and bodies and how they're correlated to the emotions that go along with them. The lowest emotion, no shock there, shame. And the journey from ego to self is ridding yourself of shame, because all of this is built on a shame cycle. So finding your shame and resolving it and letting it flow and getting rid of that neurorigidity and creating neuroplasticity is part of it. It resonates at 20, the very lowest energy. So we are electromagnetic. So magnets attract, right? Like attracts like. So if you are stuck in a negative feedback loop, it's because your brain is in that mode. It's giving you these emotional correlates, and you're accidentally or inadvertently attracting lots of negative stuff to you. And so, and it's manifesting, I will do in quotes, because I want people to know all the foo-foo energy stuff is actually neurological energy. Like chakras. Chakras are just, there's nerve bundles in all those areas down your body. So chakras are actual nerve centers in your body and your brain. So shame is at 20. So a really key motivator from going from fake committed to really committed is coming out of shame, and just get yourself to guilt. All we're doing is going 20 to 30. I'm not trying to take you 20 to 1,000 on step one, right? The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
Yes.
And the single step is, I'm doing something I don't want to, instead of I'm a bad person. Shame is I'm a bad person. Guilt is I do not want to do this because this no longer serves me. And this, I do not want to do this. You can feel guilty about it. Guilt's a very powerful motivator. When you go, I feel bad about that, but you don't identify with it. Shame is you identify and you go further into that dark, negative energy. Guilt is, I don't want to keep doing this, and I'm going to get 100% committed. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to tell people, I'm going to join a program. I'm going to do the things I need to do. I'm going to go exercise because that lady told me I have to move my body. I don't feel like exercising, but I'm going to go for a power walk. Then I'm not going to read them all, but I guess I'll just read them all real quick. Apathy, grief. That's why I said to you, the grieving process is part of this process. If you haven't cried, if you haven't screamed, if you're absorbing that, literally your brain and nervous system is absorbing all the junk from the past and the present, grieving is part of it. And grieving involves denial. It involves anger, and it needs to involve offloading it to come to acceptance. So when you do that, you move through grief. Fear's down there at 100. Desire, we think of desire actually as a positive emotion, but when you desire, that's lack. Desire is like, I want that new car because I don't feel good enough without it. And desire is like, if I had that new job, people would think I was great. So desire is actually still in the negative. Then anger, like I said, if you're angry, guaranteed you're still stuck in ego, because if you have any anger towards anything, you're down there. Pride, even pride, and I try not to say that I'm proud about things. I try to think of a different word for being proud. And because you can feel pride, you can feel glad, or it's actually joy. So I try to feel joy when things are going well instead of like proud of my accomplishment. I try to feel the joy of my accomplishment. Courage. Courage is still a negative energy. So at 250 is neutrality, but courage is the highest negative energy. It's like, I am scared, but I am going anyways. That's what courage is. You cannot have courage without fear. Courage is acting in the face of fear. And when you do it, guess what it does? It takes you over neutrality into willingness, into acceptance, into reason, logical. And something I'm going to give you later is just using logic, which is difficult to use when you're stuck in survival mode. Then you get to love. And love's at 500. And I try to just encourage people to get to love, because love is enough, right? Just get to love, because love at 500 is honestly enough. But if you can get to 540, it's joy. You're enjoying your whole life. You can get to a place. That's what flow is. That's what Csikszentmihalyi says. When you're really in flow state, and I try to do this, when you're brushing your teeth, you feel the joy. But you create a way. So like I always crank the tunes when I'm very music oriented, but I'll crank the tunes in the morning. I brought a speaker. I brought a carry-on and I have a speaker in it. That tells you anything about it. Right, I got my little JVC speaker so I can crank some tunes this morning, because it puts me in a joyful state as I get ready. And so when I get ready, I feel good. When I make breakfast for 1,000 kids, I feel good, because I also have tunes cranking there. But it's, so then I can find the joy. Actually, my husband said it to me. He's on his own journey right now, and he's cute. He's like, I try to stay present, but I'm not that good at it. I see you. You're present. I'm like, thank you, because I will stay present in my life. And even when it's tricky with everybody, I stay in joy. Peace is 600. I'm working on that still. There's times when the peace is definitely, like I told you, I got to breathe through it. And then, the unicorn, 700 to 1,000 is enlightenment. And do you have a thought?
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
Wait, one sec. Where's the mic?
Okay. That's great, because I think there's only like one more slide, and then I was going to pause for questions anyway, so to break this. So.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
So my question was, because you mentioned how courage is still negative, like it's still in negatives, right? I was thinking about the fact that like when you're raised as a man, you're told that courage is like one of the highest attributes you could have, right? So I was just thinking about how is it that you describe to a man to like, because it's almost scary to say like, hey, like let go of that. Because it's kind of part of the identity of man, right? It's like, oh, you must have courage. You must be the one facing that, So it's like, how do they transition into having those other things, like peace?
Yeah, I love it. And I love that question. It's a great question. And it's part of this journey, because if you don't have fear, you don't need courage. So I think vulnerability is which I know is completely loaded. There's tons of books on this, like, in terms of just gender identification and what makes men good men and women good women. Those are cultural standards that are put upon us from the Matrix. I refer to the Matrix a lot. So I'll always say to my husband, I'm in the Matrix right now. Like when I'm stuck in worldly things like that, I can be I can play the role in the Matrix. I prefer not to have to play that role, but I'm in the world is the Matrix. So when you shift and you don't have a lot of fear, you don't have to come into the world with courage. So I think of it more as invulnerability. So you feel strong because you feel invulnerable, but you don't have to muster up the courage to act because it's different. And I also think it goes back, I know it goes back to energy because of the thing, which we could be here for another week talking about it, but there's characterized, I use a lot of air quotes, sorry, but there's characterized male energy, which is that strong, get things done, mover and a shaker, courage. Then there's characterized female energy, which is nurturing and loving and caring. And it actually goes back to brain function, where there's lots of other parameters about brain performance that I haven't discussed here, obviously. One of them is called asymmetry. And asymmetry is the left side of your brain should run faster than the right side of your brain. And if it's happening perfectly in that green zone, you can tap into your creativity on the right side from the slower energy that's more creative, and you can implement it on the left side. So when your brain's perfectly imbalanced, you can do both of those. You can be nurturing and you can be action oriented and strong. Because historically speaking, I'm actually more left-brained. I know, you weren't expecting that, right? Where I'm let's get things done, man. Like, you know, I'm totally courage. Show up and, you know, that's why for my whole life I've been showing up, talking about stuff nobody else wants to. But then bringing myself down to this allows me to be nurturing about it, not forceful about it. And so that is the real strength. That's what makes you invulnerable, where you can stand in a space without fear, but be strong. Wow. Cool stuff, right? And it goes back, I know what you're thinking. You brought that back to your brain? Yes, I did. And it's true, because then when you optimize your brain, it's just a different world. And then you might not even understand it if you've never felt that way. That's why becoming your true self is like this, the biggest gift you could ever give yourself. Because the way you feel about everything changes because of all of this. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. Sure. Microphone. I would just mind flipping the slides just to see where I'm at. And okay, we can.
Just a quick question on the colors. So red is low like frequency.
Red is magnitude, so it means that there's a lot of it. So when there's red, it's like a lot of high beta.
And the blue is
low magnitude.
Green
is below green. So basically it goes dark blue, light blue, green, yellow, red. So when there's red on the brain maps, they're called brain maps, it means there's a lot of high beta, and it's mostly in the frontal lobe that we'll find. The frontal lobe, which then leads down, I have another slide to show in a little bit, leads to the reward center in your brain. So that's why the reward center also becomes desensitized when you go back to pornography or other supernormal stimuli. But red means a lot of it. So if you have a lot of theta, your brain's running too slow. If you have a lot of high beta, your brain's running too fast.
And so the numbers from 20 to 1,000?
They're different.
They're different.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
They are from a different book by David Hawkins, where what that is, it correlates to just the electromagnetic field that we're giving off, and they resonate at different frequencies. It's different, it's a different scale.
Thank you.
But, yeah, no problem. We probably need to get you the microphone if we're...
Normally when someone has depression, they're prescribed serotonin uptakers, right? To the brain. But is that more, is the state of depression, is it more neurochemical, or is it have to do with maybe trauma and you know, more or less, where's the difference there? Why?
It's both. So, because if you remember, electrical energy is connected to the way that neurotransmitters are released and fired off, which is associated with trauma. And I'm going to talk about that, how trauma freezes the brain in that mode, but it's connected to all of it. But the reality is that sometimes like serotonin reuptake inhibitors will work, but for the most part, people with depression who are on those medications don't get better. Mm-hmm. And what they do is it lowers power in the system even more. That's why you don't feel anything. You don't feel the bad stuff, but you don't feel the good stuff either. And so for a while, like when I was in the office, I would send people the PDRs, the physician's desk reference for each of the medications they were on, to show them like it's not regulating your brain. All it's doing is numbing you. It's just bringing the power down so you don't feel it. And depression is usually caused from being in a chronically anxious state for too long. Because if you're using high beta, and this analogy that I use, so you know how I told you, like if you're driving at 95 miles per hour, you're gonna fry out your system. So what happens is your system shifts into neutral. Depression's neutral, basically. And so you'll be in neutral mode. That's why if you actually come out of depression, you go back into chronically anxious mode, most people. So that's what bipolar is. All of the diagnoses that have to do with mental health, and they're all brain patterns. It's proven. I've looked at all of them. Channel 1 on YouTube, Dr. Trish, brain rewire. That channel has, it really does. That channel has all these videos I made a long time ago with PowerPoint slides showing the brain patterns behind all of these mental health challenges. They're actually proven to be brain challenges. which means all brain challenges can be regulated and optimized using yourself, this journey right here, and neurofeedback. Neurofeedback brings your brain back towards the green zone while you're doing this so you can be successful.
How do you view like Dr. Daniel?
Yeah, I love him. I'm certified through the Amen Clinic. And you know, his framework, he's a psychiatrist, but Dr. Daniel Amen, it's cool that when he was in the Army, he found biofeedback. So he became a very holistic psychiatrist. So what he does primarily is he'll do really awesome assessments and let people know where their brain is at. And then he uses a lot of supplements, which in our practice, my husband uses a lot of supplements to try to bring the brain naturally. Like medications do not solve the problem by changing the way that the brain works. Supplements, while you're doing the work, will bring your brain back online as you're doing the work. But the reality is, if you want to be well, you have to figure out what depression is about. So for depression in particular, one of my mentors, Dr. Richard Suter, his name is, and this has been, he's not the one who invented this, but he's the one who told me it, is that depression is worry about the past. Anxiety is worry about the future. So when people are depressed, it usually has to do with regret. A lot of times it's regret. And that's why I'm trying to live this one life of mine as free from regret as possible. And then of course I do regret things I've done in the past. And there's an exercise where you can think about the things that you regret that you've done. And I know this also sounds pragmatically optimistic, but I am an optimist, is that when you realize like all of those experiences that you've had, even the most terrible ones, and I know it's difficult to get to this place, and I know egos are going to be mad at me for this, but when you realize those negative experiences can be formative for you, some of the worst things that have happened to me because I've allowed myself to use them as growth, which is hard. The worst things that have happened to me is what leads me to be here today. So I would never be here without them. Never, ever, ever. I'd never be on purpose because I'm making lemonade out of lemons, but at the same time, they are formative. So then you don't regret them, but you have to come to peace and you have to resolve them and let them move out of your nervous system. Then you don't feel depressed. And so, you know, I know a lot of people who have been, still are diagnosed with depression. And, you know, if they can come out of that ego for long enough, they're like, it's because I regret not doing this thing for myself. That's why I'm trying to do the things that I'm called to do and that I feel like I want to do. And I'd rather regret doing something and making a fool out of myself instead of not doing that thing. And I try to encourage all my kids, I'm trying to get them on the path of what they want to do. And I'm not doing it perfectly, I will be the first to admit it. But I am trying desperately. What do you want to do? I'm gonna encourage you to do that. I try not to tell my kids what to do. I got accepted to medical school also because my parents really, you know, hold medical doctors in high esteem. And that's not my framework. Allopathic medicine's not my framework. I'm holistic. And I got 10 years ago. That's not, you know, I'm gonna be 49 in a couple of weeks. That's not 30 years ago. 10 years ago, I went back to school. I had to take all of these prerequisites to get into medical school. And I got in, and when I got the letter, my youngest daughter was 1. What nut job leaves all those kids to go to medical school, right? I didn't. I got the letter and I'm like, what am I doing? It was so freeing.
Wow.
Like, this is madness. I can't believe I'm still doing this. What, you know? And then I called them and told them I will not be coming. And I mean, honestly, I'm so glad I'm taking the organic chemistry at the age of 39 was slightly painful, but no regrets, right? But because I had to do that because I probably would have died with my dad's dream of me being a medical doctor. My dad said something to me, it was like not even a year ago, something about, you should be a doctor. I go, Dad, I am one. and like 15 years ago, he said something about when you grow up, I'm like, Dad, I'm 35. I'm an adult. I might not be doing it the way that you want me to, but I'm here, man. And so, like, isn't that wild? Like, because I consider myself a pretty strong person, too. Like, and to be so blinded by the expectations of my parents for me, even into adulthood, having so many kids, it's like, that's what I mean about the programming and the patterning from the past. It takes a ton of courage to move over that. And, that's part of my journey though. So I try not to have regrets. And I've been stuck in those modes where it's like, going to a job that I should love, but I don't. I'm like, this is crazy, so yeah, do you have a thought?
No, I had a question kind of going back to you were talking about when you were going over the frequencies. Is it placebo or does it really work? Because I'm trying to figure out, because I found a channel that has like those frequency sounds, and I started using them because I had such a hard time focusing at work, especially when I've got all these other anxieties and things going on. And I started finding that it was like I would put it on and then I would tune out of everything and it would keep me kind of in the zone. But I don't know if it was just, maybe I'm thinking it works as it says it does, or does it actually help?
Yeah, it's a great question. So are you talking about binaural beats?
Yes.
Yeah, so.
But without music, I hate them without music.
So binaural beats, you have to be careful on YouTube, but there is an app. Binaural beats, let me tell you what it is real quick. It's when you listen to sounds, they cancel each other out. So you can listen to music too, but it's putting the frequencies in your brain. Our brain's attuned, we're electromagnets. So when you put the frequencies in, your brain will attune to whatever frequency is being put into it. That's what binaural beats are. And so like if you want to calm yourself down, you put in 10 to 12 hertz and it will work. But be careful, because I know people have messed themselves up on some YouTube channels, because if it says it's 10 to 12 hertz, but they're putting in 50 hertz, they're jacking up your brain on accident. But I love the question about the placebo effect. Is that, first of all, that works. There's science that shows that it works. And the app is called Brainwaves. Shocking, right? It's called Brainwaves, and it was free, but now they had a free version. They have a bunch of different versions. It's by Bonsai Labs. And so when I work with people, I tell them to get that app because it's pretty cool. But now to the placebo effect. I love this question because who cares if it's working? Right. But I will give you a more scientific, explanation than that, is that, because people say that to me, is this thing the placebo effect? I'm like, you're better, what do you care? But the reality is, if we were doing a scientific study, which I have a lot, my background, I have published papers, I'm a scientist too. So if we were doing a study, we'd need to worry about the placebo effect and the variables. The Mayo Clinic put out a cool article on the placebo effect versus the nocebo effect. So if you think, and this is scientifically proven, if you think a thing is going to work for you, it works.
Right.
Some of you have probably heard, they've done studies where they've done knee surgery on people, and some of the people get the knee corrective surgery, others just get just a slice and some stitches. And they don't know which one's got the real surgery or not. And the people who just had the placebo incision got better, some of them. Wow. So the whole point is our brains and our minds are the most powerful thing we can use in this journey. You can use them for good, placebo. You can use them for evil, nocebo. If you think nothing's gonna help you, guess what? Nothing's gonna help you. If you think you're sick, if you think you're stuck, if you think, any of that negative stuff, you'll stay in the negative feedback loop. And if you think that a thing will help you, but I always encourage you to make sure there's science behind it too. If something scientifically is shown to be able to help you, and you use it and you engage with it, it'll totally work. And so let's use the placebo effect. We're not doing a study here. We're just trying to become the best versions of ourselves and stay there. So we are going to use the placebo effect in our favor for sure.
Hold your questions. We need to take a break now. Sorry. So thank you so much.
Wow. Great. Go. Woo! Woo! What did she say? Okay, we are recording this in Zoom in a few days. From today it'll be out, so you can slowly watch it, see it again. I know on Zoom there's some questions and there are a lot of questions here, but let's just hold on to that and we're just gonna do one more thing. I know this has gone on for a little too long, but just bear with us for a few more minutes. We would like, one of the things that boosts your brain
Is giving.
Yes, I wrote that down. It's creating too. Creating. It's one of the things. You go and do more of the things that you like, more of the things that you enjoy. And many of us are stuck in, and Dr. Trish was telling us yesterday, I would love to do this, but the truth is I need to feed my 6 children, you know? So she has to do certain things, but she has to find a balance. So a lot of us have to work and do things, but then we don't do all of those things that we love to do. But I want to invite Brandon to come, because Brandon has been boosting his brain by doing things that he likes. And I'll leave him here so he can share with us what he would like to share. So I want you to be respectful, and because he's pouring his heart to us and sharing something that is very special and deep for him and wonderful. So Brandon, it's yours.
Brandon, can we put this on live Instagram?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So I was trying to come up here and think like, man, there's so many things I want to say, but Dr. Trish, you just blew my mind, and I'm just so numb right now. I had a plan, and it is so destroyed. So this is the flow. This is
All right.
Authenticity. Oh my God, Father, what is that? Okay, so I loved how Dr. Trish was talking about, and how it was more of a confirmation of Dr. Dan Allen when he was here about surprise, letting God surprise you, right? I'm an architect. My path, my first love was formed into architecture. Space, all this other stuff. How do I come up with an idea? How do I explain something to you guys that is theoretical into something practical? So it wasn't until the pandemic that I had an opportunity to make a choice. And when that choice came, it was about, through the help of my wife, to paint, right? So I started to unlock what creativity I could do. I didn't know painting would be an outlet. I didn't know painting's actually pretty stressful sometimes, because it's what I tell people, it forces something to draw for myself. And I can see why artists are really out there, because when you put something on a canvas, or you create something with your hands or anything like that, it's going to ask you, what do you want to say to me? And what do you want to share? So when I started painting, I didn't understand, I had to discover these things. I was really afraid to mess up. Painting felt permanent. I was timid to make a stroke, right? I'm going to mess up. I'm going to, the composition won't be beautiful when I'm finished, right? But I learned painting is the body, it's this flow, it's thinking, it's everything, right? So what I ended up doing was I found all these correlations between my marriage, my kids, my career. All these things were starting to come out through the medium of painting. So they're not necessary. Painting tells on me because it exposes things that I think about, but I have started to find so much joy in explaining I found so much more joy rather than selling a piece than rather connecting with someone to explain what it means. So for me, when I first came here, really quickly is I was a missionary. My wife and I were missionaries, and we just got married, and we're here, you know, figuring things out. We have to save the world, but we didn't realize God was showing us I need to save you. So as my wife and I were figuring each other out, the funny thing is we knew enough about our past, about principal things, right? However, we could not solve them. They kept on coming up. Problems and problems and problems and hurt kept on coming. Some I could fix, but the deep ones I couldn't get to. I just couldn't get to, and still can't get to as of yet. So when we came here, the saying was, you know, the problem is not the problem. And I thought I was smart enough to say, I understand the problem's not the problem, but I couldn't see that. It was different for me to say it than to see it. I had to have somebody else show me what the problem was. So when I created this piece, it's more of a, I liked, when you create a piece, I love discovering there's more to it when you're finished as you were creating it. So the solution's actually inside the painting. So I don't know if we could turn off the lights.
And can we close the blinds, please?
So you won't solve the problem until you shine the right light on it.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So the solution is in the problem.
Oh, wow.
So the thing I love is you all saw this painting as it was, surface. You couldn't see anything behind it. And yeah, it's a catchy phrase, but you, just like me, how often do we not know there's so much intimate things and smaller details behind what these big letters represent? So the reason why I had it in black and white is because my brain frequency only could pick up certain wave colors. It's only monotone. These things are things that I grew up with, so I only saw them in a different perspective. So, Manny, I don't know if you could put it up. So this is what it actually looks like underneath. So it says, we cannot solve problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. It is less important that anything ever gets fixed than that nothing ever has to be hidden. The most real you wants to receive the love of the one who loved you first. When you are real, you don't mind being hurt. To understand empathy is to understand their perspective is their truth. So these were kind of like all the lessons I've learned from Dr. Dan Allen, John Lynch, and many more. So these aren't my words, but they are my solutions to the problem. So yeah, so that's this piece. But you guys, the really scary thing is, the vulnerability of this is, now that you know the solution, the scary part is you have to do something about it. So it's really cool that it lights up and things, but the scary thing is I have to receive what the words actually say and believe it. So the painting continues, so to speak.
Yes.
So the problem is not the problem.
Yeah.
by the way, the painting was for sale, somebody bought it already, so.
It's funny, I visited Desma and Brandon this week because Desma did something I didn't want her to do it, and she got in trouble, so I had to go visit her house. And then, I heard about this painting 1 or 2 weeks ago, and I saw it at the house, and I said, Brandon, what are you doing? When are you gonna show us? It was magnificent. Wasn't this amazing?
Yes.
This is finding your true self. He's an architect. He has 3 master's degrees, 2, and he's an architect, and he's very good. Where's Eddie? Where's Eddie? Oh, and he's very good. Eddie's there, and he wants to start painting a year ago, and I'm like, what is this? And his wife is like, what is this? I need money, No, really, these are real. Is it okay? These are real conversations, and they're okay. We have to tell the truth about our lives. We're not telling the truth about our lives. We need to face, and it's okay to face the truth. There's nothing wrong with it. That's why we're in the mess we're in, because we're not telling the truth about ourselves to ourselves. So he's learning to do that. And look, wasn't it amazing? All right, sorry.
Stay here.
No.
Well, yes, beautiful, Brandon. Thank you for sharing, and that encourages all of us, I think. It's amazing. So, when Brandon was saying, a lot of this is coming here, and a lot of the takeaways I've taken from Dr. Allender, John Lynch, and a lot of these people that we have been able to bring here. I said, we teach or we talk or we walk with you guys. We do it I think this is preschool, kindergarten, at a kindergarten level.
Not today.
Not today. Today's the PhD level.
Today, everybody's brains are fried. And they all have questions, so. Yeah.
But today is not. Today is the PhD level, but usually on a day, Saturday to Saturdays we're here, and a lot of it we begin to awaken you. Like many of you come here not knowing that there is a problem even, and we begin to scratch the surfaces. But then we know we don't know it all, and we know it. So we've been blessed to be able to incredibly have speakers like Dr. Trish to be able to come here and give us all this stuff. And then we work it out. She leaves tomorrow, and then we stay together working it out. And, we attract each other. Is it like, okay, Ashley, what do you get? And she begins to talk about what she got and then what I got. And then we begin to make it work for one another. The community, we'll be able to walk it together. We are able to remind each other. Do you remember what Dr. Trish said? You're not doing that. And then I just
No, because
think
even Dr. Trish said, we had dinner last night, and 90 days later, I said to Dr. Trish, what do you do? And she said, you do this. Look around you. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. Look around you. Okay, thank you very much, Brian.
So many of you know, and those that are here for the first time, those that are here on Zoom for the first time, we welcome you, we thank you, you're here, but all of you know, we're a non-for-profit, we do this and our doors stay open. We thrived today. Last Friday, Dan Allender came. Today we have Dr. Trish here.
Next Saturday, we got Baxter Kruger.
Yes.
And the Saturday after that, we got Ray from Tennessee.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
So all this to say that to me, when I say this, it's like we're thriving. You can say joyfully, not pridefully. Joyfully, you can say, "Wow, we're thriving." It's amazing. It's great. This is good.
And Dr. Trish said yesterday at dinner, healthy brains are
Yeah.
generous. No, they did. They're not taking anymore. No, healthy brains, they stop taking, they start giving.
Can someone, where's the other microphone? Okay, can you give it to Dr. Trish, please?
I still have mine.
It's okay.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
you
no,
have yours, sorry.
Well, mine.
Okay,
You're good now.
so, what was it that you said about giving yesterday, like,
Yeah, so.
We asked her to take the
I
offering, but she
said-
said
and I did
no.
not know this was going to be an
No.
offering thing, just to trick you. No, I said, because you know, I think we all grow up with money blocks, especially if you struggle with money, especially if your parents struggled with money, which I have money blocks that I'm constantly working through, but I work through them by giving. And what helps me is that, you know, I think of everything as energy. And I'm trying to keep everything out of negative energy and keep it in positive energy. Money is the energy that connects us in the matrix. So in the matrix, when you pay for something, then you buy it and you're connected to that company. And when you donate, you're connected in a really positive way by contributing to the mission. So I had to challenge myself when I was younger, and I do it all the time, challenge myself to give bigger than I think I can to things that I care about. And then I always receive in return. I did not know that was gonna be an offer.
No,
thank you, thank you.
No, but I think it wasn't. Thank you.
No, it's
And I'm
No,
sorry.
but
No, the thing
really
it proves the point. The thing is that this is all very real. But what did she say? You give to something you care about. If you don't care about yourself, don't give. No, and we mean it. And if you can't afford it, don't give. Don't give just to, I don't know what. This is not donations and charity and no, it's what you care about. What do you care about? Yourself. You're all here,
Yeah,
right?
Jackie, can I say one more thing?
Yeah,
if
sure.
it's okay,
Yeah,
is
yeah,
that
absolutely.
if you feel like you can't afford it, I would encourage you to donate just a little more than you are comfortable doing. That is the extending. Your ego doesn't want to give. Your true self knows that this is an abundant life. It'll come back to you tomorrow. And so I would actually encourage you to do it. And I have to say this to myself all the time. I'm a work in progress too. You know, my grocery bill is like $500 every week. And I put the credit card in and I go, plenty more of that came from. Because I have to remind myself that I let it move through me. So I encourage you to do that for you, because you just tell yourself, I'm not the version that showed up this morning. I'm 1% more the person I want to be, and that's the extension piece. So I encourage you to do that.
You should do the offering every week.
One second.
Next week I come up on the screen.
You know the funny thing, and you gotta know this. She didn't ask me how much you're gonna pay me to come. She didn't say, if you pay me, I'll come, if you don't, and how much is it? And I know how much she charges. We didn't even have the conversation. This is, who was here for Dr. Allender? You know, at the other place, they charge $100 per head even online. How many people paid to come and see Dr. Allender here? Exactly. You know, she charges, she didn't say, I'm not coming, how much are you gonna, we even haven't had the conversation and she's here. I mean, but this is how it rolls. I mean, Paul Young wanted $12,000 the first time he came. When he came later, he wanted nothing. John Lynn, all these people, they come, they see all this, they just want to be a blessing because they want to be blessed. But anyway, okay.
So with all that said.
No, this is real. It's all part of your healing. Giving is not about charity and donation and money. It's about your healing.
Yeah.
It is about your healing.
And connecting with one another also. Connecting with one another. When you guys see Brandon standing here
Right.
and creating this and doing this, those that have sustained or donate to this work, guess what? You're connected with his work.
Yeah.
You're part of his work. So if you wanna boost your brain today in an amazing way, we encourage you, we invite you to continue to connect so we can continue to do this here in Miami. She's in North Carolina. You know, we wish we had her around the corner and get from her all the time and many other people, but then what we have after she leaves is one another. And I think one another is also beautiful and amazing and incredible. So with that said, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We have no big people donating to us. It's just you guys. We don't have grants. We don't have big money coming in like that at all. It's all this, it's you. To me, it's like, you know, like little ants, like hormiguitas, you know, like, you know how it's just little, but before you knew it, it creates something. Wow, look at that. This is it. Because this is nothing that somebody has come and said, wow, look, let me give you this. Bang. No, it's just all of us doing our part. And I want to thank you. We want to let you know that we super appreciate it. And with that said, these are the ways we invite you to participate in one another, to stay connected and to continue to do this. And we have.
Okay, I think I'm reconnected here, right? Funny story about money blocks and all of that giving. So, you know, my parents can't give money to anybody, you know, God bless them. So I've taught myself to give money, and I'm trying to teach all my kids. So funny, my son Declan, who is 18, he gets his hair cut. And he gives the guy, it's outrageously expensive for a haircut in the first place. It's like $50 a haircut. Gives the guy $20 tip. Wow. And he's like, Mom, you know, you taught me to let my money move through me. I'm like, that's my money, son. Not yours. Totally different when you're giving your mom's money away. I'm like, but he did such a good job. But he knows the woman who cuts my hair is, they're in the same place. The woman who cuts my hair, she is the one who works. And she has 2 little babies. She has a brand new baby and a little one. So I do give her big tips because I'm like, you know what, this is really cool. She's out there making money. Her husband doesn't work because he's taking care of the kids. So, you know, it is my model, but at the same time, like, it's not your money. It's totally different when it's your money. Okay, so we're going to transition into, now that everybody completely understands how their brains work, we are going to transition into using neuroplasticity to make your brain work better. But I really want you to understand how your brain works, because I want you to remember that, because I base my teaching and my programs on something called integration theory. Integration theory is a learning theory, and it says if you know the why behind the how, you will be more successful. So as tricky as brain stuff is, you now know when you feel the need to continue a habit or do a behavior that doesn't serve you, it's because your brain's running too fast. And so knowing that can give you a ton of power moving forward, but we're gonna keep moving forward with actual strategies. So, isn't that guy so cute? He's a brain that I had created for our office. I call him Brainy. See how his eyebrows are L's? Because actually I'm out of my Laverne L state, if you remember Laverne from Laverne Shirley. Yes. Not that I ever wore shirts that had a big L, but I really liked that big L. Okay, could you please flip the slides? Okay, so we're gonna go into 3 stages, and these 3 stages work. You know, if you work them, it's one of those types of things. First is unwire. You have to unwire the brain pattern. We have to start bringing high beta down and theta down. If you don't start unwiring that, it will be almost impossible to rewire your brain. And so we're going to do that in 2 ways. We're going to resolve shame. And I know this, I just so you know, when I say these things, I know they're not easy. So please don't walk out here going, that lady told me to go resolve shame, because I'm acutely aware that it's not easy. It's very difficult, and I get that, but I also know it can be done. So we're talking about resolving shame, we're talking about trauma and dysfunctional experiences and putting them to bed and creating that neuroplasticity. And if that's tricky for you, we're gonna move forward into slides talking about it. If that's tricky for you, you can just stay grounded in the present and start changing things. Start changing things and just, muster up that courage to do new things, routines, habits, thoughts. Sit with your emotions a little bit. Don't, try to not act out. If you're gonna act out, try not to act out for 5 minutes and figure out what is going on with you that is pushing you in that direction. And then we're gonna talk about hardwiring your brain into the future with new identity. Your identity has to change. And identity's the mask. It's who you think you are. It has to change. You have to become a new version of yourself to get rid of the old one. It's part of the process. And it involves dignity and integrity, which are the polar opposites of shame and guilt. So when we flip this script, we're moving from shame and guilt into dignity and integrity. And when I check in with myself, no matter who's mad at me, I check in and I go, am I acting out of dignity? Am I in integrity? And I figured out integrity is the #1 value to me. So then that includes honesty, that includes transparency with discernment. You can be transparent, but not tell everybody everything all the time. That's discernment. So I know what I stand for and I know how I move through the world in it. So not long ago, when I came into the porn addiction space, someone who, actually, I don't think there's any competitors. I think there's only collaborators, but someone who perceived me as a competitor sued me. So now I'm in a lawsuit trying to do this thing that I'm so psyched to be here to do, to help people. So of course I want to go, I went like this. That's a bummer because I'm here to collaborate. There's one person who clearly won't be collaborating with me. It cost me a ton of money, even though I didn't even do anything. So I had to show up, and because once somebody does that, unfortunately you got to lawyer up, or only you send them an email saying, hey friend, can't we just be friends? It doesn't work. So, but the point is I was able to stay in peace. That spiked my pendulum like this for a minute or an hour. And then I was able to come back because I'm like, am I in integrity? Did I do anything wrong? Because I do this, that sitting with the emotion thing. And I actually changed some things, even though I didn't have to. The lawyers go, you don't have to change a thing. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna change this, that, and the other thing because it's gonna feel better to that person. I have a thing that I try to make everybody win in every situation. I can tell you 100 stories about it. I try to not have to cave on the thing that is important to me, but I also try to let the other person feel like they've won. I don't want them to feel like they've lost. Because then if I do it, everybody wins. Oh, okay, yeah, that looks like. Could you please, yeah, exactly, I agree, Fred. Could you please flip this slide? Okay, this slide has a lot on it. It's cute infographic somebody made for me, and we're not gonna break it up. I'm not gonna read everything, but I'm just gonna break down the concepts. If you are stuck in a negative feedback loop, it cycles. So another step number, whatever we're on, because here we're gonna go to actual steps of what you can do. It cycles, and it's cycling based upon your brain function, high beta and theta. It's cycling on the need for dopamine, the getting of the dopamine, and going back into a dopamine deficit. And that's what this cycle shows. And it starts with shame. So shame sets in, which jacks up that high beta, which makes your brain go, I need X. So when it comes to porn, your brain's up here and your brain goes, I need porn. Once you think you need porn, your brain gets a dopamine drip. It's a drip, tiny little drip into your brain. But what neuroscience shows is once that drip starts dripping, you have to follow it if you're stuck in this cycle. So when the drip comes, you have to follow it through to the deluge, the flood. Once you get the flood, you feel good for a while. Shame goes away. You feel numbed out. But then you hit dopamine deficit. So dopamine goes high, then dopamine goes low. In the dopamine deficit, cortisol, the stress neurotransmitter, spikes. And your high beta goes back up, shame sets back in. So the beautiful thing is, this is a takeaway here. At the bottom of the cycle is what I call the change point. It's probably the day you showed up here. It's the day where you're like, I'm done with this. Your brain's not in the deficit yet. It's coming off the deluge. And you're like, I need to change. That's the day that people sign up for my program. So most people stay. Actually, it's the very small percentage that does this. The next day, they're like, that program's not for me. And I'm like, please don't leave, friend. Because stay connected, and their brain's already gone back up into the dopamine deficit. They feel like they're not worthy of the program. They feel like it'll never change. So it cycles. So an important step for you, if you're stuck in this cycle still, figure out what your cycle looks like, because we're going to make a plan in a minute, which I call a pivot plan. But also recognize the change point's a really powerful place. If you know what that place feels like for you, capitalize on it every time you cycle through. If you're not able to break the cycle today or tomorrow, just remember, those are the times your brain will be able to make the change much better than all the other points in the cycle. Change point, capitalize it, make a plan for that change point. Could you please flip the slide? And another thing on that slide talks about HALT, which we're going to talk about in a minute, but ritualization becomes a really important piece too. The dripping happens in the ritualization. So if you're in a ritual, you're dripping. So the pivot plan we're going to come up with is to run, not walk, when that first drip hits your brain. This just shows the AB effect that I talked about before and what I just talked about during the cycle. Dopamine rush, and this is based on a study, and it's over 2 weeks, but that's based on a 2-week cycle. This can happen over 24 hours also, but you're still kind of lower. Dopamine rush, what's called a neurochemical hangover, and you're moving down towards that dopamine deficit. Could you flip the slide, please? Okay, so let's talk about the past. I'm sorry, there's another brain thing that I'm going to tell you, is that the learning theory that we're talking about, has anybody heard of Hebb's law? Hebb's law says neurons that fire together wire together. Use it or lose it. And that's all I'm going to tell you. But use it or lose it, neurons that fire together wire together. So every time you use the same behavior for the same reason to offset the same feelings, you are wiring that in. That's what becomes a neural pathway. So we're going to talk about that more in Rewire. Use it or lose it. So when you stop using it, guess what happens? It loosens up. You lose it. That is called anti-Hebbian learning theory. It's the opposite of Hebb's law. We need to capitalize on that. That's why staying away from the behavior and unwiring is the #1 thing that you can do for yourself in the beginning. And I know it's difficult. So I call it a defense plan and an offense plan. So you have to make a defense plan to keep yourself out of the screen, if it's porn or anything else, sexual media, even just regular media, to keep yourself away from the behavior. You need a defensive plan while you're setting up offense. Offense takes a lot longer to set up. Defense does not win the game. So if you are stuck in just making a plan on how you're not going to do the thing the next time, defense doesn't win. It just prevents you from losing. And you do have to use that as a first resort. But you got to get things going in terms of putting that offensive plan together too. Okay, so I told you about the hijacker. The hijacker is, who moved in and took over the steering wheel when you were young. The hijacker is you. It's your inner child. It's little Trish. It's little Jimmy, little Susie. So this is important to conceptualize, because a big part of the journey is reparenting your inner child. Has anybody heard any of this before?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so here, good. So you have to start taking that journey from ego to self so you can become the parent right now as an adult. You have to, you have to make that defense plan. You have to start taking some of those steps from ego to self so you can be the parent who can let little Jimmy know he doesn't have to act out that way, because the world's becoming a safer place. Acting out behaviors are trying to help you feel more safe and secure, but they're damaging your brain and making things worse. But safety and security is the goal. And so I'll give you one exercise for reparenting that can be a really powerful one if you've never done anything like this. They're called Gestalt exercises. Gestalt, it's a Gestalt was a psychologist, but the idea behind it is it connects your mind and your body by using your body to change the way your brain functions so you get a new mind. One exercise is to go back to an experience where you could have used some help from a parent. You might have to go back to 100 of them sometimes, unfortunately. But if you go back and you learn this technique, you insert yourself as the parent who could have helped your little self during that time. And you now are an adult and you're smarter, you're stronger, you're wiser, you're more emotionally mature. You can handle the thing that little you couldn't handle. Or you can help little you through it if it was really tough. And when you reparent yourself in those moments, you also learn how to show up for yourself in the moments here in the present so that you don't have to act out. And if you do that for enough exercises, if you do it with as many experiences as you can kind of look at across the past, I call it a historical dig. Another activity is to look at your life in 5-year increments. You've probably done something like this before if you've done a recovery. 5-year increments, but this is an important part that not all people do, is looking at the through line. That's what they call it, like in a movie or a story where, the dots that are connected through the movie, where at the end you're like, aha, all those things went together. There will be a through line of what you needed and you didn't get across your life. And it's different for everybody. But if you can find your through line, you can find what you need now. One guy I'm working with, he's really great guy. I've been working with him for a long time. I don't take on any coaching clients myself anymore because I've been too busy. But anybody who's with me for a long time, I still work with them. So I work with this guy every week. And he shows up last week and he's like, I came up with something big. And we've talked about this before, but he was having an aha moment. Some things were clicking. He's like, everything I do is because I feel undesirable. And it clicked for him. And that's not what it is for everybody, but for him, it's undesirability. And we put some action steps in place. And this is one of these action steps I gave him because we've worked on different things before, but he's not connected the dots. And in the meeting, he was starting to connect the dots of how he was bullied and ostracized when he was younger, where friend groups would go do things and not ask him. So he felt undesirable. He gained a lot of weight, so then he felt undesirable. He grew up in an Asian home where he felt tons of shame from not being able to get good enough grades, even though he had A's. So like undesirability was a theme for him. And finding that theme helps him to be able to shift. All the porn he would watch would be about desirability. He's like, I never realized that. And that's a very common thing. The thing that you seek out has to do with the need that you have. Did you have a thought?
Yeah. So as a doctor, how do you handle someone that when in that stage, that part of the process, when they have to go back, right? How do you handle if they're scared to face what they have to face because it may be too painful, or what they're going to see, and how do I handle that now? How do you work through that?
Very carefully. So what I do is I have 3-day intensives that I do in my office. So in those cases, I work with people myself in a safe environment, and it's a process. So usually when I work with people, I already know a lot of the backstory, and it's a matter of getting them to a place where they can do it. But giving them tools and techniques, giving them space to process. And that's why the support groups here are so important. And that's why I would contend that it's not preschool at all. Because if you have an emotionally mature person, it's better if they know techniques and strategies, but if you have an emotionally mature person, which most people don't, by the way, in their actual lives, if you have an emotionally mature person who can hear you and help you to process it, and I know, again, this is going to sound simple, but you have to get to a point where you can forgive the people who've done all the terrible wrong things for yourself. You have to forgive yourself for some things you've done or the ways you've handled it. And understanding that those people didn't have the capacity and you didn't have the capacity back then is part of the key. So when you have someone who can sit with you with all that, let you process it, help you move through it, it is so scary and terrifying, but it can be so powerful and wonderful too.
Yeah.
And it takes time. You can't rush people through that. That's the hard part. But it's so necessary. It's like, right there's the secret sauce. Like, honestly, that's the secret sauce. And that's what's wrong with, you know, if anybody's a counselor or psychologist or therapist, you know, you can take it with a grain of salt, but that's what's wrong with most therapists or counselors. They might not have that level of emotional maturity. They might not understand the thing that you've gone through. It goes back to empathy, what Brandon said too. Like having that ability to feel for that person and to understand there's this core, you know, in all the collective conscience and humanity. It's really important to be able to do that. It's a really good question, but it's not easy, but essential. That's why I say, like, to throw this stuff up on slides, I realize how it looks easy, but you know, some people have to keep coming back for that. A big question I get all the time is I've moved through this stuff. I don't know if I'm done. I've had a lot of learning. I've had a lot of takeaways. I feel better, but I don't totally feel great. Do I stay here? And I'm like, no, keep moving, because if you're in an actual process, what's missing also is an actual process. Most people don't know the process. That was the biggest motivator for me. I'm like, there's a process to this, and you might have to go back and forth a little, but if you understand the process, and the process really is exploring your past, having the ability to do it, and moving forward, you might have to go back, but getting to a point where there's some resolution, changing your behaviors in the present, and figuring out who you are and setting sights on it. If you can do those pieces, there's a process to move you through it. Is someone? Yeah. Oh, okay. I was like, who's tapping?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I just want to tap into what you just said about going back to revisit the big trauma, and give Gigi a shout out, because we did an activity where we had to paint our most painful memory, and that was really hard. I mean, we were like struggling for a little bit, and you know, they looked really dark, and we, you know, I was looking around and I was looking at mine, and then the next step was to cut it up and make a beautiful piece of art out of the pieces of the brokenness that we did here. And
it's so great, isn't it? That's what this necklace is. It's beautifully broken. And it's like, you know, a piece of glass that's all broken and put back together.
Yeah, that's what we did.
And it's really, really powerful when you realize all your broken pieces, when they're healed and put back together, are stronger. They're stronger than they were before. And when you do that through art, you're actually doing that integration of the two sides of your brain without knowing it. It takes you out of your thinking head into your creating aspect of you, and it's very powerful. It actually integrates that experience across, in the middle of your brain, there's something called the corpus callosum. It integrates it across hemispheres.
I just want to also give a shout out to this lady right here, because I was working next to her and I couldn't believe what she made. It was unbelievable. So shout out to Leigh.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That is such a powerful experience. It's really awesome. Thank you for sharing that, because it you know, it can be done, and art and music is really, using the arts can be really helpful in, you know, not overthinking it. High beta wants to overthink. It wants to stress out. It's problem seeking mode. It's hard to get to problem solving mode, and using all of these strategies is what gets you there. So I love that. That's great. Okay, so one other thing I wanted to tell you here is, so trauma and dysfunction, what happens in your brain is you are programmed in those moments. But this is really important, and everything that I talk about, I'm trying to give you your power back. So right now, I really want to try to give you the power back by this neurological neuroscience concept, is that You might have heard this before, nature and nurture. Have you heard this?
Yes.
Okay, so nature is that, brains don't fall far from the tree. So you're like your parents. And when it comes to addiction, some people will anchor into the thought that it's genetic, which yes, I also put in air quotes. Genetic is familial. It's a familial predisposition because our brains are like the people in our family, the generations before. That's nature. You're kind of born with the programming of the past. Nurture is you are in the environment that breeds a certain way of behaving, and it's like your parents. So I have another trick, I think. What would my mom do? What would my parents do right now? Then I do the opposite.
I love it.
What would they do? Okay. Or I'll even go, what do I feel like I should do? I was having I'm still in the midst of an issue with my oldest daughter, 19 years old. And she calls me freaking out, yelling at me, yada, yada. I hang up. What's my first impulse? To drive my action over there and make her talk to me. Yeah, so I'm like, no. My first impulse is to do that. So I won't be doing that. What will I do? And then I realized she's angry. Anger is the emotion that needs time and space. So I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to give her time and space with a healthy boundary. The healthy boundary was, I'm going to give you time and space, but I need you to call me in 2 weeks, which is up tomorrow, by the way. I need you to call me in 2 weeks and tell me how we're going to move forward in figuring this out. And again, it goes back. She's mad at me, but it has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with something that's going on with her. So, and it goes back to the inner child, I promise you, is that my job as her parent is to co-regulate her. So we talked about neurological regulation. We talked about self-regulation. That's where we're going. We're going towards self-regulation. But along the way, you have to help your inner child co-regulate. Now that's tricky when you're doing it with yourself. That's why having Hope4Life and the fine people here who are ahead of the journey, further along than you are, they can co-regulate your brain in the moments that you need it. And by doing so, it grows your inner child up. It moves your brain towards the green zone, making it all easier for you to do. And that's what we're talking about. So that's nature and nurture. So, but what I just explained about my mom is navigate. Navigate, new neuroscience, new in the relative perspective, new neuroscience shows that how you navigate the world is actually one of the most important features. It's called epigenetics, above your genetics.
We never heard.
Navigate.
We know that word.
You know it. So how you navigate is a minute by minute choice.
Yes.
And so when we talk about, we're going to move forward to rewire. When we talk about that, I know it's difficult to make those new choices, but when your brain gets healthier, you will be able to pause. Just a 5-second pause. And when it comes to addiction, you got like 3 seconds, literally. Like when the dopamine drips, you seriously have like 3 seconds. That's why I say run, don't walk, and go do the thing you plan to do ahead of time. But then as you reparent your inner child and you get healthier, you can sit with that and go, okay, this is my default programming. I feel like I want to do this. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this thing instead. And then you show up in the world as the new version that you want to be, moment by moment. Talking about magic, this is a magical journey, but there is no magic trick in each moment. And you're actually healing yourself every single second. Would you mind flipping the slides, please? Okay, so the pivot plan. The pivot plan is when you have an urge. What's the urge? It has nothing to do with anything that you plan on doing, acting out. It is the need to regulate. You feel an urge, you're dysregulated, and you can't handle it, and you want to become regulated. Then when you act out, you are artificially regulating your brain. You're artificially bringing it out of high beta, but it's very unhealthy. So run, don't walk. This is your defense plan. You have less than 3 seconds. So you need to plan it ahead of time. You need to know what you're going to do. And having a plan to do something as dopamine producing in the world is the best plan. But it has to be healthy. And of course, this exists on a continuum. So when it comes to pornography, it's a supernormal stimulus. It's the highest supernormal stimulus. Video games are right here. Video games, very dopamine producing. We're gonna have a whole generation of kids addicted to video games. So that's why I tell people.
It's already.
I know, they're already. I know.
We're adults now.
I know my husband. My husband is literally the first generation of kids that played video games. He's a total video gamer. All my boys are. My girls don't really, but all the boys are total video game dudes. My husband right now, I'm sure, is playing Assassin's Creed.
Yes. We had dinner with her last night, and she told me I'm addicted to my phone.
I kindly suggested it, Mike.
No, but she was explaining to me the science. One second. I know you all want to have a go at me. Like really, this crowd. No, but the amazing thing is, she explained to me the science behind it, and she practically showed me what's happening, and then she practically told me how to get out of it.
And it'll work if he does it.
And if I practice it,
10,000 times.
10,000 times, exactly. Then you're an expert at
I'm
it.
62, I don't know how much time I've got. No, so I got an excuse not to.
No, it's pretty wild just to expand on that for a second. So here's the deal, like if a stressor hits, watch this. This is a really cool thing to watch for in yourself. Scrolling, and I know we all use our phones for work, but
listen to what she's gonna say.
This is pretty wild because like, you know, especially if something stressful happens and then you're like, you find yourself watching or, oh, my parents are calling. Hopefully they're not on Zoom. Right? So, if you find yourself,
I just wanted to give them a little context.
yeah, because I wasn't going to give this context. So if you're
No,
like,
but you can give them context.
I didn't want to.
I embarrass myself in front of them all the time.
I know.
This
is true.
He really does.
Very often I said like one.
Can you all hear her?
Microphone,
She needs the
please.
mic. Don't worry, don't give her the mic.
I was just saying one funky stuff that happens with us all the time, and it's very hard for us to get out of it. I'm just going to give you a simple example. I said, just like the other day.
The other day we were arguing.
No.
Oh.
I said, how can this happen that you have all these wonderful days, going out for dinner, enjoying each other, I love you so much, you're the best thing that ever happened to me, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, she was telling me that.
Black was telling me that. So all these wonderful things, and then I said, then Sunday morning comes, I'm putting the dishes away, and then all of a sudden I was like, Abigail's really upset today. And he's like, yeah, I can see that. Like, what's wrong? And then as I begin to explain why our daughter is not happy that morning, and which had nothing to do with him, by the way. So just to say that, immediately I see him grab, so I tell her, then he grabs the phone, and then I see him scrolling, and I'm looking at him like, you said, yeah, why? You're asking me why. I'm telling you, and then you're on the phone, and then I said immediately, I shut down. I look at him, and I'm like, you're on the phone. And his response is like, you do that all the time too. I'm like, yeah, but that's not gonna get us anywhere. And then
That's how we got therapy from Dr. Trish last night.
So then I said, and at that moment, then he's like, so then I dysregulate for that second. I'm upset, or I'm like, and I'm trying to go back, think, though I don't want to respond like.
This was Sunday.
Like, you do, me too, you do, me too, and and then I'm like, okay, and then he's like, okay, so now because I was on my phone, now you're not gonna talk. Okay, yeah, you never know when to drop it. I'm like, no, I just need a minute, I just need a minute. It's okay, you don't need to tell me. And then he goes back on the phone, so.
No, I put the phone down, and I said, okay, tell me now. And she says, now I won't tell you. Oh, we don't know that. because you all don't do this, right? Listen, no, because you know what it is? One second. You all don't have a porn problem, or a drinking problem, or a drug problem, or eating problem, but you all have a phone.
Screen.
And you all
screen
have a
problem.
phone, screen problem, but we're not finished. We're gonna finish.
So then I asked Dr. Trish, I said, so what are you doing, Kate? It's like, okay, no, why does that simple thing? Because if you think about it, I mean, it's not that I caught him doing something bad, he caught me doing something. And that already can ruin a whole day. Just that, and it was just a simple thing. I go, so what can we do? Like, why is that? So this is
Yeah, and it goes deep. All that goes, it goes so deep, but
I want, that she said to me what I was doing is I want to tell them.
I want to know why. The student has become the master.
She said to Giovanna, for the first time somebody took my side and not Giovanna's side. I'll take Giovanna. No, really, are you listening? You know.
For my moment.
She said to me, and she said to Giovanna, because I was getting stressed out with the conversation about my daughter, but I didn't even know it. She was stressing me out about Abigail. She wasn't doing it intentionally. It was a conversation. And to numb the pain, not with porn, I was doing the screen thing, because every time I touch the screen or scroll, I'm getting a dopamine hit, like an IV drip.
Mm-hmm. Wild, right?
You didn't learn, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the moral of the story that Giovanna is stressing me out.
Definitely.
And then I'm like,
Yeah, and there's an easy solution. So, and again, you can only control what you can control, which is you. So, and I say this a lot. May I offer you suggestions? So I said, may I offer you suggestions?
I know, I was
gonna say, no, when they're offering you suggestions left and right, it's my fault.
I said I'm leaving.
So we have a lot of kids, and like I said, we have businesses. We're always my husband and I. So this, I learned this one from experience, is that when you come at your partner with something stressful, you're trying to offload that stress because you're stressed out and you're trying to share it and verbally process. But at the same time, like, it is offloading it. And then not only, like, Lockie's stressed out because of his daughter and because Giovanna's upset.
Yeah.
It's a double whammy. It's a double stressor. So, and then especially if you're still in the midst of learning out how to handle your stressors, the screen is like dopamine, 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 dopamine. So to recognize that, this still happens in my world with my husband, with video games. So the man's been hanging on by a thread these days because he has some stressful stuff going on in his life. Especially on Mondays, it's his long day. He's got his headphones out, he's playing something. I just leave him alone. Because Monday nights, that is not the time to, even if something happens stressful with the kids, I just save that stuff till Tuesday morning, unless it has urgency. And I've planned it. I know my rhythms of my week when I need time, and I know his too. And then now I grade stuff in terms of urgency. Like, is the hubs gonna be part of the solution? Or is it gonna be part of the problem if I bring this up right now? And if there's nothing he can do to help me, I'm strong enough, I can handle it. I can handle my kids' discomfort, and I do. And it's pretty wild because I didn't do that in the past. Codependency. Codependency means I'm upset, you're upset. So now something comes to me, and yeah, exactly. Yeah, so, so now I go, I can handle this, and then, or if I need to talk to him, you're gonna love this one. I will go over, and this is what I suggested to them. I will go over and I'll say, something's going on with Abby. Matt, is this a good time to talk to you about it, or can we talk later? Wow. What's he gonna say? Later. He's gonna say yes, but if he really can't handle it, he's learning to tell me that, which is pretty cool. I mean, we're works in progress. My husband's gonna be 54, it's like, it's not, but we're learning this. So sometimes he can't handle it, so I'll say, can we talk about this, or is there a better time? Most of the times it's, we can talk about it, and what he does is puts the electronics down. He gears himself up to be able to handle the stress. And it's really important. It breaks all the patterns. And then if we don't get that far, this has happened in the last couple of weeks, where we didn't get that far, and he says something, lashes out at me, and I'm like, never mind. And then I walk away. But I get away and I go, okay, what's going on here? He lashed out because he's feeling something. He's in fear. He's in ego. I recognized, I sat with the thing that he said. He wanted me to listen, and I made a comment. And honestly, it wasn't bad. I just was trying to have give and take. He didn't want give and take. He wanted me just to listen. So I came back and I said, I know you're going through something challenging. I'm sorry for interrupting you. And I'll never apologize for a thing I didn't do, but I did interrupt him. Sorry for interrupting you. Would you like to continue telling me? And I made the whole thing go away. It would have been a 4-day thing 10 years ago. It would have. I made it go away by, and there you go. That's the power you all have. Those are the moment by moment choices. It's so powerful, but it's so hard. That's a vulnerability. That's the intimacy. That's the thing going, what can I do to give to him in this moment? And it's not, giving money, but it's giving him, seeing him, being able to see him in a tough moment and not have to add to it, not have to fix it. And it's pretty wild when you do that. And then it feels like it's bringing you down, because that goes back to the courage and the strength. It feels like you're like being weak because but when you go back, you're vulnerable by going, oh, I'm sorry you're feeling that way. What can I do to make you feel better? And then it makes those patterns go away.
No, I mean, it's amazing. I just realized something. And this is great therapy. I mean, she said this to me last night. She's repeating it again. And I just realized something else that I have never realized I think forever. When she's stressed out, I get really stressed out.
Yeah.
You ever mess with me, I'll just knock you out.
Yeah.
You mess with her, I will come and kill you.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And that's why I always say, you see, I never realized this.
Yep.
So,
and my husband's an 8 like Lockie. 8s are challengers, the personality type, and they protect, they're protectors. So he's the same way. Like if something's up with me, he's fiercely, protective, but it can be in kind of a negative way.
Yeah. No, the thing is that it's funny because I just realized this. Abigail stressed her out. She's stressed out. Now I'm doubly stressed out, but maybe even triple because she's stressed out. Abigail's stressed out. Okay, she got Abigail. I know that. She's a great mother. I won't talk about my fathering, but she's stressed out. Now I go right over the top.
Yeah.
And the phone goes even faster.
Yep. Yeah, it does. Definitely. It's pretty wild, right?
Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you.
It is. Faster, more dopamine. Yeah.
I just realized that.
I realized that I offload stress onto others, but I also have, in particular, a couple people that they're always offloading on me, and then I hear, well, but if I can share this with you, who am I going to share it with? It's like, but I just feel like it always brings me down so much.
Boundaries,
So in my codependency, I'm trying to hear you, but I'm like, man, right now I feel like punching this person in the face because you're telling me this, and I feel like moving to another city because you're telling me this, and so then I have to regulate myself, and what I do is I want to run away.
Yep.
And I don't want to talk to anyone.
Yep.
And I want to change my career and all these extreme things, in 30 seconds.
I know, and
We're talking about moving to New Mexico.
It all goes back to strategizing. It goes back to strategizing your life.
You have
I have that.
right? You have seconds to make.
Well, in those moments, you can choose who you listen to or not. And with a lot of kids, I can't choose that. I can, but I always choose to listen to them and be there. But sometimes I'll ask them for time. Like if it's too much, I did this. I don't often have to do it. I did this maybe 2 months ago. My husband was out of town for 5-6 days. So that's a lot of regulating all of the kids. It's constant regulating, co-regulating for me, and no time alone. My son is chasing me down. He is pushing every button. I feel it. I'm gonna freak out. And I pride myself on never freaking out because I've gotten to a good place, but I'm getting there. Up, I'm gonna freak out. So I'm like, please go away from me. He can't. Because he's driving at me, just like I said I wasn't gonna do to my daughter. And that. So I go in my room, I close the door. I'm like, I just need a few minutes. Starts blowing up my texts.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, and so I texted him, I am going to think about I don't remember what it was about now, it was something silly. I'm going to think about what I can do. I would like you to go think about this for 15 minutes and I will come out and we will talk about it. So I'm like, I just got to get myself off the ledge right now,
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even have to because I gave him the space. He texted me back, you're right. I'm sorry for the thing. Of course, he's on this journey of becoming more mature. Doesn't always go that way, but the idea is just that time and space. So the point is, this is what I'm talking about. And this is what this point is. The bigger question is, how are you using your brain? Like I listen to people and I give people my energy all the time, all day, every day. But I have those brain recovery exercises built into my life. And on a slide that's upcoming, it's talking about executive function. Because when your frontal lobe's dropped out, it's hard to do that. Cooking is the thing. And actually, Giovanna said she would stab someone if she had to cook all the time. Cooking is very good for just about everybody unless you really don't like it. So when I spend the day helping people and using my energy and giving to them, listening, then when I come down and I cook dinner, it's my way of bringing it all down. Yeah. But then you have to learn how to feel it too. Like if you can't handle it, you have to have the plan. That's what the pivot plan is about. So for me, the plan is, I need time. Please give me a few minutes. If that person can't, I physically leave. There's been times where I'm making a full meal, huge meal, I got everything going all at the same time. You're at the point where you're about to take everything out. And usually it's Declan. He's so sweet, but he's a 4. I can tell you about that later. So he's like, needs me right now. And he's combative. And I'm like, if you don't, please go in your room. He won't. You can only control what you can control. I can't physically make him go in his room, right? Please go in your room. Give me some time to finish dinner. Won't. I turn everything off. I go for a walk. He's like, where are you going? True story. I'm like, I'm going to freak out. And so before I freak out, I leave. Every time. People will be like, and it very rarely happens to me, but my plan is if I feel like I'm going to say anything I will regret, I'm out of there. And so then I will come back and once I'm regulated, which is usually pretty quick. And so,
well, how do you leave?
But how do you
what's your exit strategy?
I use those things first. I need some time to think about this. Please give me some space. Usually only kids won't do that or really dysregulated people. And if someone's really coming at you, they're really wounded. There's no way a conversation's you're going to win. Mm-hmm. If someone will not get out of your face, there's no way you can't talk to a super dysregulated person. You can't get to solution. Mm-hmm. So knowing that, and really I'm very good at like not even letting it get this high. So I will say, I need some time to think about it. And a semi-regulated person will say, fine. And I'll say, let's talk about it in an hour. Let's talk about it. And then the times they won't, I say, if you don't stop, in my face, I'm leaving. And then I'll say, please go, usually it's my kids, please go in your room. If they won't, I just leave. They all know now, they all know I'll be back, I'll be regulated and I will help them. And that's why they can go and regulate themselves. Because the times they go to the room, when they go to the room, if they're still freaking out, I keep showing up every little once in a while. How are you? Can I help you? And, if they throw something at me, I leave. If I come back and they don't throw something at me, it's time to talk and bring them out. And it's really difficult when people are super dysregulated. Yeah. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah.
It was just I'm thinking can you provide examples of, you said there was a 3-second gap there, and you have to have a plan.
Yep.
Can you provide some examples of what that plan could be? I know you mentioned cooking,
yep.
but
That's where I was getting. So let me tell you, what the plan is you write the plan down. What I have people do is build a kit, a physical kit. So if you're feeling urges or cravings, you're feeling like you're going to do something, Make a physical kit. I have one at home. Mine's my like keep myself off my ledge kit. And so like in it should be dopamine producing things you like. So lavender, essential oils are really good. Teas are really good. I encourage everyone to get an executive function project, especially like when it comes to porn. If you don't want to watch porn and go into fantasy, if you set something awesome up in your life that you want to think about, this is the whole point about purpose. If you set up something that you want to think about and you have that. So I took motorcycle lessons last summer. It's a very long story, I'll tell you later. But so, you know, I'm looking up motorcycles. I'm buying super sweet motorcycle jacket and helmet. So like in that pivot plan kit should be something you care about. There could be a motorcycle magazine. So now you feel like you have to go to fantasy because you can't handle reality. You start creating a reality that is dopamine producing, and it should also give you serotonin. But you need to know what the plan is. So let's just say you like basketball and an urge hits, you go play basketball. Every time, you don't think about it. Actually, one guy I'm working with, who I'm basically done working with him, thankfully, he loved to play the piano, but he hadn't played in 10 years. So his pivot plan was anytime he felt an urge, he was gonna go play the piano. So, you know, of course he's playing the piano like a lot at the beginning of that, but he did it every time. And he began practicing, he was getting better and better at the piano, right? Think what that does, puts his brain into the green zone. But you don't think about it in the moment because you only have 3 seconds. So if you go, you don't even have the capacity to go, what should I do instead? You just go do it. And it becomes you're using your reaction in the moment to go do the thing you've planned ahead of time. One guy I worked with, he's funny. He's like, this was like a month or two ago, where he said he plowed through his entire pivot plan kit on a Friday evening. But the point is, if the Friday evenings are difficult times, you don't stay home on Friday evening. You make a plan for the next Friday evening so you don't have to blow through, you know, gum and candies. Like I ate like 4 candy bars, you know, and chocolate's very dopamine producing. Food's very dopamine producing. Not that I want people to develop a food addiction, but you know, because you have to be careful so that you don't substitute. You're figuring out the need, that's the offensive plan, but you're going to something else on a supernormal stimulus. So like back to the point of video games, my husband's so funny because he's working through this thing and he goes, nothing that 3 to 5 hours of video games won't solve. And I'm like, Cosmos, his name's Cosmos. I'm like, Cosmos, you know, that's not the solution. He's like, I know. And he gives me this smile, you know, but he's working on it. He's doing the work, but he's definitely playing some video games to offset the stress of the thing he's working on. And that's fine as long as it's healthy. And, you know, so TV, and TV, if you watch something, I call it the friction point, probably from my motorcycle days. The friction point is, you know, on the throttle of a motorcycle, it's just enough to get you going, not to kill you, but also that you're no longer stopped. It's where you're throttling. And so what your brain's looking for in porn or anything else that's a supernormal stimulus is the perfect mix of anxiety and arousal. That's what you're looking for, because it's high beta and theta. So it goes back to your brain. Your brain wants to be calmed and stimulated. That's the friction point. So if you're not creating that in your life, your brain keeps running to it in something else. So like you should always have a project that gives you that in the real world. And it's different for every single person. So if you want to learn how to scuba dive, you do it. If you want to do a tough mudder, you know those. My husband did tough mudder a couple years ago where he trained in all these weird things. You know, when you think to yourself, what is the thing that makes me a little nervous-sighted? That's from My Little Pony. Nervous-sighted. You're nervous and excited. We say that in my family. We haven't watched My Little Pony in years, but we used to watch it a lot. And my daughter rides horses. She says, I get that feeling every time we drive to the barn. Because every time she's nervous and excited. So if you're not creating nervous-sighted in your life, your brain looks for nervous-sighted somewhere else, or just to numb the pain because you don't have anything exciting. You only have nervous. Wow. So when you make that plan, it should be as dopamine producing as humanly possible to start off, but then in the end, you want more joy. It should have serotonin and connection. So especially, we know these things are about isolation. You go, you get connected, you do a thing that you enjoy, but you plan it ahead of time. And so I encourage people to have a daytime plan and a nighttime plan, because you can't go play basketball if it's 3 a.m. So if it's 3 a.m., things that have really helped people are playlists. Music can be really dopamine and serotonin producing. You get a good chill playlist that helps you fall back asleep. Now that you understand how your brain works, you don't want to do anything that's going to give yourself more high beta in the middle of the night. You want only calming stuff, not stimulating. So you don't want to turn on your screen. Screens resonate at 60 hertz, just the screen itself, regardless of what you're watching. So what hertz are we going for? Do you remember? 10 to 12, 10 to 15. So if you're in front of a 60 hertz screen all day long, what's going on with your brain? You're increasing your high beta, anxiety mode. So just being in front of a screen jacks your brain up and makes that speed go higher. So in the middle of the night, you really need to do calming exercises. That's why counting screens are 60 hertz. Not even scrolling is going to take you up. Just looking at a screen. That's why people wear blue light filtering glasses. It tones the blue light down a little bit, so it's at like, we'll say 30 hertz. It takes it to a softer light. It's the light that resonates off of it. So managing screen time is just essential. It's essential to have a healthy brain. That's why I suggested to Laki, you might want to do it less, because it puts us all in a bad place. And then what we consume is even worse. Even on TikTok or social media,
There was just an article in the Wall Street Journal about that big study of TikTok, how it's creating.
It's awful.
Yeah.
TikTok's, I have not been on, I have a cool story about TikTok. I just started a TikTok account because I don't know how TikTok works, but I'm figuring it out. This kid from Africa took one of my videos where I say, I look like a Karen doing it too, the way that he did it, but I go, porn damages your brain. That's the sound clip that is on there. So all these people stitched it. 9 million of them stitched themselves doing dumb things because their brains are melted from porn.
Funny.
So there's one guy who's like got his bike helmet on backwards. There's a lawyer who clearly was making poor decisions when he made that TikTok stitch, talking about how he's not good at defending people because his brain. But I mean, think about how wild that is. That, first of all, it's wild that TikTok is so fast and does that to your brain. Plus, it's so bad for self-esteem because you're looking at all these people, like all social media. It's all sexualized, which is why I call it sexual media. But like, think about with porn that there's 9 million people who think it's funny instead of terrifying. But you know how that goes. It's externally funny, but if you're caught up in it.
He got hit by the car trying to do that dance that everybody was doing where you jump out of the car and dance, and then his friend ran over. He was supposed to jump on the car. He was supposed to jump on the car, and it went wrong, and the guy ran him over. Crazy.
I know. People love to watch that. Like, if you're a person who likes to watch crashes, a lot of people like to watch crash stuff, and or like when I got to the hotel last night, I was looking through, and it's like Dateline in 2020, and I found myself going, I don't really watch TV like that. It's like about murders. And I'm like, wow, this is fascinating. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so bad for me. I'm watching anxiety and arousal right before I try to fall asleep because I'm watching I actually at one moment, I went between the two of them. I'm watching two. Then another murder thing came on a third channel. I'm like, they know. Like, these TV stations, they're not stupid. They're hitting people with exactly what they will get sucked into watching at the end of a day. Friction point of anxiety and arousal. I'm like, I have to bring my brain down and go to sleep, or I'm going to have all this. It was her assistant who ended up killing her. Did you watch that? It was about the senator who they thought her ex-husband did. It was her assistant. You can't trust those assistants. Okay, so one other trick there too is that, and I know it sounds terrible, it shouldn't be punishment, but there's reward. Your brain will always chase down the reward. Rewards and consequences will always chase down the reward. You have to reward it in the right way. Healthy mood regulation, basketball, pool, darts, the thing you love to do. And if you don't know what you like to do, go back and figure out what little you liked to do. Figure it out and do those things. If you drew when you were young, start drawing. If you played instruments, if you like to, play jacks, you like to go outside, figure it out. Figure out what little you, and just start doing it. Because if that's not the thing, it'll bring you to the next thing. Because your brain will be rewarded. And then I'm sure you've heard the rubber band trick, which actually I'm a fan of initially, because it gives your brain a shot of cortisol when you're about to go to the dopamine. It pattern interrupts. So a negative consequence, it should not be punishment. It should be a negative consequence that's like the drip starts, and when that drip starts, you're moving towards the deluge. But when you do a little cortisol spike, that drip stops. And especially if you have the plan, it's like, no, I'm not following that reward. It now has a consequence. I'm moving this way because I'm going to be rewarded back in the real world, in my life.
Yeah, sure.
But you have to set up the life that's rewarding.
Right.
And we call them tolerances. I'm always checking in. What am I tolerating? Because I try not to tolerate anything. What am I tolerating today? Or like usually it's like there was one point, I loved driving my kids around when they were younger because it was the time I'd spend. But then I realized I'm spending like 5 hours a day driving kids around, and I wasn't on purpose. So I got a girl to drive them to some of the stuff, who she doesn't drive them, but she's still an integral part of our family, and she became, a relationship. So it was a win-win-win. They loved her. I could show up as the best me because it wasn't 5 hours a day. Still had plenty of time with the kids. So you have to create the life that's dopamine producing. If you don't, it will be almost impossible to keep, you can only stay in that defense pivot plan for so long. That's why this is the defense. Then we move towards the offense. Do you mind flipping the slide? Thank you. Which takes us to the present. So if you've been going into something for dopamine, lots and lots of it, a dopamine detox is a good way to do it if you can, because this is slippery slope. So I call it the Kool-Aid. Some people don't even know what Kool-Aid is, but if you remember, exactly, like if you remember how Kool-Aid, or at least the commercials, look them up. If you're so young you don't know, look up the Kool-Aid Man commercials. They're awesome. Yeah, exactly. And he bursts through the wall.
He would break through, yeah.
Exactly, break through the wall is totally awesome, except for he's made with chemicals that rot your brain. That's what they didn't tell you in those awesome commercials, is that he is filled with red dye, which is literally terrible for you.
Stop drinking.
So stop drinking the Kool-Aid. So, part of the plan in your present is you have to find a way to stop drinking the Kool-Aid. And if you can't, then it's really difficult to rewire your brain. That's why you need a strong defensive mechanism, and you have to dip into the past and resolve that pain. And, using some of those Gestalt techniques. Then when you do that, when you set up your life that it has dopamine producing activities, you're also getting serotonin and oxytocin. It becomes the perfect neurochemical cocktail, which then gets your brain into the green zone. Your personality type is really important, and this afternoon we can break it down, but if you don't come back this afternoon, go to Truity, TRUITY.com. You can do a free Enneagram personality test there, but here's the takeaway on it is it's cool to know your personality type. What's powerful is that the way the Enneagram sets it up is that every single personality type can integrate to health and disintegrate into unhealth or disease, dis-ease. And we know addiction is a brain pattern that's diseased. And basically all personality types disintegrate into addiction. And you can use the 9 levels within your personality type to learn what your thresholds are to integrate. And each personality type develops because when we were kids, we learned what makes us feel safe. Information makes me feel safe. That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
And other people, but the thing is, healthy integration is sharing the information. Unhealthy is keeping it for myself and just sitting in front of my computer, learning more, which is my favorite thing to do. I'd stay there all day, every day, just taking information in. But when I push information out, then I create that balance. But the real goal is to spread yourself across all 9 personality types. Goal number 1, integrating ego towards better ego, because a personality type is still an ego. When you can spread yourself out and not need to hang on to that identification to feel safe, that's when you really can make marks towards moving towards your true self. Okay, so the live plan's on the next slide. Do you mind just going to the next slide? Because I think it's there. And I'll tell you the other ones they have. One thing before we talk about that is it's Truity, TRUITY. It'll give you a report of like the top personality types. Then when you're done doing that, go to the Enneagram Institute or just Google it because you can find really cool people. you can Google like Enneagram personality type 5. And you'll find some really cool resources. You'll find what your defense mechanisms are. You'll find a lot of your patterns will be there. And it's pretty cool because it usually blows people's minds where they're like, that is so me, that is so me, that is so me. And it can start helping you to understand the whys behind what you do. And that's the way that I like it. Sure. It's called the Enneagram. It's ENNEA. Ennea means 9. Enneagram Institute. It's I think they're a nonprofit who they're bringing that information out. Okay, another brain thing about routines and habits, rewiring your brain in the present. When you couple an old habit to a new habit, it's easier. So when you're breaking the old habit and you're trying to have a new habit begin, habit replacement can be really powerful. That's why, saying it's a little different, but if you're not going to watch porn and you play video games instead, you're a notch down in the supernormal stimulus, but you haven't there is an upheaval of your routine. Or another one is if you want to exercise more or get out into nature, you couple a walk at lunchtime and dinner time. You always go for a walk after lunch and after dinner. So if you always eat lunch and you always eat dinner and you start taking these walks, they happen.
Wow.
Instead of it being like, I'm gonna start walking tomorrow. Right? I got a great idea. I'm gonna start exercising tomorrow. Right? Where if you're like, okay, I'm gonna exercise before lunch, then I'm gonna eat lunch, and then you'll find you're able to do it when it's scheduled in and coupled to something else. If it's not scheduled, it's not real. Remember that one. If it's not scheduled, it's not real. And today's in the Matrix, you have to schedule your life. So if it's not scheduled, it's not real. And the most important are morning and evening routines. And you're gonna love this one. Don't go on electronics for at least a half hour after you wake up. Don't even look at it. Just get up and do your morning routine, which is quiet time, doing nothing. And then you can read something powerful. We don't think about our mind diets, what you put in your mind. If you're just on social media, you're consuming mental junk food all the time. Get a good book. Follow a podcast that inspires you and gives you new information. You keep putting good stuff in, a mind diet. And in the evening, have an evening routine. For years, I said, actually, I still have an alarm. It goes off at 8:30 p.m. And when I'm at home, I try to get up super early. So I try to go to bed by 9:30, 10 at the very latest. I have to start by 8:30. And so, my husband would mock me while we were watching our codependent TV. I would jump up and I started to set this alarm. And every time it went off, I'd get up and he's like, where are you going? I saw a ton of half movies. Still haven't seen the end of about 100 movies. But I did it because I'm like, I'm going to start going to bed earlier. And I'm going to have this really good routine. It has to start at 8:30. So the alarm goes off and I start it and it brings my brain down. And I've been doing that for a really long time. So then I can wake up feeling refreshed. Evening routine, simmer, turn the lights down. Low lighting. When you come into my house in the evening, you'd think there's a seance about to start. And in the morning, but I ease my brain into my day. I ease my brain out of the day. Super important. And then couple new habits to the routines that you're doing in the day. And figure out your stressors and tolerances. That's why if you figure out urges, it's generally related to a stressor, but it might not be related to a stressor the minute before. When urges come, people tell me this all the time. I had a relapse. It came out of nowhere. That's my favorite one. It came out of nowhere. And I'm like, let's break it down. What happened in the hours before? What happened in the days before? What happened in the weeks before? Relapses are months in the making. And once you come out of this, they're months, weeks, days in the making. So once you become aware of it, you can pivot in the middle of that and change some, get rid of the stressors, build in more brain neutral time. Would you mind flipping the slide? Did someone have a thought or a question? Okay, this is the live plan. This is the logic. Remember we said we're going to tap into logic? When you make a live plan, it should be logical, intentional. I want you to think about how much intention you put behind the things that you do. Intention is just another super powerful concept. Vitality, it should make you feel alive. And it should be experienced, something you do, not something you consume.
Oh, good.
Experiencing is not consuming, and I know people confuse this these days, especially with the dopamine nation, you know, with going back. Experience, go do stuff that makes you feel alive, schedule it in, make sure it makes sense for you, not your friend, and go do it with intention, schedule it in. My husband golfs 2 times a week, generally, always every Sunday, and he's been wanting me to golf. I currently own 15 golf outfits. I'm not even kidding.
But you haven't worn them.
I've worn it once. And I'm like, dude, I don't want to golf. I don't have the brain space for golf right now. Maybe someday. And I'm very good. I'm naturally pretty good at golf. But I like to go, I live by a lake. I like to be on the water. And I bought 2 stand-up paddle boards. And I drive a big truck. So I put them in the back of my truck. And I can be on the lake in 15 minutes. And it is a glorious thing. And I schedule it for every Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
And so then when that breaks down, guess what happens? I break down. And so it's really cool because then I tell myself, I'm the person who goes paddleboarding on the lake. And you know how I can tell myself that? Because I make myself do it. And the way I make myself do it is by scheduling it in. And this is seriously a huge part of rewiring your brain in the right direction. We lose sight of this. Like, figure out a thing you like to do, plan it, and go do it. And even if you have to do it by yourself, I always bring someone so I don't drown to death on the lake. I was thinking I should pick something else that doesn't require the buddy system, but that is something that really charges me up, that I need a buddy there. Okay, do we want to take a lunch break?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it. Let me ask you, before we jump in, are there any questions that we wanted to wrap up? Or are there too many of them? Or
Mike.
if we want to start with...
Yes, I was, during the lunch, I was talking to another mama that had the same issue than me. So I think maybe it's gonna help several of us.
Yeah,
when we need time to unwind, when we're angry and we need to get out of the house, the ones that have 7 years old and below, kids, we get physically grabbed and like thrown in the floor, like we cannot get out, right, physically. So how do you recommend us to deal with that? Because for me, it's the most overwhelming. When I'm flooded and I really need to go to the beach, my place to go is the beach. I don't have a lake or paddling skills, but I like to walk in the beach. So when I get out, like I get like everybody wrapping my thing, my bag, like it's impossible. It gets into physical thing, and I get more overwhelmed. So maybe you have an advice for us?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so am I mic'd up here well? I don't know, I'm gonna sound like a broken record too, but at the same time, like, you know, that's been my life for such a long time.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And actually I was just talking about it, saying that, you know, I wish I would have figured some of this stuff out earlier in my life, especially as a parent, because I spent so many of those years, you know, thinking I had to respond to my kids' every need in the moments that they had it, or not allowing myself to have time. And everything we're talking about here too goes back to self-worth. Like, if you're going to show up and be a good mama, you have to give yourself the time to come away from it and decompress from it. And it's defense and offense. So your offensive plan should be to have enough time in your schedule for yourself. And you have to know that you deserve it. And you have to know that it is what allows you to be the good mom all the other hours. Because if you're like me, you probably grew up not, you know, thinking self-care was important. That's why I want you to know self-care is brain boosting. It's the thing that keeps you where you need to stay. And that's the offense. When you plan it in during the times when you're out the door and everybody's at your heels and you can't get away from them, you can handle it better. You don't need out as much as you did if you spent the time across the week giving yourself that time to regulate yourself. Then in the moments when you really need, you know, you didn't know you're going to need time in that moment and everybody's pulling on you, you have a plan of how you're going to get the time for yourself. And it takes a tribe. I also wish I would have known it's okay to ask for help in those moments about 15 years ago,
because I would never ask anybody for help. It is still not easy for me to ask for help. And in the moments when I need it, having people that I can call and say, I need help with this. You know, I'm losing my mind. Will you pick my kids up for an hour? And, you know, being able to have someone that you can say, I just need a half hour to myself. And even your kids, my kids have learned that because I've been doing that with them for so long, where they understand I never need time out. The times I ask for it, I need it 9 out of 10 back. And that's why if the only reason they'll do it is when they're not in a good place. They'll come at me. But, you know, like having problems with my oldest daughter, I was just staying strong. Finally, I let it out. I cried for like 5 hours a couple Sundays ago. Now this is the cutest thing. And it's fine. It's all going to get solved. It's just, you know, it's a weekend in my lifetime with her. Even if it's a year or 2 or 5 or 7 in my lifetime with her, I will figure it out because I'll stay the course. I'll stay engaged in it. But staying strong and pretending I'm fine, and that's what I was telling Renato, I named it fake great. Like we go through our lives being fake great, even though we're hurting and we're wounded. So I stopped being fake great. And that's the transparency with discernment. You know, so people go, how are you? And I'll go, I'm having a rough day. And thankfully I can use the tools to not have as many. But my point about that is the day that I was upset, my kids walk in, they go, oh, and they just come over and give me a hug. And then, you know, and they're like, what can I do? Because they know. And actually my husband, he did not do that. I was going, yada, 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 you know, I was going off about something to him. And he goes, if you do that one more time, I'm walking away. I said, no, you're not. Who are you kidding? I listen to you all the time. If I say anything, you're going to sit there, you're going to listen to me. He's like, you're right. I go, I have myself together. I lose it like once every 2 years. Maybe 3. I go, dude, it's 900 days that I've listened to you. And here's the 20 minutes. He's like, you're right. Because I regulate everybody. And as moms, it's our job to co-regulate them. And then, you know, we end up co-regulating our partners more. And it is that nurturing. So I'm like, you are gonna listen to me. And he's like, okay. Like then he stepped in to realize, like, I'm not just complaining, I'm actually struggling right now. I'm having a rough day. So he steps in to help me co-regulate. So like, that's the offense and the defense. I only get there every couple of years because I really do have a good offense and I really do have good skills in trying to talk to my kids. And I really do give myself enough time. But then the times I don't, like, and then I just checked out for that day. I just, you know, I didn't go do bad things. I exercised, I made food, I went out, took a long walk, I took a long nap, all the stuff that is brain recovery, so that the next day I showed back up and everyone's like, how are you? I'm like, I'm fine. I'm back on track and we'll do the tough stuff of life. Yeah, I thought.
I just wanted to share that recently, I had a huge fight with my youngest daughter and we never fight. So, I mean, in her lifetime, she's 31, I think we fought maybe 3, 4 max times, like she was my best friend. And I say was because she's just grown up and I lost my son 5 years ago, so and then I almost lost her in 2019. So I'm like, we live together. I told her after she almost died, you need to come home and live with me and save your money and get a house and so you can get a leg up in the world. And I really don't bother, she lives with me with her boyfriend and I really don't bother her that much. Like when her door is closed, I don't go and interfere or knock and intrude. I'm very respectful, but I feel like I never see her. So then I get sad. And then she's like, why are you always sad? Yeah. I feel like you want me next to you every second. So she goes, what would you do if I didn't live here? And I said, you haven't lived here. Tell me, what did I do? Was I doing that? And she goes, no. And I go, all I want to do is love you. And we got in this big, huge fight where I told her she was being mean. She's like, you repeat yourself so many times. How many times do I have to hear this? And I'm like, wow, that's so mean. And I'm super sensitive, you know? I'm like, wow, like, when did she become like that? You know, she was so fun I don't know, she took on this job at Chili's, and when you go and you bust your butt in a restaurant and you got $100 tab and they leave you $2, it jades you. So after 7 years, she's a different person because of that. Plus, she's
That's exactly right.
you know, wants to be an entrepreneur and she's trying to build a business.
If she shows up mean towards you, it's not about you. And that's the same thing with my daughter. My daughter and I have had a great relationship. I actually was thinking, of course I'm worried about her, and I try not to worry. And so, but I thought this could be good. She's gonna work through some stuff she's been fake great on for the last 10 years. So I'm gonna give her the space to do that.
That's what you're doing, is teaching me and helping me so much to sort out what had happened, because I'm like, how
But then I've gotten to peace too. You have to get to peace inside. Like, I just love her. And that's what, when she's kind of yelling at me on the phone, and I said, I love you no matter what you have going on, and no matter what is going on between us, I love you. But then I made her tell me when she's going to talk to me, because that's what boundaries, and it's communication. We're the worst communicators ever, all of us in general. Yeah. Communication, and just actually, so like if you want to spend time with her, saying, I would like to spend a little time with you.
Well, I did.
When can you do that?
I took her to North Carolina.
Yeah.
To see Toby Mac at the Bojangles Arena in Charlotte. It was awesome. We had a great time. We came home, we had a huge fight, and somebody told me, you took your daughter to God and the devil's not. So, I don't know. But what I want to say is that
it's probably processing. She might need to
I called Gigi right away, and I'm like, Gigi, I have to talk to you. And she goes, okay, so you're doing better, because I've been here a while. So I go, I think I am. I just swear I love her. She goes, so your darts were not as poisonous, because I did say things like, wow, you remind me of your father right now.
Yeah.
I can't believe you're speaking to me like that.
Yeah.
And it really was my truth. I didn't mean to hurt her, but she was hurting me, and not out of delibecy. I immediately went to, you sound like she's not her father, so she was sounding like
him. Those are the moments when you walk away.
That hurt her so much. That hurt her so much that she told me that I feel like you see me as a monster. And I said,
yeah, well, that's a
yeah. So anyway, but everything you're saying,
Emmanuel, would you mind putting the slides up if that's okay?
Everything you're saying here is that's really helping me.
I mean, this stuff shows up in your life every single day. That's why I said the choices are minute by minute.
Yeah,
and then when you choose to do it in a different way, you get a different outcome. So if you walked away and didn't, I know it's hard. Like, I know I'm not saying it's easy, but if you walked away and you didn't throw any darts, you stay in a place where you don't feel bad that you've done those things. Yeah, do you have a thought?
So Kathy, she gave you the answer. What do?
I'm gonna.
What was the answer?
To walk away until we both calm down.
Oh,
yep.
good.
Yep. Oh. And just know she's being mean because she needs you to help her.
Her life.
But she needs you to help her, and maybe it's time and space that she needs right then. And as kids become adults, that's the hardest thing. It's like a wonder any of us make it through, right? Yeah.
So as I hear you, you have really good ways of co-regulating your kids or regulating your kids. How do you acquire those skills, and how can you point us into that direction?
Not through my parents. Not through my parents. That's what we're going to talk about here today. But in the rewiring emotional intelligence, this is the perfect slide to have up, because that's how you do that. And it is by figuring out what's going on with you. Like, I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's what self-awareness is. And I'll just dive into this, but figuring out what's going on with you and why you're throwing darts. Because when you throw darts, it has to do with you, not her. And then not having to do that. And it's patterning and programming from the past that you have to undo. So, I said our minds and our bodies are tools of our brains. Our brains are like our parents. So you have to reprogram it. That's what reparenting your inner child is. And on a minute by minute basis and every day, choose a new way of acting. And it always goes from not acting out of fear, acting out of love. And then the way that plays out in every single minute is different. But if you do anything that's loveless, it's fear. So then as it comes out, or you start to do it, you can stop yourself in the middle of it. Or if you can't stop yourself before you do it, you can apologize, and which starts the process. then you think, and what I do, I call it debriefing. Like if you're in the military, right? And you come back and they debrief you to make sure you've processed and integrated everything. You're not hanging on to anything. You don't. So I debrief myself after every experience really, but especially the negative ones and the really high ones too. Because getting out of the pendulum effect is about not having to swing high and low. And if I swing high, if I'm particularly super excited about something, I also want to know what's going on there, because it means my brain needed it really bad because I thought it was really great. But especially the lows. So when I walk away from all the experiences, I make an action step for myself to show up differently next time if it doesn't work out.
Love that.
And then I change it. And it's still not perfect. So now it sometimes is I walk out of the room and I come back and I undo the thing I just did. And I'll apologize to my kids, which is part of emotional intelligence. We are not programmed to apologize to children. And that's what vulnerability is when I say, I'm sorry that I yelled at you and forgive me. But, and I don't usually try to pepper it with a but. And I've already encouraged them to take ownership. I take ownership in all my behaviors. And what emotional intelligence is, it's really, really powerful. Self-awareness, which is low for so many people. Start looking at yourself and figuring out, think of the things that you do. And you can just start with the negative things because it's easier than to look at the positive things. Like anger is a really easy one. Why did you get annoyed or angry about something? Because anytime you're angry or annoyed, your ego is having a situation. And that means that things aren't going your way. And honestly, it goes back to that, because that's a lesson with my daughter, is that I'm going into fear because she's upset with me and it's not going the way of being a great mom. Because she has problems, which means I didn't do something right, which also isn't true. I had to work through all this on that Sunday. She can have problems and I can still be a good mom. And so then, I had to work through this process where her problems aren't about me, but I have to show up for her. And what I said to my husband when I was going off was that I'm tired because I do this all the time. I'm like, dude, I'm tired. Can't a girl just get a month where I don't have to do this in a major way? Because like I said, I have to do, you have to do this. We all have to do this in major ways, and it becomes exhausting. So that's why I said, I'm out today. I'm taking the day off. And I've done this a few times in my life. I'm like, I'm taking the day off. And they're like, what's for breakfast? Well, you didn't hear me. I'm like, I'm taking the day off. You can ask Dad about that. There was one day 10 years ago where he ordered breakfast, lunch, and dinner because I took the day off because I'm out, man. I gotta go figure myself out to regulate. Yeah, do you have a thought?
Yeah, question about the pendulum. Question about the pendulum. Is it the time frame of the spectrum? Is it 1 minute extreme to the next minute, a day, hours?
It's
weeks?
different for everybody. That's what the cycle is.
Okay.
And that's why trying to bring it back to self-awareness too, is when you figure out, some people's cycles can be a year. That's the dry drunk or not taking care of the pattern at all, but kind of hanging in it for a really long time. Usually the cycle it's either daily or it's every other day, or usually within the week or within 2 weeks. But for most people, it's daily. It's on a daily cycle. If you just think about it, for any self-soothing habit that you do in the evening, if you have an evening drink or if you watch porn, you think about in the evenings, the easiest way is you get yourself through another day, and your high beta is going up, anxiety is going up across the day, you're getting more exhausted, and then you use whatever you use to take the edge off that day, and you get up and it starts over. But that cycle can exist on whatever, different pattern. Figuring out what that looks like for you is raising your self-awareness. That's why starting to investigate your patterns, when you do it, you might be blown away. And I don't know if anybody's done this and looked at your own life. You might realize that, Mondays are the toughest because you work a long day. And then Sundays I'm in the midst of writing my program into a book, which is really fun and exciting. And I hired a writing coach to help keep me organized and keep me on track. And I was thinking about one of the stories of someone that I've worked with where it's about porn consumption, but they would watch porn on Thursday morning. So Fridays would be okay because there's still dopamine in the system. Then they'd have to hang out, it was a gentleman, hang out with their family on Saturday. And the family would have a great time, but he would start, disintegrating, going into a dopamine deficit. By Sunday, he was irritable. By Monday, it was the absolute worst. And then in the way that he had his life, he'd watch porn again on Tuesday. So like Tuesday through Friday were good, but he had no clue that he didn't even see the behaviors that he had. Never mind the fact that it was on this dopamine deluge deficit cycle. So like once you know about that part, you can kind of figure it out. And if you've escalated to the point where you're consuming porn every 3 hours, that's your brain just needs lots of dopamine to get through your life, which usually at that point, your life becomes miserable because there's such a dopamine deficit that you don't even want to go into the real world. You have to keep going into the screen. And that's what phones are doing to us too, on accident, inadvertently. But when you figure that out about yourself, then you can begin to self-regulate. And again, we're not going from 0 to 1,000. We're going from 20 to 30 to 40 to 50 at a time. Self-regulation is, okay, I feel the need for dopamine, but I'm not going to get it in that way. I'm going to go get it in a healthy way. I'm going to take these walks at lunch and after dinner. I'm going to text my friends. Texting gives you a lot of dopamine. Exercise is one of the biggest things you can do. We were talking about yoga. Yoga is so great. I did 15 minutes of yoga. Wow. That's what my watch shows. My exercise band. Oh, that's my daughter texted. Hi, mama. It says very cute. But my exercise band's half closed because yoga gets your mind, your body, and your spirit, yourself, all linked up. And so I just did a few minutes of yoga this morning to try to bring all that energy into a good place for self-regulation. So it's making that choice to do the better thing to self-regulate. Once you self-regulate, social awareness increases. And a lot of people I work with have very low social awareness of that's empathy, what's going on with other people. That's why when I take the step back and I go, this is going on with my kids. This is my other daughter, Fiona, who's texting me, who she texts me 10,000 times a day. And I love her. But I was a little frustrated the other day because you can't get any work done. Someone's texting you all day long. She goes to school. I'm like, she is at school. Why is she texting me? But this, my husband said, that's what this journey's so cool when you're always learning. He goes, you ground her in the world. And school's been stressful because she's had this thing going with teachers and there's a situation going. So she has ramped up the texting because just texting me helps her feel better and grounded. Isn't that a beautiful thing? So then when he reframed that for me, I'm like, text me all you want, sweet child, because I will be here for it. And I don't even need to answer her half the time. Like if I answer her in 2 hours, but just realizing like people need people. That's why the connection, and that's where social awareness, seeing other people's patterns. So like when I realized that about my oldest daughter, I'm like, oh, she just needs time and space right now. She doesn't even know what's going on with her. She's trying to tell me, and it's all blame. And I know enough about blame. She calls me and tells me, I ruined your life. Those are the words. You ruined your life. You ruined my life. I have to check in. Did I do anything to ruin her life? No, not on purpose. Like, I think we're all ruining everybody's lives on accident, the more we are in ego, but not on purpose. So then, I know I'm in integrity, but I'm like, she doesn't even know what's going on, which means she just needs time and space to figure it out. But I didn't let her off the hook. You got 2 weeks to attempt to figure that out. And if not, I'm jumping back in this situation to help you figure it out. Not to be mad at you, not to, just to be here to help move you along. And if I can't do it, I'm going to get you somebody to help move you along. Like it's about, and I said that to her, like, seems like we're not on the same page. Maybe we should get someone to mediate the conversation. And it's for me as much as her because it's such a disconnect. And I'm pretty grounded in it, and I understand what's going on with her, but maybe she can, if we have a translator. So, it's about those, but that's social awareness. So I stopped worrying about like what I get from the relationship with her, and I start thinking, how do I show up for her? That's the giving, not the taking. The taking is, I'm a great mom, look at how great all my kids are. The reality is, sometimes when I have a kid with a problem with the sheer number of kids I have, it's always one person, right? So it's like, they can have problems and I'm still a good person. So then I can show up, but at least I have to become and try to stay aware. Then the last one's relationship management. And we should all be connected. So if you are not connected to somebody and you're just isolating, that's the problem in and of itself. of ego. Ego isolates, the self is connected. But for the self to stay connected, we have to learn how to manage relationships. And that's all the discussion that we're having here. So you regulate yourself as much as possible, because when you show up in relationships, it's difficult to manage your own self and to help another person. So those are the 4 pillars of emotional intelligence. Now, if you look at the people in your life, your parents, maybe even your teachers, maybe even your church leaders, maybe even people you looked up to, not many people are emotionally mature. Not many people have emotional intelligence. That's why I joked. I'll tell you where I didn't learn it from my parents, because my parents, I love them, but they're very emotionally immature. And that's why I didn't feel like I could tell my dad about the porn addiction thing, because a thing, and I've talked about this on YouTube before, a thing my whole family does, it's absolutely wild, and you probably have people in your life who do it. If I mention anything hard or emotionally triggering, it's like they didn't hear it. And I know that this is a sign of low emotional maturity. And good things too, good things. I called my dad a couple months ago because I had this fond memory of one time when I was supposed to go to school, and instead I went to the diner for breakfast with like 10 of my friends. And I'm at this diner, but I had my dad was a Pepperidge Farm distributor. He delivered cookies and crackers. So I had car keys that were blocking his truck in. So he couldn't go to work until he got the car. There was tons of us, so we'd have to pull the cars in. His truck was always the last one. So my dad shows up at the diner, and I'm there. I'm supposed to be in first period. I'm there with like 9 of my friends. We're all having breakfast, and my dad shows up. But that was tough for my dad. I don't even remember if I got in trouble. I don't even remember the details. I just remember how funny it was that I was supposed to be at school, but I was at the diner. But obviously, something's in there with my dad, because I remembered that because my daughter left and took the keys and went to school, and I'm like, no big deal. We'll get them when you get home. And then I remembered that story. I called him to tell him. And it was like he couldn't even hear it. All he wants to talk about is where my kids are going to college. And some of them aren't, and he doesn't even hear that. Like my oldest daughter, I'm like, she's not going to college yet. She's an artist. She's a musician. She doesn't want to go to college right now. So, when's she moving into her dorm? She's not. Do you not hear me? And then when I told him that story, he just jumped right over it onto where are the kids going to college. I've been talking to him about where my kids are going to college for literally 20 years. Wow. And my oldest is 19. But that's emotional maturity, and I love them, but they are not emotionally mature. I talked to a really smart guy last week who has tons of problems. I think he's like 70. He and his wife, they're having a lot of problems. He's like, I'm smart. I'm like, I'm sure you are, but that doesn't mean you're emotionally mature. He's like, my wife's smart. I'm sure she is too. But it's about this stuff. It's about being able to approach the difficult stuff, even though you feel sick, right? Like, even though you don't want to do it. And so whenever I feel really, really, really like I want to run, and actually I was going to make this point before, is that we all have a default when it comes to nervous systems. I'm sure you've heard this before. Fight, flight, or freeze. So each one of us learn from our upbringing. We either learn to fight, to flee, or to freeze. In my family, there's no such thing as conflict, so it's kind of a flight combo, flight, freeze thing. Like, you just walk away from it and pretend that it didn't exist. And my husband's is fight. So anytime anything's uncomfortable, he's argumentative about it. But that's his way to deal with the difficulties of life under stress. And figuring out which one is your default mode can be really powerful, just to stay and not do any of them. And so when you feel like you want to run, don't. When you start to run, come back. And that's what that's why I'm like, I'm out of here. I'm not going to listen to that. Who's he talking to? And then I'm like, I'm just fleeing. I will go back and just stay there. And if you're ready to fight, put the guns down, put the dukes down, and just communicate. It's about communication too. And when you do that, you achieve these 4 things. Anybody have any thoughts before we jump to the next slide?
I have a question.
Sure.
I experienced a lot of trauma when I was very young, and it was complex PTSD. So
Yeah.
PTSD. Thank you. Sorry. I always think I talk loud enough. I never do that. So my question is, I was told that if I would have gone through like EMDR to break those initial patterns, that I would have never, because I had the understanding and the knowledge, but for some reason I could not reach, like, there was a disconnect, I guess, emotionally. And so I needed to break that pattern or integrate in some way in order to get there. So when I hear a lot of this, I think to myself, sometimes I think, would I have been able to actually overcome like the immediate shutting down or a lot of those things had I not actually done that?
If you've done EMDR.
If I had never done it, like, can you actually, if you have like something like complex, you know,
Oh, yeah,
PTSD,
absolutely.
can you actually?
Yes, you can.
Without the aid of that?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And so like I have a lot of experience with EMDR. I know a lot about it, and so it's not an opinion. I've helped people. So what I encourage people, again, I'm gonna show you a slide, is neurofeedback. There's a headband called Muse, M-U-S-E. It doesn't do the same as EMDR. EMDR uses light, but what the headband does is it gently teaches your brain to make more of the green zone and less of those extremes. But your brain has the ability to do it by itself, using your mind and your body, the tools that you have. It's just learning how to use your mind and your body, which is all the stuff that I'm focusing on right now, is every single time you do any of those things, you have to learn them first. And then when you start using them, every time I go to run away and I come back, I've cut a new neural pathway. And every time I don't run away, I've allowed the old neural pathway to grow over. So like everything we're talking about today is brain training for neuroplasticity, using your mind and your body. And then now, thankfully, there's tools that we can use like I use EEG, EMDR uses light for desensitization and sound, and it helps to integrate. There's neurotherapies. And actually when I was a college professor, I basically learned how to use at least at that time, every neurotherapy that was available. And I landed on neurofeedback because it's the most powerful and the least invasive that people can engage with the most easily. So as a tool, I think it's something that people can use long-term, and now you can use it at home. The headband that is for sale through the company is $249. And then because I tell people to get to use it as an affiliate, you get 15% off using a link that I have that I can give to Leigh and Giovanna. But for $220, you have a tool that you can use for the whole rest of your life.
What does that do? What is that?
It teaches your brain. It's a teaching modality. It teaches your brain to make more of the perfect speed by giving you feedback, auditory and visual feedback. It's mostly auditory when you use it just by itself. And so basically it's like playing a piano is the easiest way to think about it. This is what I tell people.
Isn't it haptic also?
Is it what?
Haptic?
Not this headband, but it.
Yeah, no,
Oh, EMDR is, yeah. This isn't, I'm talking about neurofeedback, not EMDR.
It was not light or sound, it was.
Oh, it can be, yeah.
Vibrating module.
Yeah, the EMDR. Oh, that's Muse, yeah. Oh, yeah, thanks. I was gonna bring mine and I never did. I opted for the speaker so I could.
Hey, that's Bob.
Bob, yeah. Okay, Bob has a Muse thing. Yeah, exactly. So, I know, right? I brought a speaker. Well, I bring my Muse everywhere, and I realized there's no way I'm gonna have time to do this. So I bring it everywhere, and then I don't have time. And I'm telling you, neuroscience shows if you set yourself up for success, you feel like a success. So had I brought mine and didn't use it, I would have felt like a failure. So I didn't. So the way that this works is it has 5 EEG sensors in the frontal lobe and 2 in the earpieces in the temporal lobe. And it goes on like this underneath your hair. Then one's a ground and one's a reference. So basically 2 of these in the front train your brain in the frontal lobes, these 2 areas. And then your brain is trained on these 2 pieces in the temporal lobes. Now here's the coolest part, and this is why I love this as a tool for people, is that we already said your frontal lobe is what is increasing in slowness and it's decreasing in its functioning. The temporal lobes get to the reward center in your brain. So when you train these two these areas, you can resensitize the reward center in your brain. And what Muse did, so in the practice that my husband and I have, we have a lot of big fancy computers that do this, but they do a lot more. But this is the most universal protocol that Muse made, and they put it into this headband. And Muse has a lot of research out of big research universities showing that it works. They actually did a golf study, not that this one matters, but they did a golf study where the golfers at the turn, after 9 holes, some of them went and chilled, some of them went and meditated, and others went and used the headband. And the headband group did better on the back 9. So if you want to do better on the back 9 of your life, then let's get it, right? You saw that coming, didn't you? Me too, I felt it coming. Like, do I go with this? Or yes, I did. I went there. So you want to do better on the back 9 of your life. And so then you use it, they bill it as a meditation tool because they can't call it, well, they started calling it, actually on Instagram I see it, it says Neurofeedback, but on their website it doesn't say Neurofeedback. I'm sure it's for legal reasons so that it is being used as a meditation tool instead of a therapeutic tool so that they don't have to worry about licensing and things like that.
Yeah, we had Dr. John Gottman speak to us one time.
Yeah,
he spoke about heart math. You said that he felt
heart math is different.
That's different, very different, right? One is really.
It's similar though.
Which way is it similar, different?
Well, heart math. So John Gottman came and he talked about heart math. I really like heart math, and actually in my practice, I had people use heart math first before using neurofeedback, but then people only have so much in them. They really do, and then they'd be sick of being there for an hour or whatever. So I like heart math, but I just stuck with the thing that I thought was going to help them the most. So heart math is heart coherence, and basically it gets your heart into the best type of flow for the energy in your body to get into the green zone. And what it does then, when your heart is in coherence, your brain gets into the green zone, basically. So it was a cool warm-up for neurofeedback, and it would really help people get into the zone more quickly. But it's kind of like, it's a 2-step process instead of a 1-step process, because when you use EEG, the way that it works is you put the headband on and you can choose a soundscape. So like I always pick the ocean soundscape. That's why I was joking. We're not coming back. I'm going to the beach since I'm here at the ocean because I love it at the ocean. So I picked the ocean soundscape, and the closer my brain gets to the green zone, the ocean sounds calm. The further away, if I go into anxiety mode or if I go into overwhelm or fatigue or boredom, the more active my brain becomes in that sense, the waves get choppy. So it's negative feedback through your audio, through
You mean the music adjusts to?
It does, by the way your brain works.
Wow.
And actually it's very cool. Do you remember, my son just told me that some scientist was doing something. I probably shouldn't, since I know no details, tell the story, but the story is, do you remember that toy? It was a Star Wars toy that it would lift the ball if you put the headset on. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? No. It's a Star Wars toy, and you would put a headset on, and if you focused, the ball would go up. And it uses EEG. So what happens is, if you're calm and you're focused, you get the good sounds, the calm ocean. You also achieve birds. Birds will tweet in your ear. Your left ear if your left hemisphere is regulated. Your right ear if your right hemisphere is regulated. You'll get more birds. Birds are the reward. And the ocean being choppy is the consequence, the negative feedback. And that's why I say it's like learning to play a piano, because if you hit the wrong note, you can hear that it's off. That's kind of what it's doing in your brain. And you sit with the feedback of how your brain is performing, but you can use it. And so then if you calm yourself down, and the strategy when you're using the headband is to think about and feel your own thoughts. It's to create awareness of, and the way I talk about it is, it's like your thoughts are a ticker tape. And when you sit there and you start to listen and it's like all choppy, and then you realize you're having 1 million thoughts about nothing, or self-sabotage or shame, or they're going past you. Then when you sit with them, that third person's perspective, listening to the two minds in there, when you do that, they slow down. And you can actively slow them down by not picking them off. And, of course you have to learn how to do it. But I would be like, okay, I'd pick this thought, I'd be chewing on it, I'd be like, oh, I'm chewing on a thought. Put that back on the ticker tape, it goes by. And then what happens is your brain calms down. You start achieving more birds. And it's just like a workout. If you do it every day, you're pulling your brain into the green zone, out of the red zone. And over time, you hit a tipping point. And so many people I work with, they're like, I have no idea how that thing works. And all I know is I started getting some more birds, and all I know is I feel better. So what's that? Yeah, do you have a thought first?
So if I'm understanding this right, if I'm understanding this is a tool that can help you to have self-awareness and self-regulation and also have some metacognition development?
Definitely. And yeah, for sure. And when theta goes down, that slow speed, you become more self-aware because you're no longer in this fog. And high beta, another way I like to characterize high beta is it's like one of those trains. I think they're in Japan, the ones that go like, 200 miles per hour or whatever. So what is it called?
Bullet train.
Yeah, bullet train. So like if your brain is like a bullet train, it's going so fast, you can't look outside and enjoy the view. Like your brain's going a million miles a minute. So what this does is it slows it down. It's pulling it to calm focus, Yeah, dude.
I was wondering if you have any information about how does prayer correlate with the concepts that you're presenting?
I do, yeah. I could talk all day about prayer, but if prayer is salient to you, you have to like to do it. And it has to put you in a place that you feel better, because that's not the case for all people. And prayer can be very triggering for a lot of people. So there's tons of science that shows when you pray, it will very quickly bring you into the green zone. And so if prayer is good for you, I think you should pray often and long. I had a woman who came into my practice. She was on the UNC, the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. It's a big sports university. They were just in the Final Four. They lost. But she was on the women's soccer team, and she had concussion. She had multiple concussions, tons of concussions. She was very dysfunctional because of the number of times her brain had been hurt. But she's really religious, and she actually was part of the student organization. Anyways, long story short, when she would come in for neurofeedback, she'd pray every time. And she got better so fast, it was ridiculous, because she was using prayer to guide the neurofeedback. So like if you pray and you use this headband, it's going to be a double whammy in the right direction. But it's not salient for all people. So what I tell people is I encourage people to use an affirmation, which it could be a short prayer. And Wayne Dyer is one of my favorite authors. Love Wayne Dyer. He would teach a in the gap meditation, and he would do it with a prayer, but trying to keep it so that anybody can tap into something that's salient. I always talk about this, that I use an affirmation. It's from Star Wars, but it's I'm one with the Force. The Force is with me. That's a good one, right? It's so good because, and you can, what is the Force? The Force is the source. Exactly. So like, what do you think the Force is? The Force is your true self. It hits me so hard, like even saying it out loud ever now shifts me. But I use that, and what the gap is, this is a really powerful technique. What gap meditation is, when you say it, or even if you're praying, if you say, I'm one with the Force, right there is the gap. But you keep the gap short before anything can jump in there. And so you teach your brain to have empty, open space in the gap. One with the Force is with me. And then you make that gap longer and longer and try to hold a space with no thoughts. And it's amazing if you can learn to do that. Yeah.
How is neurofeedback, how is it, accepted in the academic community? Is it well? Because you don't see that many people talk about it.
No. So the question is, how is neurofeedback accepted in the academic community? Flightingly might be a good way. It is. No, it's actually being much more accepted these days, but it unfortunately doesn't fit into the allopathic healthcare system as a way of dealing with difficult things. But now big universities, like where I am, Duke University is using neurofeedback in studying. I actually have a what do they call it? A visiting scholarship. I'm a visiting scholar at UNC in the neuroscience department, and they have lots of EEG and they're studying neurofeedback. So it is becoming more accepted. There's insurance codes for it, but they don't get reimbursed. And this is how all the good stuff starts. It doesn't like, you know, if it's getting reimbursed, you're probably on the wrong boat is the way I see it. If it's not getting reimbursed, you know, it likely will be reimbursed in the future because it'll just join everything else, but it works. So to me, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of studies.
You feel that it works.
I know it works. I know it works. And that's why I tell people, why would I dedicate my life? I've been doing neurofeedback for 10 years. Why would I dedicate my life to something that doesn't work? Like I would never do it. When I found out about neurofeedback, I was literally blown away. And I'm like, you know, I'm here for it. Yeah, you have a thought, Georgia?
Yes. What is the phone number that I can get in touch with this company? What is?
You know, I don't know, but I'm gonna give Lockie a link. They have a phone number too. But
I've never had a computer.
Yeah, so they have a phone number and you can call them.
So I'm used to. You know,
yeah, and on the link is the phone number. I don't know the phone number. We'll get it for you.
We'll get it for you, honey.
It's really cool. I think this company's doing a really good job at trying to help people get their brains in a good spot.
I have another question back here.
Question.
Hi, if you covered this, and I apologize because we were a little bit late this morning, so if you already did, just tell me and I'll listen to the recording, but you had mentioned co-regulating with kids, but what about spouses, and what does that look like? And when's the time to not do that and walk away?
Yep. And you know, there's no right answer there, but getting into a flow of it is really, really important. And we were talking about this at lunch too, that, you know, I wish I would have known how to do that a lot better when I was younger, because now we're in a good flow of, you know, to me, it's like if someone isn't processing that thing, you can't come in and help them co-regulate. If they're so dysregulated, they need time and space. That's just the reality of it. So those are the times where, and you don't have to be mad about it. My husband's made jokes lately. He's like, I thought for sure you were gonna be mad about it, but then you walk back humming, you know, because like he just did something irritating. And I'm like, that dude just needs some space. That's not about me, that's about him. But then, you know, then when he was in a better spot, he actually came back to me that time. And it was a very similar situation where I had accidentally stressed him out and he was triply stressed out because he knew I was stressed out. And it was a very similar situation to that. And you know, that's why learning communication, like just try to be a better communicator. Anytime you're not communicating well, and of course there's strategies, but like when you know you're not communicating well, all of that can be solved through communication. Like, would you like to talk about this right now? If the answer is no, respect that. And so many times it's like, would you like to talk about this? No. Well, we're talking about it. You better like it. You know what I mean? And then if the answer is no, it's like, then, but you can also say, you know, then I want to talk to you about it tomorrow. But if tomorrow's still not okay, then you might have to table it. Of course, you know, if it's still not okay, it has to be talked about. But the flow of it can become really important. That's why when you realize what do you need, and when you realize what that other person needs, and you can do it preventively, so you co-regulate less. And then, you know, I have another way of thinking about it too, is that in a relationship, one person's always saner than the other. And, you know, saner. That's not politically correct, but like saner, you know. And so like, you know, it's oh sure, thanks. Yes, here's the box.
Thank you.
So, you know, when it's kind of the responsibility of that person to help the other person to get back to, you know, being sane so you can have the discussion. And sometimes it's space and sometimes it's just being there with people.
But
So,
is co-regulation, so what you're saying is it's a conversation?
No. Co-regulation is that, like understanding that a person needs space. And I try to teach my husband this all the time with our kids, because like if something goes wrong with the kids, he'll just like put them in trouble. Or he'll be annoyed with them and then just move on. I'm like, they need you to help them through that. They don't know how. So co-regulation is when somebody has a thing and they don't know how to move through it, helping them through it and trying to gain more skills. That's what the emotional intelligence is. Trying to gain more skills so you can help them through a tricky thing. That's what empathy is. Like, I might not have totally gone through your situation, but I know tough situations are tough. And I know I can sit here with you and not talk to you and listen for right now, offer a suggestion. So co-regulation is like showing up at a time when a person needs you to be there for them. And like with the text with my daughter, she feels stressed out at school. Just reaching out to me keeps me connected, keeps her connected to me. And so it's like, I guess the easiest way to think about it is like still staying present with a person when they're going through a difficult thing, not trying to fix it, trying to help them to help themselves. Not an easy thing to do. And like a really easy example with kids, and honestly, like it holds true for spouses too. Like if my kids, when they were younger, if they were freaking out, a natural consequence, if you're freaking out, people don't want to be around you. So they would, that's back when they would listen to me and go to the rooms. I'd say, if you're gonna freak out, you have to go freak out in your room. Like you can come back when you're ready, but I don't want to be around you right now. So you can go freak out. But then if they're up there for 5 minutes, I would go in and try to calm them down. So it's cool, my youngest daughter, because I was better at it with my younger daughter, she knows how to work herself through this whole little routine where, you know, take 3 deep breaths. Breaths are very centering. You can use your breath to calm your vagal nerve, bring your brain down. 3 deep breaths, you know, if you learn to do one thing, that's why I say I'll breathe through things. Like if I have to stay and listen to something really tough, you know, like my daughter's telling me some tough stuff and I just want to get in my car and go rip someone's head off. Instead, I breathe in and I breathe out and I figure out how I'm going to solve it in a different way. But I don't even need to solve the problem now. I just need to help her calm down. So when I breathe and I don't freak out, she can come down. And that's what co-regulation is. I keep myself in check. Our brains attune. Our brains will do the same thing. So the more stressed out people are in this room, the more stressy the room is. The calmer the room is, and I'm sure you've had that. If you've met someone, you walked away and you're like, oh, I love being by them. It's because they're pretty regulated. And your brain attuned, and it came out of 40 and it came down to 10. Isn't that wild? Yeah. That's what I mean by saner, because like if your spouse is having a hard time, they're up here. And that's why I joke, is the beauty of our relationship. If one of us is up here, the other's down here. And usually it's my husband up here and I'm down here. But on the times I'm up here, he can bring me down. And so then the job is to bring down, but it's through that shared energy and shared experience.
No, but Giovanna is always regulating. I need a lot of regulation. That's why we stayed together for 33 years. When I'm not crazy, she can regulate it.
And that's dangerous too. That's where the boundaries come in, because like that is what I learned. That's what codependency is. Codependency is when one person allows themselves to become so dysregulated and the other person is always coming in and rescuing. And you might know this idea of, it's called Karpman's triangle. It's easy to think about. It's great, mind blowing. If you don't know this one, it's mind blowing. Karpman's triangle is the victim, persecutor, rescuer in relationship dynamics. Victim, persecutor, rescuer. And that can flip a million times in one conversation. And, you know, just the example of where, you know, if you yell at someone and you throw some darts, you're persecuting them. You're the perpetrator and they're the victim. And then they can flip it and throw some darts at you. Then you swoop in and you save them from the darts you just threw at them. And it's like victim. Yeah. The opposite of a codependent relationship is an interdependent relationship. There's 3 main one functional and 2 dysfunctional types of relationships. Codependency and disengaged. Disengaged is you are just so independent, you don't even let things cross over. Codependency is it's so blurred you don't even know who you are anymore. Interdependent is you figure out who you are. You become the strongest version by being vulnerable, becoming invulnerable, and you show up as that person. And then so does your partner. And that's the journey. And then when you both are constantly showing up as better versions of yourself, you know what you need, you can see what they need, all those emotional intelligence pillars fall into place. This is the headband. So every time you do a session on the Muse, it generates a graph of brain performance. And it will tell you if your brain is more active, if it's neutral, or if it's calm. And if you decide to get it, one tip is to start at 5 minutes. So you don't have to wear this headband around town. And that's when you segue. You segue. I come back in 5 years and all of my enemies walking around with headbands. Oh my gosh, I should have told them. 5 minutes at a time. Yeah, you're definitely a cult. You're definitely a cult if that happens. Yeah.
But what it'll show you is and this is an example that's in the neutral zone and it's dipping into the calm and it's dipping into the active. But the more you go into the calm, the more birds your brain achieves. And it means that you are more in the calm focus zone. So then the beauty is like, it's just like exercising the muscle. If you do it for 5 minutes a day, it creates what's called the clear windshield effect. They call it in neurofeedback. It's like your windshield has been cleared. So you can handle things better and you're more focused. And it's the difference between reaction and response. So when people join my program and they're not being successful engaging with the content, I'm like, scrap the content. Just use the headband for 30 days. Because in 30 days, if you don't even have to like try, you just have to let the nervous system come down. It'll come down alone. Talk about the placebo effect. If 5 minutes a day, you just sit there, it'll come down alone. And then if you use it, but then you can build up minute by minute. And a game, it's like golf. It's a game that you are trying to beat your personal best. And you're also using these graphs to increase your self-awareness. So it's pretty cool because you can see relapse when it comes to porn addiction. You can see relapse. You can see your brain. It's basically on a 0 to 100% scale of calm. It'll tell you if you're, 4% calm or if you're 100% calm. Very difficult to be 100% calm in a real true way. But it's not that difficult to become 100% calm artificially through a dopamine deluge. So, like when I meet people, I'll look at their graphs. So I have a provider platform. Anybody who's working with me, I can see all their graphs. So it's very cool. It's amazing. So I'll go through people's graphs and I'll go, okay, this was a tough day. You're 2% calm. Or this is the way it normally goes. You're like 60% calm. Then 2 days later, you're 48% calm. Then you're 17% calm. Then you're 3% calm. Then you're 99% calm. That's the relapse when it comes to porn addiction. Like, how do you go? So it's the building of anxiety over the cycle. And you can see it in a person's brain. It builds, it builds, it builds. And when people are trying to not consume, when they're trying, and unless they do the offense and ship some things, then what happens is they can't anymore. And it's because their brain is becoming so anxious. Goes back to that high beta, and then you can see it. And then they're 99% calm, and of course they are filled with shame, and their brains are, not functioning well. But what it shows you when you're not relapsing is you will go from 17% calm to 48, and you won't go all the way to 99 because that is difficult to do, but you'll be 62, 62, 62, 65. And then 67, and you'll find this rhythm of you'll start feeling better, and you'll no longer ever be 3% calm again. And some people can use the headband and have that do it for them without having to do the work. But if there's trauma involved, there's usually trauma work that has to be done. It's not a magic bullet. You can't put it on and be all better, but it opens the space, like she was saying. It opens it up for you, and then you can feel what you've been running from. And then you have to go to work on it, and it releases.
Just really fast, I just wanted to say that he had made a comment about the school system, how it is in the school system. I'm a teacher, and I work with emotionally behavioral disordered children who are very angry, very abandoned, very broken. So I'm like super bubbly, running around, I did a paper in college, my master's on mindful meditation, and so I implemented that because we don't have the funding, we don't have the equipment, so I thought I would try it. So I would put on the mindful meditation music in the background, and I would leave it on all day to keep them calm because they're ready to fight in 2 seconds, and you're breaking up a fight on the floor every single day of my life.
Definitely.
But one thing funny is one of my boys goes, "Miss, I'm so tired."
Yeah, because it's probably bringing
the music just lulled him up, and he's complaining to me, and he didn't know why.
Yeah.
And I'm like laughing.
I know. Well, that's the tricky thing. Meditation. If you know Dr. Joe Dispenza's work, who I love him too. His work is based on the platform of meditation. But the limiting factor is it's really difficult for people to go from these high beta brains. And he talks about the brain waves in his books and the way when he talks, but it's difficult to go from high beta to successfully meditating. And what I like about the headband is it definitely can be a bridge. So in my program, I
encourage people to use the headband and learn how to meditate. Do both of them so that you are skill building with your own brain and people can feel the difference. And they are different. Like that's why the Muse talks about it as a mind meditation. But if you look online, it'll have some low reviews in terms of 5 stars. But the low reviews are from people who are long-term meditators. They say this isn't the same. It doesn't give you the same meditation experience. And it's not supposed to. So I actually think that's a good thing about it because it's not doing that. It's feeding back your brain's performance to you, which makes it more difficult to sometimes to sit with that because you're aware of it. But when you're aware of it, then your brain will regulate itself. Your brain has to hear the feedback, not you. And when your brain hears it, it will go to the reward and it will go away from the negative. That's how our brains are, and it works.
How does it relate to mindfulness too? Is it similar when you say meditation?
Mindfulness? Yeah, mindfulness is staying in the present. So it's the opposite of mind full of junk, right? Versus being mindful is staying present and feeling, what's going on and listening and being with people. And again, that's not how the matrix is designed. So if you're in the matrix, being able to take a breath and stop and feel your experience, and especially the positive ones more so, we're trying to tap into serotonin and dopamine. To get more of it, you have to be present in it. And especially phones aren't helping the cause which I have to remember to take a picture while I'm here because the people who work for me are like, get selfies, go live. That's not a thing I would ever think of doing. I leave everywhere with no photos and but that's because I'm staying in the present and actually enjoying the experience of it. I talk about burning in, my kids say this too, let's burn it into our cortex. I'd rather burn that experience into my cortex. And so that's really, really, really important. And if you're not good at it, practice it. All these things are muscles that can be used. And every time you practice mindfulness, you're in your head and you're thinking something and you pull yourself out and you feel the breeze on your face. You just use the new neural pathway and stop using the old one. And it brings high beta down and brings, the green zone up. Yeah, do you have a thought?
Yeah, actually, my husband is on Zoom and texted me from the fire station.
Cool.
He wanted to know, can someone become dependent upon a device, and are there any negatives to using it?
Yeah, there's no negatives, which is great. It can't train your brain in the wrong direction because it's only training it to optimize, because people ask me this all the time. And I mean, like anything, we can become literally dependent on anything, you know how that goes. And the goal, that's why I have people learn how to meditate too. So in the end, you actually you want to meditate. You don't necessarily want to use the headband, but that can be really difficult, again, because we're bridging a gap. So you can get dependent on anything, but that's not something that usually happens. And if you also are building the skill of meditation, that's why, if I say I'm one with the force is with me, I can feel a downshift. When I take those breaths, I can feel a downshift. And I've used it. It's amazing when it happens too. If anybody's had that experience, it's totally amazing. My oldest daughter, the one who's life earned, we let her get a ferret, the emotional support animal. Ferret. And we were going to Buffalo, and I rented an RV to take our giant family to Buffalo in an RV. And my daughter decides she wants to get rid of the ferret. Of course, we're down to get rid of that ferret. My husband he takes 1 month to find Ferret Heaven, this ferret rescue place that's way out of our way. And if you drive from North Carolina to Buffalo through West Virginia, it's easy peasy. If you go through Washington, D.C., it's a nightmare. Of course, Ferret Heaven, you have to go through the Washington route. Long story short, I'm going out of my mind because let's just drop this ferret off at the SPCA and take all 10 of us in this RV that is going to be torturous anyways. And this is one of the times I lost it, which I don't. And I wasn't upset. I'm just like, we're not driving 3 hours out of the way to drop off a ferret, which we did. But I get in the RV, and plus I wasn't even ready to go. We're going because we had to leave early to get to Ferret Heaven. And this is a perfect example. I can remember sitting in the passenger seat. My husband started driving, and I am acutely aware I will make or break this vacation because I'm all stressed out right now. And the brain's attuned, and I'm the one regulating everybody. If I stay in a stressful state, I'm toast. Because all these kids are gonna be stressed out. Everybody's gonna be fighting. Hubs is gonna be driving an RV like a rage monster. And so I use the breath and the meditation technique. And I'm not even kidding, it was 10 minutes later, like not even, it was like probably like 5 minutes later. I'm sure everyone's like, why is she so quiet? Because normally I'm making things fun. But I shifted, I could feel it downshifting. And I did not have to try not to be stressed out for the rest of the obligation, as we call it in our family. It's not a vacation when you take 9 people to Buffalo in an RV. It's an obligation. You're going back to, you're obligated to go see your family, and that's how you do it. So, but I was able to shift out of it, and we had the best time. The kids still remember that RV time. We got to Ferret Heaven. I refused to get out because I'm like, there could be a axe murderer in there. It was like a lady who rescues ferrets, but it's in the middle of nowhere. And they're like, don't you want to see? Because she's got like a ferret jungle gym. I'm like, no. And if you all aren't, I'm not an anxious person. I'm like, this is just a bad plan. We got to leave a man behind here in case it goes south in there. And so they all went in. I'm like, if you are not out here in 7 minutes, I'm calling 911. So one of you come out, because I'm not kidding. I will. And they all came back out. Ferret was, I'm sure the ferret, Snoot, I'm sure Snoot's doing fine. But true story. So like, you, in the end, you're not dependent. You have a skill. You've built a skill, and that's what the headband, it bridges the gap from where you are to where you want to be, which what you want to be is able to self-regulate in the most difficult times when and knowing like, you can make or break things. I'm sure you've had those experiences where you're all stressed out and then inadvertently the whole thing goes south because you cannot recover. And that's what co-regulating is. I'm constantly trying to help, the hubs and my kids to recover when it starts getting away from you. And if you have self-regulation skills, you can. And if you have relationship management skills, which are the emotional pillars, you can pull people back.
Gina has a question.
I'm sure, yeah.
We have a question.
And George has a question.
We have 3 people back here.
Yeah,
One
sure.
here.
Would you mind just flipping the slide for me, Emmanuel, when you get a second, so that I'm ready to roll?
I have a question, and it's not about the device or
Yeah,
anything
okay.
like that. I had it from before. I was sexually abused when I was little, and so I go through a period that I'm fine, I'm okay, it seems to be fine, but then I start having all these triggers of these images or anything. It can be anything, smell or anything like that. And I'm sure that with sexually addicted is the same thing. How do we deal with that? How do we change with the neurology and plasticity? How do we change it from being such a big problem, a cloud on your brain that it triggers and it bothers every thought that you have, every activity, no matter what you're doing, if you're happy, if you're sad, or if it's a good activity or something that is supposed to be fun, it can go into something that is very sad because it's a trigger. It's something in there that you didn't even know that was gonna happen. How do you keep your brain calm and away from all those thoughts and moments that it can be sad, angry, it can go the whole cycle of feelings in one moment.
Yep.
How do you deal with that?
Yep. Okay. That's a great question, and it's a tricky question, obviously. So I have a different take on triggers, and it's not going to be a surprise to you because we think of triggers as outside things that are doing something to us. So, which again, like relinquishes the control and the power to the thing outside of you. I'm being triggered by. So if you are still being triggered, it's actually something within you. I am being triggered by something. And if you continue to have triggers, and again, I know I don't mean for it to sound easy because I know it's not easy, it's challenging to do. But if you still are triggered by anything, it still has its hold on your nervous system. It's still creating that spike in high beta, meaning that that trauma hasn't been resolved. And so triggers are actually calls for attention. And all the toughest stuff is. That's why, this journey in life is not for the faint of heart. Because if you are in an experience being able to figure that out, if you can take the time in the moment, because especially if you're going south anyways in a downward spiral, and sometimes when you're in the spiral, you can't, because the spiral follows itself. But that's the debriefing. If you debrief yourself after those situations, it's like, why did that happen? Why did that happen right now in the thing that I was doing? You'll find patterns in what you were doing, and you'll trace it back to something that still is hanging over you. And then that's where the work is still to be done, and it's dependent. But especially when it comes to sexual abuse, we know that that is one of the most traumatic experiences that someone can have. So that is going to really have its handle on your brain and your nervous system. So it really might be the opposite. All the good times are you really holding on, and then whatever thing, your guard was let down and it came flooding back because it's never been resolved or gotten rid of. And I talk to so many people about this, and I've done this work in my own life to a certain extent, not the same as everybody's, but like the hardest things are the things that will come back to you time and time again. And if you stay in it and you keep working on it, there'll be a time that it'll click. And it might not happen incrementally or right away. And if anybody's had that experience, it's like, it's very freeing, and it might happen little by little, or it might be a big thing. But so to answer your question is, if you can identify why you're being triggered, then you can identify what those triggers are doing to you, and you can put a new plan in place. And it goes back to what Giovanna said. Then you have to practice it lots and lots of times. And sometimes it might be simple, and it seems like something you don't have to, it might be a compensatory strategy of avoiding something until you get the work done on it. Like not constantly putting yourself in a position where you feel triggered. But the triggers show you the thing that have to be worked on. And then working on the thing that triggered you and what you felt about it can really help you to release that. I know that might be kind of a non-answer, but that's, how to do it.
Great answer.
And then you move. It's so hard when it's like,
I just think most of the time we'll want that black and white answer, and it all goes down to you gotta put in the work, you gotta practice it, you gotta do it.
Everybody wants a quick fix. And
I know.
Trish just said something, and Juan looked at me. This is hard work.
It's not for the faint of
It's
heart.
not for the faint of
It's
heart.
not.
And I love what you said this morning. Recovery just means going back into your true self. People think recovery means, I recover from drinking alcohol. Okay, hallelujah. No, it's getting back to your true self, who God created. You said all this morning.
Yeah.
And just to answer Nuri's question, Giovanna and me did a little play earlier. No, we did, with Trish, for 15 minutes about how we had an incident this weekend, and how we had to kind of go back to our center. Because how do you regulate your spouse, right? So that it's in the video. If you want to see our little thing we have this morning.
And when it comes to spouses too, you have to give your spouse the opportunity to fail and to show up and then succeed. And I don't like the word fail, because failure means an opportunity to learn. And a lot of times we'll swoop in and not let our partners have that experience. And it's really wild, because right now my husband's going through a thing, and normally I would swoop in and try to save him from it. Honestly. And he's done that for me, especially in codependency, you want to fix things. So instead I'm like, good luck with that. In a positive way. So, Yeah, do you have a thought?
When you talked at the beginning about the past and revisiting the past, the wounds and the pain and the traumas in the past, for me, the past, I've had like a mental block that I don't remember a lot of the past. Is there any technique or tools that you use to try to bring those memories back so you could, deal with that? And
Yeah, EMDR does work. I don't do EMDR myself, but I have colleagues that do EMDR. EMDR is designed to unlock your brain and let those experiences come back to you. But what I can tell you is Like if you constantly use something to escape, if you're escaping those feelings, you're doing it very successfully. So like when you stop escaping, your brain will come back to more of the green zone, that natural state. And I've seen this happen lots of times. This is like when it gets worse before it gets better type of thing. Because before you know it, you're remembering things you didn't remember before. And you didn't remember them because your brain was in that protective mode, not allowing you to remember them. And then you were medicating it with some self-soothing acting out behavior. Those two things make it so that you can't remember. And if you've been doing that for the last 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years, like your brain's stuck in this mode where it can't remember. So then when you stop doing that and you allow space and time, like journaling is as cheesy as it sounds, journaling becomes a really powerful activity, because if you stay out of the bad habits, but you create time and space for thoughts to come to you. That's why sitting around doing nothing is so powerful. If you sit with your journal, and I do this just about every day, where, you know, I call it a brain dump. I just dump out all the things I'm thinking. And then on the tough days when stuff's not going well for me, I will process and integrate that on paper, and stuff will start to flow. And so then, you know, when it starts to come, don't run away from it. And that goes back to the trigger question. Triggers are calls for attention to that thing, but our way of usually dealing with it is escaping it, because those feelings are uncomfortable. We've taught ourselves to run away from those uncomfortable feelings instead of allowing yourself a whole day to feel them. That's why when there's upsetting stuff going on with my kids, my default mode now is just to motor on through and do 5 times more of the things I would do on a normal day. That's true. Oh yeah, I'm upset. Well, I'm gonna work twice as hard and twice as much, and let's go to Disneyland, you know, like I'm just gonna make my brain so filled with other stuff, there's no way I'll be able to think of that bad stuff. But I didn't do that day. And I'm like, I'm just gonna, as yucky as this feels, I'm gonna hang in this and see what I can learn from it about myself, about her, about what I can do. And then the more you do that, the more you get used to it, and the more your brain starts to loosen up, and you'll remember more. But I will tell you, trauma blocks out the memories. So if things are very traumatic, EMDR can help you to bring those things through the surface. Neurofeedback can do that. Some people don't have that many childhood memories also, because that's a thing for me also. Like I don't have that many at a certain point. And there's no major traumas at those young ages, but that's not that abnormal too. And that's why when I talk about looking back, you know, why do you want to look back? Because so many people spend so much time trying to find the thing in the past, and there might not even be a thing there. You know, and I was caught up in that for a little while in my life. And that's why it's like, go back enough for the stuff you know, be open for the stuff that you might not know, but don't force anything. And then get busy working on your patterns in the present. There's enough work here. There's literally, you know, 5 lifetimes of work in the present. And sometimes going back is an avoidance behavior of the things that need to be done in the present. Yeah.
I have a question here and
Sure.
then another speaker. Yes, speaking of co-regulating your kids, how do you deal with if you have with my son, he will come to me with a situation and ask in my opinion about it. And I will give my opinion, and obviously he doesn't like that opinion. And so he usually comes with like 2 scenarios. And I will give my opinion. Sometimes it will be one of his scenarios, or maybe not. But then, let's say, for argument's sake, I may have a different opinion from his 2 opinions. And I will give mine. He doesn't like mine. And so I would like reason with him on his decisions. And I say, okay, well, since this is the way you're thinking, how, you know, that you can do X, Y, Z, and then he would say, well, you just agree with me, but then, okay, but you didn't like the answer that I gave you, which was how I would approach a situation.
Yep.
So how do you deal with that? How you handle that?
It's a great question. So, you know, if you think about attack or pushing, if somebody pushes you, you want to push them back twice as hard. So like if he has an idea and you're like, no, not that idea, this idea. He's pushing something.
No, he would ask me.
I know, but he still wants his idea validated.
Right.
And you know, I just went through a similar experience with my son who has this job opportunity, but it's a terrible idea because he's just kind of being scammed by this company. But the idea is, and this is the idea of co-regulation, when you use your powers for good, you know, when you're co-regulating, is making, this is gonna sound terrible, just so you know, I'm prefacing it because I know it's gonna sound terrible, making your idea his idea. Have you ever done that? Like when I did this, I remember I did this, I don't even care about physical stuff, but I remember I want a new fridge and I'm like, this fridge is kind of beat, you know, and then, oh, this is sticking. You know, and like 2 weeks later, my husband's like, think we need a new fridge? I'm like, I don't know, yeah, I guess so, what a great idea you just had there. Right? I know, my husband's been trying to get a new fridge, he wants this fancy schmancy fridge and I refuse to get it, so it's not working. But, see? But when that's pure manipulation, that's why I said I know it's gonna sound awful. But like in co-regulation it's teaching, it's like you're a teacher. So when, and that's the idea of coaching too, is like not telling people what they have to do, and with your kids, it's opening up the doors to see the holes in the decision and suggesting or offering another idea that might be better. And so like my son just had this thing, he was hardcore on this and there was no way it was gonna work out. And I didn't say to him, there's no way that's gonna work out like you're saying it. I said, what about thinking about this? What do you think about this? Then I asked him for some ideas to contribute to the better idea. And actually this happened over the course of a couple days and he's not done with the situation yet. But a couple days later, he's got a metamorphosed idea that's a combination of his and mine that's moving him in the right direction of, like, I also learned to assume I might not be right. Even though I feel like I know a lot and I feel like I can help the kids, my opinion is still, you know, slanted by everything I've taught myself in the past and I've been taught in the past. So I'm really open to trying to think with them, not just tell them what to do. And so when I listen to him, what I do, I have a strategy for it. I listen for the holes in that situation and where the danger is, where the red flags are. And I try to keep the preconceived notion of what I think he should do out of my mind for now, while I'm trying to figure out how I get his goal for him achieved. And so it's like, what does he actually want from this? And how do I move him towards his goal? And how do I make that his journey to take to come up with it? That's why this isn't for the faint of heart. That's what social relationship management is. That's what co-regulation is. It's like not telling a person what they need to do, but being able to move them through a process so they learn what they need to do. And when it comes to kids, they need you to do that at all times. Like it's wild what kids don't know. And that's why it is. It's like, you know, we think, or even ourselves as adults. And I remember a couple of my kids would pack their lunch the night before with all the refrigerator stuff. Like when they were way too old to not know refrigerator stuff has to stay in the fridge till the next day. And there's like a million other examples of like what we don't know. So they don't know how to do it. And I might not totally know, but we can move together towards coming up with a solution and making, you know, because I am older and have more experience and have more knowledge, infusing my idea into their idea. And it goes back to what I said this morning, win, win, win. Everybody wins. Because nobody wants to lose. And I only want to not lose because I want him to make a good decision and you know, have a good life and make good decisions. But everybody wins, it turns out pretty well.
Do you wanna move?
Yeah, so let's just talk about goals and actually we could probably wrap up on this because this is or we can go into more discussion, but I just wanted to make sure we get into the future because the future is really important to talk about because we talked about going into the past for as long as we need to. We talked about changing routines, a couple good strategies, get exercise going, start coupling some new good habits onto some of your regular habits, get a morning routine going, get an evening routine going, get a live plan going, get an executive function plan going. If nothing else, start cooking, learn how to ride a motorcycle. So when we move into the future is, and I told you where you can find about your personality type. Personality types is just the mask that you wear to try to feel safe and secure. And we're gonna try to integrate that into the future. That's really important because we're going from ego to self. But I already talked about that first line. We'll talk about goals. Goals. Now goals, I have, and there's another slide, we can jump to it in a minute. But once I'm done talking about this.
So some people came for the first time after lunch. Where they can find the person.
Oh, okay. So if you're here for the first time after lunch, there is a website called Truity, Truity, Truity. You can do free personality typing there. The personality type that I like people to explore is called the Enneagram. It means 9 types. And the power of it is you can figure out what your driving forces are. And I use it to have people call what I call a fault line plan. So if you think about an earthquake creates a fault line, a divide between your ego and yourself. So we're trying to become yourself, but what you want to know is where the threshold is, where you're going down from yourself and you're becoming more into your ego. And when you know that, and this goes back to all the things we're talking about, and this is what usually happens, is that you go through a recovery program and you learn all the things you have to take out and you can stop doing them and you put your defensive plan in place. You get your offensive plan going and you're doing things more purposefully and intentionally in your life. You're becoming a better communicator. Your interactional style is improving. Your self-worth is increasing, all that good stuff. Then you get tired or you get stressed out and you stop doing your hobbies and you start working too much, you stop eating 3 meals a day. For a long time, one of my goals was sit to eat. That's ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
But the thing I needed to do at that time in my life, I had the kids, I was eating tons of goldfish. Sit to eat. It was like a simple axiom to cut out 3 5-minute times a day for myself. Sit to eat was, and I made sure I sat to eat. And that was the goal, to be able to not let the foundation break down, because the foundation breaks down and before you know it, there's relapse or there's urges or life becomes worse. You're back into your ego. You start taking instead of giving. You start worrying instead of staying in peace. All of the stuff we talked about. So the fault line is figuring out what it looks like before you cross that threshold. And so one easy one for me, all my stuff's about time. It always has been, but there's never enough time in my life. And so when I start complaining, that was actually one of the things my husband was not pleased with me, because I had complained about time a few times and not having enough time. And when I complain about not having enough time, I am disintegrating. I can't even see it usually till I'm too busy. And so then I change my schedule and I take things off. But I'm still ebbing and flowing, between in that 50-50, going down. That's a threshold line for me. If I feel completely too busy and if I haven't eaten meals, then it's time to change it, because I'm letting my foundation break down. And before you know it, I'm going to be slippery sloping back into negative behaviors. But when we're moving into the future, that's protecting what you've just done to stay healthy in the future. Setting goals. How many people in here have goals? Yeah, very good. But we're in a unique room, because if you go into any other room, not a lot of people have goals. And it's very difficult. Goals are executive function into the future, not very dopamine producing. It's old school, the way your brain's supposed to get dopamine. You set a big goal, and then you have to take these small steps to accomplish it over a long amount of time. It does not hit the system with the dopamine deluge. It gives you a little bit, just the way it's supposed to, just so you know. A little bit, a little bit, a little bit. And if you celebrate them, then when you hit a big goal, you've taught your brain, I work at things over time and I get a reward. And it's really, really cool. But the goal should be tapping into a feeling. So like if you want a new home, why do you want a new home? You need to think about these things when you set your goals. It should always be love, peace, and joy. If it's anything else, explore that. Because we're trying to get into a true purposeful self that only cares about love, peace, and joy. They don't care, it doesn't care about achievement, or it doesn't care what the Joneses think about you. And my home, I loved my home. I wanted it when I saw it. We tried to buy our house in Chapel Hill without ever looking at it in person. They wouldn't let us, so we had to get in our car. For some reason, I thought we could make it. Like, it never occurred to me. This is a true story. Got in the car at like 7 p.m. Show up in North Carolina at 7 a.m., not having slept and having worked and raised kids all day. My husband was out 1 minute. I have never drank those Monster energy drinks. I had like 3 of them on that drive. That was awful. I was so wired, no time to sleep. But we had to, my neural pathways were fried. But what I loved about our house is that we have a lot of kids. Every kid would have their own space. So clearly this goes back to, I grew up in a family of 6. I never had my own space. Never, ever. Like, never, ever, ever, which is also something I think is very important for people, and especially because of having that experience, always being around so many people. And I love for our family to be together, but I also like for everybody to be able to go to their own room. And so we had to repurpose a couple of rooms so that everybody has their own bedroom, but they have it, which is pretty cool. And then I loved it, so I just wanted it. But it's because it achieves that feeling of love, peace, because my kids can go retreat, and they do. It's really cool. They'll retreat when they need to and come back out and spend lots of time. And it gives me pure joy. And it's pretty wild. When people come over, they feel it. People come to our house. It's like the energy here. And they don't want to leave. When I met, this is a true story. This is so funny. It's a short one. When one of my son's dads came over for the first time, it was my dog Chewbacca. He used to look like Chewbacca, but then he's a double doodle. He's a Labradoodle and a golden doodle. Yeah, exactly. I know, it's my family. So my dog Chewbacca, it was his birthday, and we have dog birthday parties. Yeah. I celebrate everything, and that's why my kids are learning that, life should be filled with joy. It's not like we're not partying hard. It's joy for Chewbacca's birthday. And my son's friend's dad dropped him off for a sleepover, and we're about to just sing to Chewbacca, and that was about the extent of the party. Even though I did make one of those dog-friendly cakes, made out of carrot and it has peanut butter frosting. Everybody can eat it, but so this guy who's now our friend Pete, and that was right when we moved to North Carolina. This guy Pete came in, and he stayed for 5 hours, and his car was on the whole time. But he was just dropping his son off, and then he goes back out, and at the end of the night, and it we burst out into laughter. His car had been running in the driveway because we had never met him. It was the first time we met him. But he tells that story to everybody now about how, that's why it's still in my mind, because I've heard it so many times from him when he tells people how we've met. He's like, I came into their house, and actually Pete was in a state that night. I didn't know it until a couple, days later, that his wife had been unfaithful, and they ended up getting divorced. That was the night it was all going down, and so he needed love and joy more than he needed it on any other day. But such a great story. And so many people, when they come into the house, that's how it feels to them. That's why I wanted that house, so my goal of buying it isn't so that people like my house or whatever. It's so that every time I come home, I feel love, peace, and joy. And that's what we need to do in goals. And I'm going to show something in goals, and then we can wrap it up in a second. But first, your goals can be that better version of ego. But then you really do want to have goals for your true self when you figure out what that version is. And Emmanuel, the only slide I wanted to show is the ones with the 9 types of goals. If you have that one, it should probably be the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah, so who's there?
Giorgio.
Oh, sorry, Giorgio. Hi. Emmanuel left, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so if you don't know what I'm talking about in goals, that's why I wanted to show you this last slide, is that you have to get intentional. So there's intellectual goals. Learn something new. You want to cut new neural pathways? Learn something new. It's also mind-blowing how a lot of people don't learn new things. Emotional goals. All the stuff we're talking about here is emotional regulation. Set some goals. Figure out what things would be good for you to get better at, and start implementing. And remember that it should be a feeling: love, peace, and joy. Physical goals. Exercise, eating healthier, all of that good stuff. Spiritual goals. Tapping in, right? Tuning in. Familial goals. Set goals for what you want to create in your family. And it's intention. And if you just think about it like the screen, if you just scroll through social media, that's passive consumption. You're not being intentional at all. You're scrolling through and you're getting what you get, and that's it. So if you don't make intentional goals, you're going to get what you get. You're not creating, you just get what shows up because of the way you're behaving. So if you actually get intentional, so like I want a happy family. That's why I can show up in the hard times. It's not always happy, but overall it's amazing. And so then I have goals of how I'm going to interact and what I'm going to do, and social goals. Making friends has never been easy for me. I didn't really have good friends until 10 years ago. And I listened to you talk about your story. I consider our friend group my neo family, my new family. You know, the black sheep's no longer totally part of the flock. And then when I met my friends, my best friend Chanel was the realtor who sold me my house. And her husband is my husband's best friend. And now there's 8 of us. And we're, you know, our group text is called 8 is Enough. And then they texted out the other day, we're having a party, we're inviting other people. I'm like who? And then my husband's like, the group text is called 8 is Enough. Funny, but financial goals, right? We talked about money's energy. If you need more money, you want more money, you can draw it to you, and get intentional about it. And be on purpose to get it. It will come to you, but make goals, because you can't, you know, you won't achieve what you don't set your sights on achieving. Vocation is work. The majority of people hate their work, and I think that's a travesty. And if you don't like your work, then it doesn't mean you quit today. It means you make a plan, learning some new intellectual stuff, and getting yourself into work that you love so you can stay on purpose. And avocation are your hobbies. And I already said this, is that, you know, people don't even remember what they like, never mind. Make time for it, never mind. Allow themselves to enjoy it, right? And that's what self-worth is that you do the things that fill you up and you allow yourself to enjoy them. And so any other questions before we wrap up? Because it's been an amazing day. I've had a great time.
One second, Leanna, before, just we stopped and everybody start on you.
Hi. We were talking before about the EMDR.
It's not on.
And I had a friend that sat down with me and we did it. And I got scared of what came out from it.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it was abuse, but with someone that was very close.
Yeah.
And I stopped it because I didn't, you know, it just got very scared.
Yeah.
And it was, you know, in childhood, I don't know what age, but I've never wanted to go there. And I think, you know, I lived a numbed life for a very, very long time to where, you know, it stopped my growth in everything.
It does, and that's exactly right. It stunts your brain development, actually, and your emotional growth, because they're correlated. But with EMDR, you really need to do it with a professional who can move you through it, because it's supposed to do that. So then you need that person there with you to move you through what you need to be moved through in very scary times. And so you can buy the EMDR light sticks, or it's not a good idea. You know, I know it can be expensive to go to an EMDR certified therapist, and finding a good one who you're willing to let it all come out and let it all break down with a very safe person who can then start to build you up. Because that's what it's designed to do, you know. And thinking about the triggers too, when you sit with them, they're going to be painful. All this stuff, it's generally painful, but then it releases its hold on you when you can look at it. But you know, it's hard to look at the really hard, difficult stuff without somebody there to co-regulate you. Your trained therapist in that case can move you through the journey of EMDR in a safer way, to unlock it like piece by piece, or reduce the overwhelm of what's coming out, navigating you through it, keeping you in a place that you can process and integrate, and not have it flood you, overwhelm you, and you never want to go back. So you really need to do that.
But to leave you in the middle of the process.
And you're in the
Not
middle.
walking through to the end.
Yeah,
That's so dangerous.
It's it really is, and that's why people who just will sell you 2 EMDR sessions, like, you really need to be in a committed relationship with that person to move you through the process.
Right, I didn't allow it, but also what happened is that, you know, you get stuck there, okay, and you don't wanna move on from there.
Yeah.
So it's that fear of
Oh yeah.
you know, not wanting to.
Yeah, it's the worst, not being able to move back, but not being, you know, now you know what you didn't know, but you don't know what to do with it, and you're stuck in this limbo state. And the way forward is the only way out, really. And, you know, to get someone who can keep moving you forward with that so you don't stay in that state.
Right, but I lied to myself, like maybe it's not real.
Coping mechanisms, you know, and, you know, if there's an inkling that it's real, then it's real. And, you know, accepting our realities is the hard part of this journey, not, you know, our unrealities, our non-realities. Yeah.
So I really liked what you had to say here today, and I think from an analytical point, it kind of, I'll state this is just nothing's new under the sun, I guess, whenever you think and whenever you come into something that you think is new to you, you find out more about it. So when you started going into this, was there anything, a book or maybe an author or a person who did works that you really said, oh, they really got a handle on this and understood this, like, I don't know, how, as old as maybe the 60s possibly?
Yeah, I have John Bradshaw is probably, do you all know John Bradshaw's work? If you don't know it, he's probably, he has a series called On the Family, and he has a book called Homecoming, which I recommend in my programs. He's old school, you know, 60s, I think, and he has a book called Family Secrets. He has a lot of great books where literally every single one of them blew my mind. And it's on emotionally immature parenting styles. Like, I couldn't stop reading him once I started. It was one of those, you know?
Yeah, good stuff.
Absolutely amazing too. It's like, it provided so many answers to so many questions I didn't even know I had. Like, if that's what you're looking for, you know what I mean? I'm like, this explains that. And then after I read those books, I read like 50 more on the concepts that I found in them. You know what I mean?
I know, because you get on a kick of
It was like a cracked wide open type of experience, and very cool. John Bradshaw, and they're easy to read. They're very cool.
Well, thank you for sharing.
Yeah, no problem. My pleasure. Yeah, do you have a thought?
Oh wait, I have a question.
Oh, yeah, sure. Tell me.
So you had like this slide that had like different emotions and like I think it was the wavelengths you said.
It's actually like the frequency that it's your electromagnetic frequency.
Okay, so you were talking about moving between those. How do we move between those? And like, is it possible to have more than one at the same time, or is it just kind of like an all or nothing?
Yeah, no, you can have lots of them. So this is the slide. So it's the emotional correlates.
Oh, yeah,
this one, right? And so like, basically you can't be in negative energy and positive energy simultaneously, but you can be in lots of negative energies and lots of positive energies. The lowest one will own you, or the highest one will lead you. So like, and the reason that, so to tie everything together is that the way that your brain is performing is what creates these emotional correlates. And the journey that we've outlined today, which is the steps that you take by looking at your past, changing as many things from negative to positive and to true self oriented in the present, figuring out who you are and setting goals, improving your communication and your interaction to connect. That's how you go from shame to love and joy. Because if you are stuck in a self-sabotaging, addictive, compulsive, dependent cycle of escapism to not feel, you're filled with shame, you are lost by yourself. So when you use the strategies, you start coming out of that. And you can make leaps. You can leap from one to the other. Oh, some people do. A lot of people don't. But if you've ever met that person who's like, yeah, I joined recovery yesterday and I'm better. What are you talking about? And some people are, you know how that goes. That's fake recovery. But it also is possible if things crack wide open for people and they can. But, you know, generally speaking, like every time you do a new thing, that's why just doing a new positive thing, whether you know I call it imperfect action. I know you're thinking, I have all these little things in my mind that I think, but I do. So every time I feel some fear, I just do it anyways. It doesn't have to be perfect. I do it and I move forward. Every time I do the new thing and I try, I'm exercising the muscles, going into positive.
Have you seen the military man speaker that talks about just getting up and making your bed?
Yeah.
That guy's excellent.
Yeah, so I haven't heard him speak, but I forget his name, but
Yeah.
he has Just Make Your Bed,
It's one we showed to our students just
Yeah, it's amazing.
encourage them to
Who makes your bed? I'm only kidding, you don't have to raise your hand if you don't want to, but I do make my bed too. And I said to my friends, I'm like, I didn't make my bed. One of the days I was giving myself a break, I'm like, I didn't make my bed. And my one set of friends, they're like this. I'm like, you don't have to make your bed, but you should. There's a book on that.
Is there a way to measure those electromagnetic?
These?
Like, no, the
These,
stuff.
you know what? In that book that David Hawkins, and actually Dr. Joe Dispenza uses this technology too. I'm forgetting the name of it off the top of my head, but it's basically like a body electromagneticometer. That's obviously my name for it, but it can measure the frequencies that you are giving off. And so that doesn't map one-on-one, but you can absolutely have your brain mapped. And so you can, if you're local and want to get your brain mapped, you can go to a local neurofeedback person and they can do a brain map and show you, if they know how to explain it to you, how your brain, like these brain maps are real. They show you how your brain is performing. And brain maps, what they are, they're snapshots of your brain performance. So like you can't generally change your brain performance from day to day to day. It's your operating mode. And so once you know what your operating mode is, then you know what you need to change. And generally speaking, it's too much high beta because we're living too much of stressful lives. Yeah, do you have a thought?
You mentioned earlier debriefing, the concept of debriefing. What does that look like practically speaking?
Mm-hmm. What it practically looks like is you get your journal out and you force yourself, or you make yourself take time to think about your experiences. And, you know, I know from myself and from all the people I work with, very few people do that. So especially if you're caught in escapism, if you have a negative experience, you just want to escape it. You just want to make those feelings go away. And instead of that, neuroscience shows when you write things down, you process it better. So when you get your journal out and you're writing down the difficult things and the feelings that and you sit there and you're like, what do I even feel? You might not even know the first 100 times you do it, but you start the process and you're skill building. So after those negative experiences, I have that loungy area up in my office where nobody comes up. I have so many journals, but I have journals dedicated to all different things. I have a debriefing journal and I pull it out, I make tea, I create time, and I let it come out. Now, the cool thing about that is, if you do this, and anybody who journals knows this, it's not like Dear Diary. It's more like this really difficult thing happened. Yeah. And I'm feeling this. These are behaviors I noticed in my dear loved one. These are behaviors I noticed in myself. So what it allows you to do is it allows you to create that through line over time. I was talking about a through line this morning of like your patterns. You can start seeing them. It's like, oh my gosh, these are the things I do every time. This is the thing he does every time. And then as you start learning about yourself and, you know, if you're on this journey, debriefing is letting it out, putting it on paper. You can look at it again, but when it comes out, you're like, oh, that is what's going on. Because when it's up here, and especially if you're trying to push it away, you can't see the forest for the trees. Getting it on paper, really important. Yeah.
I would even, like, that was a great thing that you brought about debriefing. And when I take time to do that and sit with it, I would even add, it's like a time of curiosity for yourself, because I noticed for me in the beginning when I was doing that, I had a lot of judgments about what I was thinking about this person, what I was writing. But then when I realized, like, oh, this is a time where I can get to know myself and what these patterns are doing in my life, why am I having it, and that's just what comes on the paper, like, you know, when I sit with it.
Yeah, I love it. Curiosity, I love it.
Yeah. So just to add to that, when I journal, I go through the process of debrief. Then I find myself self-regulating, and then I find myself doing that plan.
Cool. Yeah, I like it.
And
that's great.
I didn't even realize I did that until you gave me the words today.
Yeah, that's really cool. And I was gonna say, journaling process ends up flowing for different people in different ways, but you find a thing that works for you. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. That's very cool.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm a fervent proponent of the study of brain neuroscience and brain neuroplasticity. I was just wondering, on that screen before, I think it was two back, you had a section in the goals on spirituality. And I'm curious about the connection between that and like the Enneagram.
Sure.
And because of my personal beliefs, I had like some big questions about it when it was actually first presented to me. I'm like, well, is it something that,
Yeah, that's a great question. And so like, should I use an Enneagram, or is it like a spiritual tool that's not for me?
Right.
Yeah, so I've actually looked it up, so like, you've met me. So of course I've looked the science up behind the Enneagram to see if there is validity and specificity, because that's how my brain works. Is like, does this actually help people understand? Because what I care about it's not like, of course this is a spiritual experience, but I also wanted to make sure that, that it has proof that it is helping people to identify these patterns. So the patterns that you use in your mind and your body are coping mechanisms for what you have going on in your brain. And so the way that they link together is, if you can change those patterns, you can change your brain and use neuroplasticity by taking the new pathway and the new choice. And so you can only do that when you know what your patterns are. And it's really wild. That's why if you use it as a tool like that, not like, oh, isn't this so cool? This is why I do that. This is why I do that. It's like, this is why I do this. And it all comes down to, we do those things for safety and security. But in the end, you want to spread yourself out, just recognizing you are safe and secure. And especially if you reparent yourself, and I haven't said it explicitly, but I'll say it explicitly right now. I've been saying it implicitly, is that you have to get out of an unsafe place to a safe place. And you have to create a life with safe people. So you can't feel safe and secure if you're in an unsafe and an unsecure environment. And when there's addiction or self-soothing involved, it just mixes the pot of safety and security up. That's why the defensive mode is so important, so that you can create your offensive plan. But like, the whole point is, when you realize I'm doing these things because I feel safe and secure. And that's why, like, I'm an Enneagram 5, I like to learn things when I'm stressed out. When I'm really stressed out, I just start throwing darts at the wall, learning all kinds of new things. I become incredibly unfocused, which I didn't know that when I was younger. Now I know, and that's a threshold line for me. When I get off of the focus of the thing that I care about, generally I start new businesses. They're like, no, don't start a business on that. I'm like, no, I will not, because that is me disintegrating. And then I go and I debrief myself. Why do I feel the need to do that? It's because I'm just throwing myself off of my own scent because something uncomfortable is happening. And instead of dealing with that, I'm going over here and I'm going to create this new thing that makes me feel good for a little time. Yeah, do you have a thought?
Yeah, I just really have a couple of comments. So, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And first of all, I want to say thank you for coming here in person.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Opposed to being on Zoom.
Yeah, thanks. I'm really glad of it.
And I remember from the beginning that some people that would meet you in person say, "Oh, okay, so you're a real person."
Yeah.
And if you don't mind me saying, a real beautiful person.
Oh, thank you.
Better in person than on the picture.
Yeah, thank you.
But it brings back to something we touched on a little bit on Thursday night of action speaking louder than words. And all the time that you've been speaking, when you've been standing for about 4 hours or 5 hours or so, you don't even look like your energy level has changed at all.
No, I could keep you all here all day. Right? Let's turn the lights out.
No, I also wanted to say that you have so many things going on, a whole lot more than me, and probably more than most people in this room. You have 6 children, you have a husband, you have a lot of businesses that you just said, and patients and clients, and everything. So what has really been generated in my mind is that this works for you and you use it, so that's the action, and that I can say that it has to work for me,
It does, I'm telling you, it does.
Yeah,
It's a formula. It works for anybody who wants to. It comes down to, purpose. Like one word is your true self and purpose, and it does work. And the dark times in my life is when I don't do this. It's when I do the opposite of what I was telling you, and when I disconnect. Just the same with you all. It works. Anybody can do it. It's one of those things. Because when you're on purpose, it flows. That's what flow is.
Yeah. Well, thank you once again for being
Yeah,
here
you're welcome.
in person and letting us see you
I'm
in
so glad to
person
be
and
here.
letting it see that it happens and safe travel.
Yeah, thank
Back
you.
home.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much.
So I was looking at the other slide about the goals. Like I usually have like a bunch of different goals in mind, and I have a problem like prioritizing and thinking which one I should work on first, and then taking the necessary steps to start working on it. And it's like a stroll, and it kills my mind. And I don't start like on any of those.
Yep. So those 9 areas, what I usually tell people to do is go through all 9 areas and write down at least one top goal, but try to write down 3 goals in each area. Then pick 3 of the most important goals and prioritize them, 1, 2, 3. For the top 3 goals, I know this is, going a layer deep now. For the top 3 goals, create objectives. Objectives are small steps towards that goal. And then you already have them prioritized, 1, 2, 3, and just start with 1. And there's another book. It's called One. I think it's literally just called One by forget his first name. Bill, I think maybe Keller from Keller Williams. It's called One Thing. I think it's called. And so focus on one thing at a time, but know why you are. And it's because you've deliberately, intentionally decided that's your priority for now. And I have to do that all the time. Because my life is so busy, there's times I prioritize my family and I don't work. There's times I prioritize work. Within work, I'm always prioritizing 3 things. Every quarter, there's 3 main goals I'm working on because that's all you can really stay focused on. One thing, but 3 things. You can't spread yourself on 50 things and then depending upon what you're trying to create in your life, that's why I like telling you to bring it back to a feeling. What's the thing that's going to bring you towards peace and love and joy the fastest? Because it's also return on investment. At the beginning of a journey like this, you need a win fast to stay in the journey. You need a win. So when you prioritize it and you think, what's going to give me the biggest bang for my buck right now? How do I get a quick win that I can celebrate and keep going? And so that top priority, I would not encourage you to make that a super long-term goal. It's something you can get engaged with. You identify your 3 objectives and you go do one of those things immediately. So if you want to, I started a nonprofit, which it always kind of makes me feel because it's kind of sitting in the background because it's a very low priority just because of all the things I have going on. But I make goals for it. And, one goal is just send an email out. An email is an objective. Just send an email and connect with one person on that. And then you tell yourself, I did that. I'm moving towards my goal. And if every day you show up and do an objective, before you know it, you are moving forward. And that's why if you pick a shorter term one, you will move further faster. And before you know it, you'll accomplish goal 1 or you'll be close to it. And you have to, there's another formula, it's called SMART goals. I'm sure you've heard of this. You make them specific, you make it measurable. Yep. I call it actionable, but attainable, actionable, realistic, and have a time frame on it. That's why I do mine in 3 months. The goals when I set for things, I can actually do those things in 3 months. So I made a goal to start running 5Ks again because I used to run 5Ks Now every Saturday I'm too tired to run a 5K. But my daughter ran 5K and I'm like, I totally could have ran that with her. And I run there, you know, I'm not a runner. I'm one who runs to keep herself alive. So the goal is to find a 5K in the summer and the fall. But now I am there's an app, Couch to 5K, which I used in the past. So I'm gonna start doing those runs a little bit further. So before you know it, I'll be running 4 miles again, and you know, exactly. So, you know, but if I don't start doing that at all, so the goal is I just get my booty up and go for a run today. And I create that in my schedule. That's how the goals get attained. Small, make sure you can do them in a couple months. 90 days. 90 days is a really good bar for that stuff.
Yeah, another mom question.
Yeah.
You mentioned that we should do screen time for our kids, right? And I would like to hear a bit more from your expertise on how much is like acceptable. I have a 12 years old, which average screen time is 9 hours, which I think is a lot.
In a day?
A 7-year-old, no, in the week. Like
in
they
the
do
week,
the
okay.
average, and then they say, no, I mean, I guess it's a daily during the whole week that they measure and they do the average. A 7-year-old, which time is like 3 hours, and then I put like 1 for game, two for like entertainment, like movies, something, and then I do like put unlimited for all the work things, like if you have to do.
So you're way ahead of the game. And
No, but I don't know if it's giving them too much or too little, and I have the 5 and the 12 years old, like
yeah, and
saying,
even
that's
just
too
knowing,
little.
even knowing is a beautiful thing for you. So it's, well, in the ideal world, you're hardly ever on a screen, but that's not what we live in. And the hard part with kids is a lot of their schoolwork's on screens now. So it really is difficult to balance it for kids. But a rule of thumb, which is almost impossible to attain, to be honest with you, is that to be in the real world, not in front of a screen, more than double what you are in front of a screen. So in today's day and age, when kids go to school and they're in front of a smart screen, but I can tell you a couple other little ditties is that TVs are better for your brain than phones. Even computers are better for your brain than phones. Phones are hyper-pixelated. They're very pixely, which really stimulates your brain. So phone time is the worst of the screen time. So like, you know, even if you give your kids TV time to chill out, it's better than letting them watch shows on their phones. So that's one little share about that. And then, you know, using it for work, really helping them to navigate social media. And you know, with my kids they all do screen time very differently and they have very different things. So I have to, it's a case by case thing also. Teaching them, again, this is co-regulation, not full, you have to give them rules around it, but you also have to help them be successful in their life when they learn to manage screen time. So like, you know, I have one kiddo who's constantly on and off, on and off, on and off. Texting, social media, on and off, on and off. So the rule there is no on and off, on and off. But you know, she doesn't sit down and watch any show. She doesn't sit down and play any games. Then I have a son who he would play 10 hours of video games if I didn't teach him how to monitor it. And so he knows he can play for an hour, hour and a half, and then he has to go do something in the world. And so I had to do that every hour and a half. That's Seamus, time to go outside. But now that he's 15, he'll be in his room playing games, then I'll hear the basketball going. Or he'll be playing games, and then he's gone for hours and hours. He's gone out with friends. So, like, that's a really cool way to teach him, but I had to do that for a bunch of time. Like, you know, if you're on for an hour and a half, the rule there is you're out in the world double
3
that.
hours.
Yes, 3 hours. And so, but it really is particular to the screen time issue that any particular kiddo has, but teaching them to balance it in that way. You use it for your work, and this is another good rule. An hour and a half is the rule at any given time, because I told you it resonates at 60 hertz. So when you're in front of a screen, your brain's energy is going up, 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 up. Then when you come off it, it goes down. And then if you're off for even a half hour, like as adults, I tell adults, walk away from your screen every hour and 15 minutes. It helps your eyes. You know, your eyes are the window to your brain and your soul. But it helps you to come out of that closed focus and into open focus of mindfulness. and it helps your brain to bring that energy down. So if you just think about this logically, if you are in front of a screen all day, your brain goes like this. So then you're using tons of high beta and it's hard to sleep, it disrupts your sleep cycle. If you are on the screen, then you're off. Then you're on again, then you're off. Then you're on again. This is the trajectory in the second one. This is the trajectory in the first. So even the on off, not being completely connected to it all the time is the important part.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's a really good, and teaching them how to manage it themselves. That's really important.
Some are good at that.
Some are good and some are bad. I know. It's so hard. It's so hard.
Go to an airport and look around.
Oh my gosh, I know. I know. That's what, you know, and I
Go
sit
to
in
the airport.
when I sit in the
Watch
airport.
everybody on their phone.
I know people think I have a problem because I just kind of like sit there and chill, you know, just kind of look around. I'm sure people look at me like, what is she doing? Why is she staring at me? You know, I'm just like not on my phone. I know. It's good. Yeah.
John Bradshaw.
Oh yeah, John Bradshaw.
Very good.
Yeah, he's great.
Very
He's great.
So, as we get ready to wrap it up, just like, I mean, two things, if it's possible. You tell me. You had said that you were gonna go through the numbers of the Enneagram, like, just like to.
Sure, I could,
Give
yeah.
a little bit and people can get familiar even before they do it.
Yeah, sure thing.
And two, like, with that, and then we can wrap it up with maybe you just giving a little like, okay, this is what we talked about, this is what we achieved, and this is what maybe you have to set out to do, like, close.
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds great. Okay, so the Enneagram, the short version is, and I'm going to try to do it all off the top of my head, which I should be able to, is that there's 9, oh, you do? Okay, great. Actually, I know all this, but I was going to dig into the basic fears and desires, which I should be able to do. So these are the 9 types. And actually, this is very cool. So I'll just tell you what the types are, and then the main driving forces behind each type. So type number 1, I don't know if they're going to call it the exact, they call it the reformer here. It's also called the perfectionist. So this is a cool thing. Like if you get an Enneagram book, each one of these types, some types reject the father, some reject the mother, some are ambivalent towards their mother and father, or the disciplinarian and the nurturer. It'll explain a lot because a lot of the patterns come out of childhood, you know, ACEs as they call them, adverse childhood events, you know, and how it plays out. But so number 1 is a perfectionist. And I have one of each number in my life, so I'm constantly type sniping them and learning more about their patterns. But a 1 is kind of the person who will come in and try to make things perfect. And they're reforming for what didn't feel perfect in the past. Number 2 is a giver, and they call it the helper here. My friend Molly's a giver. And she, you know, she's constantly giving, but underneath it is she'll give too much and deplete herself. And the reason she gives is because it's all about external validation of yourself instead of internal validation. And so using examples might be a good way. Molly's a giver, so she'll give, but she wants to hear thank you. She wants to hear thank you, I need you. And that's what serves the external validation. When we went to Nashville, I made the mistake. My best friend Chanel told me to ask her if she had room in her car because they drove. She ended up taking a different car to fit my 2 huge suitcases because my husband insists on bringing 9 outfits. But that's what a giver does. A giver changes their plans to give to others, but then there'll be resentment underneath there if you do that too much, and it becomes very unhealthy pattern. But it's the way you're seen. It's the way you feel safe and secure. If I give, people will love me. If I am perfect and if I try to make things good, people will love me. 3 is an achiever. My friend Chanel's achiever. I obviously have pieces of achievement in me too. And the achiever, yeah, you can be more than 1, but you tend to have 1 dominant. So like I'm a 5 peppered with a 3, and I think back in the past I was more of a 3, and then I transitioned into a 5. But on Trudy, it will give you a circle and it'll tell you which ones are the most and which ones are the least. It's always on a continuum, you know how that goes. And, you know, thinking about my credentials, they're a total peek into my brain across the years because I get credentials because I feel like I need credentials to be enough. And so then when I feel like I need to be the smartest and I need to have credentials. So when I didn't go to medical school, that was huge for me. That's like, I'm enough. I don't need another credential that's gonna kick my butt for the next 10 years. You know, I'm done with, either I'm enough now or I'm not enough, and that's why it was so important. But that's what an achiever does. Achievers need, you know, the person who likes to get awards and accolades, that's because they've learned. When I come home with an A, I get praise from my parent. And so that becomes the safety and security. That's why these are so wild. So part of the pattern is not needing accolades, being able to say to yourself from the inside, I rock. Even if nobody else sees that, I'm showing up as me and I'm good, and it's difficult to do. 4 is the individualist. My son Declan's the individualist, and that's why I said individualists tend to be very emotional. What I love about them is they're transparent. They wear their emotions on their sleeve. They're basically one of the only types that does that. The rest of the types will be fake great. And the wild thing is that it's the opposite of the crowd. Once you start knowing about these, it's literally going to blow your mind, because so if we are all happy, Declan comes out cranky. If we are all cranky, he literally did this once. He made us all do this group hug. And Seamus ended up crawling out a window because he was like, no way with this group hug. And so I even said that to Declan the other day. I said something like, you know, how are you going to feel about that? He's like, probably the opposite of everybody else, because he knows. But then, like, the work is to not have to show up as the cranky version. Be okay with happiness, because they learn to be very different. They learn, as the 4, to be the opposite of the crowd, to be seen. That's why it's the individualist. The investigator, that's me. Investigators need knowledge, need information. They'll investigate, helps them feel safe. The loyalist is type 6. Loyalist, security is a very big thing for the loyalist. Like my friend Ford, my husband's best friend Ford is a 6. And he used to be a custom home builder, and now he's building a neighborhood. So he's a developer. So when 6s are in health, they plan, but they plan for the future in a healthy way. When 6s are not in health, they are conspiracy theorists. So any conspiracy theorists out there, you are likely a 6. Like, you know, so I can tell when Ford's stressed out or not, because he's like, you know, remember how I wanted to get that land in Montana? It's back on. Literally said that the other day, like he wants to build a bunker in Montana. That's doomsdaying, and that's, you know, of course it's sweet. And I do my stuff all the time. Yeah, let me teach you something. Guess what I just learned, you know, when I'm stressed out. But that's what a 6 will do. And safety and security becomes really important, and creating their own safety and security with plans. And my daughter Fiona is a 6, so she's always texting me her plans. When she texts me her plans, it makes her feel safe that I know her plans, and we're back and forth with her plans. And she even said it, Fiona said that she was having a problem with her friends because her friends were annoyed that she always needed a plan. And I talked with her, co-regulated her with this. I'm like, maybe you can feel safe even if you don't have a hardcore plan for the day. Maybe your friends can show up and get a little bit more planning going on, because just like these loosey-goosey weekends were really stressing her out. But it stresses her out more when she is stressed out. But, you know, and then when she realized, she came to me with that, and I knew the plan thing was a thing of hers, but I also knew she only does it when she's really stressed out. But she came to me and she's like, you know, this planning thing's starting to get, and I'm like, yeah, babe, let's talk about it. So 7 is the enthusiast. So if you like to go out and do many, many, many things, if being home doesn't work for you, and you like to go and explore and travel and try new things, that's an enthusiast. And again, it goes back to the core root of trying new things is what helps you to feel safe and secure. 7s can really go dark. They can go dark side more quickly. And because the constantly going and trying new things is to offset pain, because they don't want to have to deal with pain at all. And so that's a thing that a 7 will do. 8s are the challengers. They call them 8-holes. Not me, but that's other people. And right? I'm sure Lockie's gonna hear that one sometime soon, but you know, and 8s are challengers, but they're also called protectors. And I told you that's what my husband is. So like if anything goes down, my husband's the first one who will, you know, sometimes it's off-putting because he can be a bit much, but he's the one who stands up and takes charge immediately. So if you see a person who does that, a take charger, probably an 8. And this is part of what my husband's working through right now, is that he realized all that standing up and being loud and large and in charge is just because of fear. And that it's a mask for fear. and that all the times he's strong are the times he's the most afraid. And that's a pretty wild realization. I could have told him that, but he's been working through that, which is really cool, because then he's like, so what am I afraid of, right? Why am I afraid? And he realized he's stuck in this survival mode, and that's prevented him from really thriving in areas that he wanted. So that's a really cool process he's working through. And my son Connor is a 9. He is the peacemaker, and peacemakers, a bomb can go off and there'll be no reaction. Keeping the peace is the most important thing. And another true story, we went to the mountains, and everybody's in I had a Suburban then, I have a Denali now, but everybody's in my Suburban, the whole family, and we are lingering on the side of a mountain because my husband sent me in the wrong direction. And it's very dangerous, no joke. And Connor's like, the kids are all freaking out. I'm breathing, I'm doing the breathing thing. My husband's trying to figure out how to not die. And Connor's like, we're fine, everybody. I want to be like, we are not fine. It was a major deal, but we all lived to tell about it. It was one of the scariest times. Kids still talk about one of the scariest times. But those are the times where he doubles down on being peaceful. And so it's a skill, and he learned to do that because he learned to keep the peace when things would get chaotic. And so it's safety and security. But, so those are the types. And there's a basic desire and a basic fear for each. There are drivers. You're escaping your basic fear. So for 5s, feeling incompetent, driver. Basic desire to be seen and to be competent. And that's, each type has it.
With the Enneagram, they talk about wings. Is that, the wings are what you're talking about as far as like the health of?
No, there's so much in the Enneagram. Wings are basically, you can also identify with, like for 5s, I can go more towards a 6 or more towards a 4. And then those play out differently. And a really cool thing, like if you're interested in this, it can tell you a lot. I'm telling you, it can tell you a lot. The other thing is, it looks cult-ish with these lines, doesn't it?
Pentagram.
But
did the Christian church do something with the original thing?
I don't think, not that I know of, but I know that it has been spiritualized. But you can spiritualize a lot of things. Yeah. To me, it's more like using it more for like cognitive behavioral therapy techniques. But so I'm a 5, and I told you how I start throwing darts. Also, besides integration, is we will shoot in one direction or another when in stress and in health. So I become a 7, 5s become a 7. So when I start throwing darts and just start doing a million different things, it's because I'm unhealthy and I'm going to a 7. I've disengaged from my focus. And in health, I go towards 8. I take charge of my life, and I take charge of all the information I'm taking in, and I do good things with it. So that's why I know that. And so like each one of these types, also you can integrate within your type. You can go towards a type, spreading yourself out in health or in unhealth. And then there's wings too. It's very complicated, but the whole point is it shows you your patterns and the why underneath why you do what you do. And it's pretty spot on. Every person that I work with who does it, I use it in that way. But it's to unidentify with your personality type, not to identify. Once your mind's blown and you identify with it, it's to relinquish it. And through the Enneagram Institute, you can sign up for the Ennea Thought a day. If you're interested, if you go to Enneagram Institute, they'll send you an Ennea Thought. And so every day it's personalized for your type. And sometimes it's kind of general, but some days I get it, and I read it every day. Actually, it's one of the first things that I read. In the morning I have my morning routine. I don't go into my emails. When I do open my emails, before flooding my brain with stuff I have to do, I find the Ennea Thought because I love it. And it'll be like, today, know that you're safe in the world, because 5s like to be in their mind. That's why being here in person is part of my health program, because I want to be in front of my computer. I love being with people when I get there, but it's not like the thing that my ego goes towards. So as I become healthier, I want to be with people more, because 5s want to be in their mind. That's where it's safe. The world is scary for 5s. So I'll get an email, from the Ennea Thought, and it'll be like, trust the world today. Know that it and people are safe. I'm like, okay, I will. And sometimes it just cracked me up because it'll like nail the thing I'm going through in the day. But each message pulls me back into unidentifying with my mind and spreading myself out and being able to connect. So it's very cool. So you can get the Ennea thought.
Eric, you wanted to ask?
Oh, I just wanted to know if there was any correlation between the Enneagrams and the birth order.
Yeah, and in John Bradshaw's books, he talks about birth order. And yes, there is, absolutely. And it's fascinating. That's one of the things, coming from a big family and having a big family, that was one that was particularly interesting to me. Definitely. And you know, in birth order, so the question is about birth order. Birth order, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it starts over again usually. So for me and my kids, it's pretty interesting because, and I'm number 5. And I'm number 5 after a gap in my 4 older brothers and sisters. And I see the difference because birth order also matters on how healthy your parents are. So my parents' emotional health my parents' emotional health didn't really change. So then the birth order makes total sense in my family of origin, but I've been working on my emotional health. So looking at my oldest daughter and my youngest is pretty wild. John Bradshaw's books are so good. He has one, I forget which book that's in, but he talks about birth order.
I just have one last quick question about how to get the brain scan for ourselves. What would we do? Call the neurologist and ask what?
Yeah, so neurologists usually use MRI, or if you go to the Amen Clinic,
But
they
what
use
do we say
SPECT.
we want? Our
So,
brain scan?
yeah, so you know, you
Scan
can
my brain.
you can get very affordable EEGs like I showed you through a neurofeedback practitioner. But find a good one. Sometimes some of them aren't that knowledgeable. And then I offer something online, but it's different. It's not like that. I offer home neurofeedback with the headband, and I can do higher level neurofeedback. If you think what I told you before is confusing, it gets even more confusing. But I can do higher level services using the headband with a different app. So anytime people are diagnosed with, I work with people with dementia, who've had a stroke. I work with kids with ADHD and anxiety. So I do what I did in the office online now. So I can do a brain performance profile. It looks a little different than that, but it gives the same information. And I can do it all over the world. I work with people all over the world. So it's really cool because I can see what people's brains are doing, and then I tell them what they need, and then they can work with me, or you can use the headband by yourself. So yeah.
Just one quick question. You mentioned a book on flow. In the morning, what was the name of the book on the right?
Yeah, it's super long. I don't even know how to spell his name, but his name is, it's the Flow Book by Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. Yeah. So his first name is I think it's Mihalyi, Mihai. Is it? You know how to spell Csikszentmihalyi while we're and Csikszentmihalyi is like Czent. If you put that in, it'll flow, you know, Csikszentmihalyi. If you put in flow state book, the book's called Flow. And it's by Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. Really cool book. And he has videos online. He's the cutest guy. And flow state's really, really cool being able to tap into that. Yeah, you're welcome.
So, then.
Okay, so let's just pick up all the seeds and kind of like Hansel and Gretel and put them all together. So the whole idea is I spent a decent amount of time trying to teach you how your brains work, because that information is going to serve you, because all the bad habits literally damage your brain. And so before I connect the dots, what is the most important resource to you in the whole world? God. That's a good one. And God is what fires your brain up. Like yourself, your spirit, your soul. That's why you're here. And so that is what we're protecting here. That's what we're getting back to, and we're recovering. That's a different side of brain damage, but that is the whole point. So when you take these steps and you connect them, the whole goal is to get back to your purpose and to heal your brain. So the idea is, now you know how your brain works. You need to stay out of high beta. If you feel it coming on, run, don't walk to do something to pull that red down into the green. Healthy mood regulation. You have to learn how to regulate your mood in a healthy way. And that's all the rewire stuff that we talked about. But if there's trauma or dysfunction, and if it's still popping into your mind, and if you're still being triggered and there's still pain, it's unresolved. So just know it has to be resolved. And you only have to stay with it long enough to let it be released. And having a professional do that with you, or having Lockie and Giovanna and the team here do that with you is really important. Emotionally mature people to be in that with you. And so that will unwire your brain. Some people feel it. They feel it click and they know it's unwired. And once it's unwired, all the rewiring is going to be easier. So then change the way you live your life. Not just not doing the bad stuff, but doing all the good stuff you've always wanted to. Take the leap to do it. Go do the things that scare you. Be nervous sighted every day.
I love that word.
It's so good. And I saw it, where did I see it? I saw something, because it made me think of my daughter also who rides horses. I forget where it was, but it was something like, somebody said it, if you're not nervous and excited when you're riding a horse, you're probably doing it wrong. Like, and that's the same thing about life. Like, if you're not a little nervous and excited in the right direction, you're doing it wrong. If you're complacent and you're just numbing yourself out, and if you're just getting by each day, you're doing it wrong. So you have to find something that makes you nervous sighted, because that's what's going to fire up your brain. That's the plan of getting on purpose and becoming excited about it. Then setting goals of the same idea and recognizing some of those goals might be ego goals, but that's okay as long as they're ego goals that are making you healthier. Because once you get them, actually it's so wild. I do this. Everything I tell you, I do. So I have my 9 goals, and I was looking back at it. Every New Year's Day I do this. I redo my goals. And I have one that says, have a relaxed demeanor. Isn't that wild? It never even occurred to me. I should be relaxed. Having a relaxed demeanor was my goal for like 10 years. And within 1 year, I'm looking at it, I'm like, relaxed demeanor, that is nuts. So that year I changed it to be relaxed. But I couldn't even get to be relaxed from where I was a long time ago. Showing a relaxed demeanor was what I had in me when I made that goal. Because that's an ego goal. So that's a really good example, right? How cool is that? So like as you keep making goals and looking at them and making a plan in your schedule to look at them again, that's why that New Year's Day routine of mine has been awesome. I've been doing that for I've been hardcore on the journey probably for like 12 years, but 15 years. Every New Year's Day I get up, it's really exciting, especially when the kids were young, like that would be my time. And I'd rewrite the goals for the year. So just remember when you anchor into those goals, it's intention and you're moving towards it. So it's unwire, rewire, and hardwire your brain. By using these activities, every time you do something new, you're creating a new neural pathway. So it might seem in vain to go do that thing that one time, to go for a walk. It's like, oh, this lady thinks I'm going to rewire my brain by walking after lunch. If you do it every day, and if you do it 10,000 times, and my husband will say that about me, wow, you're dedicated to running. I'm like, no, I just built the habit. So, because I run if it rains or if it snows, like I don't even want to. It's just like part of my habit now. I go do it. And so that's when you know you've put this new good habit in place. And then if you have enough good things, there's no room. There's no need for the bad things. And so that's the flow of it. Past, present, future. Unwire, rewire, hardwire. Shift from your ego to yourself. When it gets weird in the middle, stay with the new stuff and move through the discomfort, because it's supposed to be transformation. Transformation's not comfortable. That's why you have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. And as you move through it, you'll know, and then it subsides. All the challenge of transformation subsides, and now you're on the journey for the rest of your life, and you're psyched to be there, because every opportunity, the bad ones that come to you, they're opportunities for growth, and you're excited to see where you're going to get. So it's not easy, but it's simple. If you can do those things, you will keep evolving if you keep engaging with yourself and the difficult stuff in your life. So I encourage you to do that, and hopefully have some more tools and strategies.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for staying. Okay, so before we wrap up, I just want you to know, after meeting, we met on Zoom, but after being here with Leigh and Giovanna, you are in the right place. And I told them this at dinner last night, and I was telling Renato to when we went to lunch. I only come to places where it's the right people doing the right things. People ask me all the time to go places. People want to talk to me. I've taught Jamie, my assistant, to filter the people who feel good to us. Jamie said, you have to meet these people. They are your people. Honestly, that's true. So being here, you're in the right place with the right people who can help you. You already know this. I don't need to tell you this, but they can help you. So keep showing up. And if you disengage because you're somewhere in that cycle, I've met them. There's no shame in coming and going and coming back. Come back when you need to. So I just want to let you know you're in the right place with these people. So
with this, it concludes another wonderful time day. Thank you for taking the time, leaving her 6 children, husband, and just
I'm sure they're having a blast. That's how it works when you're the mom.
But to be here with us, it's just amazing, and we're super excited to see what else we're gonna do. You're willing to work. Also, there's many things that you do online. People can like for the pornography stuff.
Yeah, so I haven't shared this. Let me just share it real quick.
Yeah, please.
Is that I have a website, drtrishleigh.com. So there's it's easy, it's just my name, Leigh. And I have digital programs. If you're interested in using the headband, I have a digital program there. I think it's $50 that teaches you how to use it and all the whys behind it. Similar but different to what we've talked about today. And because a lot of people want to know how to use it, so I created that program. But there's all different kinds of digital programs. And we have a blog post where I put information out, not just on pornography, but a lot of it's focused on pornography, which can be extended to other behaviors, But there's also just how to decrease your anxiety and increase your focus. And there's a lot of information on coming out of the screen, because the screen is taking us away from reality. So every week we put out usually 2 blogs on I have 2 YouTube channels. There's 2 videos every week. You can look for my name on YouTube and stay engaged. They're short, and if you want help on that journey, I'm here for you too, in lots of free ways. And if you want to work together, there's ways to do that too.
Thank you. Thank you. So with that, I want to thank you all. I want to thank our Zoom family for staying on all this time. I think this shows how proactive you guys are into getting well, and it's amazing. I commend you for it, because this is a journey for life. I think we're all gonna be in this journey learning forever and ever, and seeing the eagerness, the desire, all of you to continuing to show up for your life is just encouraging for Leigh and I, and it's amazing. So I commend you, congratulate you, and have a wonderful rest of the weekend. Thank you for being here, supporting this ministry, being with us, and we love you guys, and thank you.
Yeah.